M. Williams, the guy from, Tulane that nobody has talked much about. And all at once, a NFL or NBA mock draft comes out, and he's the one of only 2 guys listed as draft prospects. So it seems like there are several candidates for that overachiever role this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cam is right there too. He's one that just got so overshadowed with him. They have to came so much out of nowhere, and I feel like pretty much the entire fan base was not in off-season mode yet because it wasn't the off-season. So everybody was like, "Who is this guy?" A lot of things. Like, so there was that initial shock, and then there was but this guy seems it's kind of forgotten for a few weeks. I just remember him having next day calling up mostly folks outside the program, just trying to learn more. These guys who know the sport nationally, they just raving. Not only it's a guy who did, well, here and
As you said, Mark Pope was preparing for a Sweet 16 game in the NCAA tournament, and yet he and his staff were clearly, evaluating transfers for the next season. It would be interesting to see what a coach's breakdown of his time and her time would be now versus 5-10 years ago, because within the season where you've got game prep, but you also have, you always had to spend some time on recruiting, but now you're spending some of that time on evaluating transfers. And then, you've got to manage NIL in that time span too. It would just be interesting to see what that breakdown of percentage of time looks like.
Yeah, it was. I have it in my notes somewhere, but I was told kind of what the setup was, especially there in the tournament and in the SEC tournament too. So it's kind of on shifts of like, okay, you're on game this hour to this hour, you're on even switch transfers this hour to this hour. It includes talking to people, talking to people behind the scenes, talking to guys that are already in the portal and their families. It was funny, and I believe it was the Indianapolis stop. We had kind of a coffee station that was kind of, it's technically in the media area, but the coaches were pretty nearby. And a few times over those 2 or 3 days, Kentucky coach would be on his cell phone, get a cup of coffee, and you knew who they were talking to. And it was possible transfers or family members of possible transfers. And this was the day before the game, and they were looking at. So yeah, and that wasn't Kentucky. That was everybody. Rick Barnes talked about it too, about what his staff was doing in the lead up to that game, and Brad Hill with the Ellen Morgan, and what his staff was doing, and it sounded like a lot of work. And the tone of everybody, it's what they wanted to be doing in that.
Yeah, they wanted to be all in on preparing for the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Ben, thank you much as always.
Yep, thanks a lot, Tom.
It's Ben Roberts from the Herald Leader, KentuckySports.com. Cornbread Hemp is a company that has a variety of products that could make your summer just a little better. Keep the good vibes rolling. Think about their infused seltzers. 4 delicious fruit flavors, perfect for just a light pick-me-up without the hangover. You could also try their organic full-spectrum gummies for smooth, balanced relaxation. Helps you unwind anytime. Have trouble sleeping? Sleep gummies will do the trick without the melatonin hangover. Their products are made with Kentucky-grown hemp, all natural ingredients. Feel great inside and out. Cornbreadhemp.com is where you go. Put in the code TOM at checkout. If you're a first-time customer, you'll get an when you need to buy or rent heavy equipment like bobcats, loaders, and excavators, tractors, etc. Google Bobcat Enterprises and find the one that's closest to you. They have 4 locations. They also have zero-turn mowers for your home lawn, sorted parts, fantastic service after the sale from the team at Bobcat Enterprises. You can trust the team at Bobcat Enterprises to treat you right.
Better be beat dry, for their income's down, beat dry, before it hits the ground, beat dry, makes a basement sound, beat dry takes care of that.
Your home needs a strong foundation, and B-Dry has been the name in home waterproofing for years. Let B-Dry solve your basement and crawl space problems for good. I use them for my house. Learn more at bdry.com. That's the letter B, bdry.com. B-Dry, an affiliate company of Ramjack.
Let me be dry, let me be dry.
Sports fans, you know there's no better way to enjoy the game than with a cold Bud Light, the official beer of UK Athletics. And Anheuser-Busch, their purpose is to create a future with more cheers as they serve up new ways to beat life's moments. Don't forget, getting home safely is always a priority. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to decide and ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transportation. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Others Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Kentucky Eagle, Keeneland, Star Manufacturing, and Bumblebee Team Sports present a salute to the all-resilient team. Edison with Elsie lost 2 full seasons on the basketball court in Graves County with knee injuries, but she pushed herself through rehab, attended every practice and game with her teammates, and as a senior became a double-figure scorer, shooting 43% from the three-point line. She was captain of a district championship team, and she earned a college basketball scholarship. The entire all-resilient team at TomLeachKY.com. Wildcat history, and it's a birthday, and his connection to the Wildcats is that he was the TV voice on the replays for Kentucky men's basketball, probably a few live games, I think, too, with Larry Conley. It's Marty Brenneman. Happy birthday to the Reds and Hall of Famer, and Marty celebrating his birthday today. Wildcat History Notes presented by Kentucky Roadshow Sports Cards and Memorabilia on Romney Road in Lexington and at roadshowcards.com. Did you guys see the story about Josh Hines Allen, one of the all-time greats for Kentucky football? He told his story last week about he and his wife and their son, Wesley, who was diagnosed with a form of leukemia, and just how difficult it was for them to hear that and to battle through it. And then think about what Wesley at 9 had to do, chemotherapy and all of that to battle through it. Well, the good news is that recently Wesley got to ring the bell for being cancer-free, but Josh and his wife Caitlin have started a foundation for pediatric cancer research, and you can go online and find out more about this, and if you are able to do so to contribute to the cause, the 4-for-1 Foundation, and just a wonderful cause to fight pediatric cancer research. Nick Vitale's amazing work in that area. So I wish them well with that, and so happy for Josh and the whole family that the prognosis for Wesley has turned out to be as good as it has, and that he's cancer-free. That was just great to hear that part of the story. Shuffle Bean Coffees are a Kentucky-based company that is all about being the best, just like the Wildcats. So they start with the very best coffee bean, and you can try some for yourself by going to Central Kentucky Meyer stores or Amazon, and you can order it there, or go to the company's website, shufflebean.us, and you can order some product there. You can read the backstory of the company, started by a group of Kentuckians, and they like to say they follow the process and the quality of Shuffle Bean coffee from seed to cup. So try Shuffle Bean coffee for yourself. Let's hustle in your shuffle. We got to hustle on out of here. We'll see you tomorrow for the Leach Report, presented by Bobcat Enterprises.
Thanks for listening to the Leach Report. Anytime you miss a show, you can listen to the podcast at TomLeachKY.com, WLAP.com, or 790global.com. And anytime you're out of range of the stations, catch the show via the iHeartRadio app. If you have any questions for Tom, email leachreport@gmail.com and check out his website at
looking out there to the back corner of the end zone. Got a man. It's going to be waiting for the signal. Touchdown. Aces.
It's time for the Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health here on 1027 The Game and live stream on the Third Region Sports Network. Let's join Vic Evans.
Four. 13.
He interviews the coaches and stars of the gridiron in the ESPN Owensboro area. Remember, your home for high school sports is 1027 The Game.
And welcome to Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. We're here live at Cromwell Media, and our very first team up, jumping up. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I don't know what the
all kinds
of feedback.
Hey, but we'll battle through
We'll
it.
get there.
And we'll adjust on the fly, Vic. But it's the big day for high school football in the tri-state, Vic.
It absolutely is. And it's Tell City that jumps up first. Coach Malin Webb. Welcome back, Coach. Oh, yeah, you got. Hey, no problem at all.
Absolutely.
And Coach, you look at it. Up and down the year last year, you battled a ton of injuries last year, where you were kind of, lost a ton of running backs. Both Terrys ended up getting hurt. But a nice year, go all the way to the sectional championship. How's the offseason been so far this year? Down the year last year, you battled a ton of injuries last year, where you were kind of
This fall, but we've still got about 50 kids on roster compared to last year's 52. So numbers are pretty steady, which I thought going into this year we'd take a little bit of a dip with basically only two bodies. But we like where we stand right now. Being such a small senior class, we're going to have a lot of sophomores on the field this fall. We got a pretty big sophomore class, big junior class, and those guys. They got a lot of experience last year towards the end of the year when we had so many injuries. So I think, that was probably the only plus with the injury bug, was that we got a lot of young guys on the field a lot earlier than what we anticipated. So going into this year, we've got a lot of guys that have varsity experience, just not consistent varsity experience. So it's just getting those guys to the next level, showing them, that it's a different ball game going from JV to varsity.
Offensively, the running backs that you lost, a lot of offense that you did graduate, who are some guys in the backfield? Because I know you guys like to run the football. Who are some guys in the backfield that we can look forward to taking up and taking over for the guys that you lost?
So, last year, about week 5, we were forced to throw in a sophomore who had never played running before, and he rushed for over 100 every single game he played in. He ended up being our leading rusher. He averaged about 9 yards per carry, led us in touchdowns. His name's Brandon Casebolt. You'll never hear a single word out of the kid. He just kind of shows up. He does his job. He doesn't celebrate. He just doesn't do anything. He has no emotions. And so, he's a big one for us in the field. Another new face is Lucas Byer. He got some playing time late last season at running back. He's going to be quarterback this year. He's a big, strong kid. I think this past week he benched 365 pounds. So he's also going to be a junior. And then you got other guys like Bishop Wilson, who's a coming sophomore, McLean, who's an incoming sophomore. So, we lost some backs last year, but we still really like getting this year.
One thing that's kind of been the bread and butter there is the Tell City Moving Company, the front line, paving the way. Did graduate a couple seniors, but how's the offensive line? How's that cohesive unit kind of gelled this offseason?
Young. We don't have a single senior in the offensive line room this year. So, we're going to be playing, I think, 2 juniors, 3 sophomores up front. We're a little bit smaller than we have been in the last few years. But there's some mean kids up there who have really panned out. We like a lot. And every single at some point in time last year, late in the season, started at least 1 or 2 games for us, just out of necessity, not because they were ready, but it was just mainly out of necessity. So once again, we've got a little bit of experience up there, even though we're so young. Excited not only for this year, but the future as well.
Yeah, Coach. Talk to the folks out there that are listening across the tri-state area right now. For transparency, Indiana has a 9-week high school football season. No bye weeks like in Kentucky with the 10 weeks and the bye weeks. Talk a little bit about the preparation going into the season. How many scrimmage games are you guys going to be having, and who are you scrimmaging before that opening game?
So I guess summer, say, you're allowed 12 padded practices
Right.
through June and July, and then you're also allowed 2 competition days, which means it could be 7-on-6, it could be 11. So in the summer, we actually had one last Friday, two Paoli, scrimmage Paoli in Silver Creek. That was the only competition day that we had scheduled for this summer. I guess August 4th starts official practices, and we've basically got 2 full weeks of practicing, and then it's the official scrimmage for IHSAA, which this year we'll be going to Bosse High School down at the Menlo Field in Evansville. So, we'll get to see a lot of athletes. We were also scheduled to host a jamboree with Bosse and Linton Stockton, who's the 2A runner. I think last week Linton out, they found somebody else to scrimmage. So, it'll just be us and Bosse, and then after that, it's every single Friday, 10 straight Fridays, and it's a grind.
What was your takeaway from the scrimmage session with Paoli?
We're young. I told the players, I thought last year in July we would do 11-on-11s, we would do scrimmages, and I think we would walk away from them and we're like, man, we're good. Really feel like last year we peaked in July or early August, whereas this year, because we have so many young guys that play or not play, and we had a lot of takeaways where there were a lot of issues last Friday. Away from it, they're all issues that we can fix. Our coaching staff is very confident that they can get fixed. So, I think it's 2 different worlds from last year compared to this year, but I think I'd rather peak later in the season than early in the season. I think that's where we're at. We were also missing 5 or 6 varsity starters from that scrimmage too, so we were getting a lot of 2 deep guys, some runs. Liam here had to play safety and wide receiver for every single play last Friday, and so missing those guys, it didn't help us any, but it really benefited some of the guys behind me. Again, we're young, we're going to make mistakes, just got to get them fixed.
Coach, you brought with you Coach Bartlett this year. It's the first time we bring assistant coaches. So what is it about him that we wanted to bring him with?
Coach Bartlett, he's been running backs coach on my staff since my first year at Tell City. So another South Spencer. He just kind of fell into our lap. He's a teacher now at the school, and really he's one of my right hand guys I have, and so.
See, everybody's so excited about Media Day. The parking lot's flooded with vehicles. No, you Coach, finish that thought because that's very important.
But yeah, he's one of my right hand guys. We basically are right next to each other in terms of our classroom. So anytime I need anything, he's usually the guy that has to do it, or he's the guy that I go to. So he does a whole lot for me. He also has really good relationships with kids, and I think that helps us in terms of getting so many numbers every single year. He does a terrific job with the running backs, and also this year he's going to be basically spearheading the special teams.
Well, Coach Bartlett, I got to ask. It's a new running. I know you have Case Bolt that comes back as a young guy, but you have the Terrys that left, and they run for all these yards. How is it with the kind of a new running back room and new contributors that you're having to work with this year?
That's all a couple times. I think that we're sitting in the film, sitting in the classroom, and we're talking. We just have a chip on our shoulder. We're the next phase of Tell City running backs. We're trying to keep that mentality. Every year, this is high school football. You're going to graduate at some point, and somebody's going to be.
And outside of Case Bolt, who are some other young guys that make it, because it's not going to be a one-man running show. Who's some other young guys that we can look forward to out there at the stadium this Friday night on Friday nights?
We've got 2 sophomores, Bishop Wilson and they got a bulk of their carries last year in JV. There's a lot of things that they did. we're kind of switching some things up offensively this year. And I think they've looked great so far. Brandon wasn't able to scrimmage against Paoli, so those guys got majority of just kept trying to rotate them basically every play, every 2 plays. And so they got a lot of reps in the scrimmage, and I think they look great.
You know, and Coach Malin Webb's done, it's been the Webb show. It was Mike first, now Malin. Talk about what it's like coaching under him.
I think it's been great. Something that really scared me whenever he gave me the call was he talked about he wanted coaches that had college football experience because that's what he wanted to high school level. This sense of I'm sure that was a great word for it. He wanted more sophistication to high school football, and what kind of scared me is that we ran different systems in high school. So I was thinking at his level, trying to consider what they did at KWC. I was scared that we were going to do a whole bunch of very crazy stuff, and I wasn't going to be able to keep up. But something that he does really, really good with the kids is every year, as soon as you think it can't get more simple on offense, it gets more simple. I like to mess with these guys and say, if you can't do it, then you probably can't read a coloring. So that's something that he does really great is he spends hours and hours and hours figuring out how can we make it as simple as we can. And he does it.
We'll jump down here to one of the players here. We'll start with Lynn down here. You talked about you jumping in there at safety, kind of a new spot for you. How's the offseason been for you?
It's been pretty good. We're working on defense, trying something this year, so I guess it's good.
In Tell City, it's just whenever your time's called, you go do whatever you want to do. What are some goals that you set for yourself this season?
Not really sure. Just I was thinking like maybe 400 passing yards or receiving yards, something around there, and then.
Well, tell Coach if you're going to get 400 receiving yards, he's got to throw the ball a little more, right? Is that what you're telling?
Yeah, we'll throw the ball.
Yeah, I know, Coach. You're looking for those one-on-one matchups when they load the box, one-on-one matchups on the outside, and talk about Liam and even Lucas next. Talk about you guys open up with your big rivals game one. I'm a big fan at the high school level of having your arch rival game one. It gets the community out, stadiums packed. What's it like to open up with the Perry Central Commodores?
I think game one's definitely probably the most exciting. Look forward to. I don't know what they're this year, but looking forward to see. Like I said 100 times over, we're young. I think the guys we do have there this year, scared to get hit. I'm scared to take a hit.
What do you think, Liam? Open up against Perry Central game one. Do you like it? Don't like it? Rather be at the end of the year? What's it like?
I think it's awesome. This brings out the whole community and everybody comes and watches.
Well, let's run down here. Is it Drew? Is that right? Okay, I had trouble reading it. You have to lean into that microphone a little bit, Drew. That's the one that you have to lean into a little bit. There you go. A position that you play. Tell us a little bit about where you were at, offense, defense. Where you playing this year?
I'm a kicker.
Oh, there you go. I love it. Bringing a kicker with them.
Four-year starter.
All right, wait. You have a kicker that you can count on in high school. You really gained something there.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you. You get the. I've always thought kickers have such a weird, dynamic because nobody really knows you unless you screw up. What is that like out there with, where it's like, hey, I get to go out. I got 3 things to do every game. And if I don't do every one of them right, people talk about that. Talk about how you handle that.
I don't know, just take deep breaths and try not to miss. It's all I can do.
There you go. Do you go out there? I mean, you do like run down at the kickoff, try to make a tackle, don't you? I mean, are you are you one of those guys that's going to hit somebody?
Oh, no. It's just.
Hey, at least you're honest.
He's also a soccer star, so we tell him as soon as you kick it, get off.
I'm going to ask you, out of these 2 guys down here, which one's the 2 smarter ones? Your 2 teammates. I mean, if you had to have one of them help you on a test, who would be helping you? Or neither one. You can answer that too.
Yeah. These 2 might be the ones that can't read the coloring.
Hey, Lucas, before we, hey, tell everybody a little bit about your position and what your role in the team is.
So I play cornerback, defense only. I mean, make sure nothing gets thrown over our heads, pretty much.
And you said you receiver and safety. Safety is new to this year. I mean, you got to protect his back, right? When he screws up, you're the guy that gets to cover for him. Is that how that works, Liam?
Pretty much.
Coach, looking at it, you look at the schedule this year. The one good thing about the schedule is you have home games this year. Like last year, you were on the road for it had to be like I think 7 road games or something last year. Just getting games back at home in Legion Field, that's got to be something you're at least looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. Just no better feeling than playing at home in high school football. Strip the kids of that last year. I think we're about 50% of our games are back at home, if not a little bit more. We started on week 1, and then so we kind of got back to our normal schedule where that changed last year because we switched up a week 2 game, so we had to go on the road. We were on the road the first 3 weeks of the season. We came back home, and then finally was back to the every other week. Yeah. We love playing at Legion Field. The Schroeders pumped across the field that were 5 home games this year.
Hey, we're there. I think we're there. The great thing is we're there this year for our tailgate show when Kentucky is all on fall break. So we get to hang out. We don't have to eat and run at the Schroeders. I can't wait.
It's a great atmosphere. I think the community makes it a good atmosphere because you have people, like Andy Schroeder, who does what he does on Friday nights. They start at about 10 a.m. Smoking meat and grilling and everything, and basically it's a party all day long. So, I think as a coach, that's what I always tell the players every year. Is my number one goal is to give you a positive experience playing high school football. And, when you have community members that do things like that, it just comes to that. So, I think your players are pretty blessed to play at Tell City, and I think we could give them.
Absolutely, Coach. And before we get you guys out of here, man, I want to talk about the high school wrestling team at Tell City is an Indiana State powerhouse. Talk about how that program being as strong as it is help integrates and carries over to the gridiron.
Tackling as much, so we have a really good wrestling program, and I'd probably go as far to say that about 30% of our kids that play football are in wrestling. 30% of those kids are pretty successful at the sport as well. Me personally, I don't know anything about wrestling. I go to watch. I don't know how the rules work or anything else, but to me, it looks like they're pretty successful. So, having that, or just having other sports that kids have success in, it always trickles over into other sports. But again, we don't have to teach tackling. There's a joke the last few years when we didn't have really many ball skill kids is we would always say they're either track runners or wrestlers. The majority of them that didn't have ball skills, they were track runners or wrestlers. And, I think the ones that did have ball skills, you could tell they played basketball or they played baseball. It's just having that perfect fit and kids that whistle, and then also kids that play ball skill sports. If we could get enough ball skill kids to play offense only and get enough wrestlers to play defense only, we'd be in a really, really good position.
Last question. We'll start down here with Drew, and it's the same question for everybody, and also you for the assistant coach. What's it mean, Friday nights, Tell City, what's that mean to you? Tell me a little bit what that means for you, Drew.
I don't know. I think just mainly excitement, getting ready to play. I'm it's on the field playing at the time. So, it's
He's got the excitement of a kicker. You just go out.
Before we move on from Drew, Drew, what's your range? What's the furthest distance you feel comfortable kicking a field goal at?
I think this year, once I get back from 100% from my injury, I think I'll be good. Hopefully about, I'm going to say 47 in it.
You've not had that in a long time, Coach Webb, have you?
Never.
The first year we were calling games over there, I think we went for 2 every time. So there you go. Coach, newer. how many years have you been at Tell City now? 4 years. Talk about what this means to going out there at Legion Field on every Friday night and what it means to the supporters that you guys get at Tell City.
I think it means everything. Obviously, it's a little different. Coaching aspects for kids. It means a lot. Community. Who's playing? I could hear.
Liam, how about you? What's it all mean for you? Scoot in there just a little bit. That mic's good. Yeah, there you go. Lucas, how about that? What's it mean to you to strap it up every Friday night there at Tell City?
It's fun. It makes it more. You should be in under the lights.
Well, guys, we appreciate you being here, Coach Webb. You've done a great job there. You've been a great, partner of us, and anything we've asked, you've done. So we appreciate you guys coming in, being the guinea pigs for the. We always push number one for me. Next year we'll put you at the end. But good luck on this Friday, Coach. On Fridays.
And Vic, for the listeners and the viewers on our YouTube channel here, the Southwire Media Day presented by Owensboro Health, we want to remind everybody we will have Tell City, Perry Central, Legion Field live on August 27th, 7 p.m., CJ 105.7.
It doesn't get much better than that. Good luck with that. And we'll be back, Dave. We'll take a short break. We'll be back. And when we come back, we will have Perry Central joining us at Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission, to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go
Owensboro Health, Sports Country here in Owensboro, Kentucky, and Rick Thompson and the guys at Kentron Manufacturing.
Let's get to Coach Brennan Malone, his second season with Perry Central. The first question I have for you, 6-5 last year, lost to North Davis in the sectional. First question I have is, going into your second year as a head coach, give me 2 or 3 things that maybe now you're better at than when that maybe you just learned. Hey, when you move that over from a coordinator to the head coach, it's a big step. Give me a couple of things now you feel like that you've learned that you have more under control this year than maybe you did the same time last year.
Yeah, I mean, first off, thanks for having us. I appreciate you guys doing this for the kids and everything. It's awesome. But year one's it's like drinking from a fire hose.
Always.
You go in for a drink and you just come out soaking wet. And that's exactly what it felt like at times. But I think with that, you get those learning curves and you adapt and adjust. And, organization's key with a lot of it. And I had an entire off season this past year to really get all the things I didn't know I need to have organized, down pat and organized. And I think that just helps smooth everything out, taking care of that front loading stuff before the season gets there. So you don't have to worry about that stuff when season comes. And then you can just worry about football at that point.
Well, I think you're right. The thing is, you, as a head coach, especially a new head coach, you never know what you needed to know until you needed to know it. And I think that second year is just so much easier and smoother.
Yeah, and I mean, you try to prepare for it all you can, but it's just there's not enough preparation in the world until you're actually in the fire, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, we're much more comfortable as a staff in general. That's one of the things that was big as well, is getting our staff aligned, and we've really worked on that in the off season as well. And we've continued putting the work in the weight room with these kids, and we're hoping to see it pay off.
And Coach, you're replacing Coach Greg Gibson, who had been there since his first season at Perry Central was back in 2012, and had a long, successful, and consistent tenure. Now that page is turning now to the Brennan Malone regime, talk about that transition and your vision for the program.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Greg did a great job. I can't thank him enough for everything that I learned along the way coaching under him. And that's exactly what we want to do is take what we've learned from him and just keep moving forward as much as we can, and keep improving year in and year out. He taught all of us a lot, kids, coaches, and we're trying to take those lessons and really run with it. And he's actually going to come back and help out with the junior high this year. So I told him last year that I'd give him his 1 year of retirement, and then we'd be knocking on his door to have him come back and help out in some way. So we're looking forward to that as well.
That's always great. Having to replace the quarterback, Yeager graduated. Has there been a guy that's taken the reins, or is this still kind of an open competition between now and, August 22nd when you open up?
No, we brought him with us today.
Oh, there we go.
Yep. Tyler Elmer here. He's incoming sophomore. So, he's young, but, we talked about that off-season work that us coaches put in, and he was right there along with us. It would be, I coach track as well, and we'd be out there on the track running and stuff, and he'd be out on the field throwing on his own, doing all those little details, working on those little details. I gave him a few things to study over the off-season, and he came back with a notebook full of notes on it, and we're looking forward to it. He's put the work in and earned this position.
So I've got to ask Tyler, looking towards, not only do you get your first start on Friday nights, but it's Tell City. And, I hate to tell you guys this, they have won 5 of the last 6. I don't know if you guys know that, but us media guys look at stuff like that. Tell me your thoughts on just, already looking forward to going out there that first Friday night and taking your first snap.
I've been thinking about this. We're back. Getting to go out there, Tell City, be a rival. Fans are going to be going crazy. It's going to be crazy, but we got the guys for it. I'm ready mentally.
He talked about the work that you put in this off season. Tell me some of the couple things that you were looking, from where you started when you got the idea that, hey, I want to be the starting quarterback, that you wanted to get better at.
Wait, but all life, metabolism hit me hard, but getting weight on, eating a lot, and then throwing the ball, getting the ball deep, and that was great. Getting guys up there, your team, days, they were out there with me every day. With my guys, and my freshman.
Yeah, and Tyler, next question, we'll have you lean into the microphone just a little bit more to pick it up. But, Coach, we'll go back to you real quick. Tell City, traditional ground and pound, option type of offense. In the past, we've seen, Perry Central kind of be a more of a pro set, kind of a blend. Talk about what the offensive sets are going to look like this year.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to adjust. It's 1A football, so we've got ebbs and flows as far as numbers. And we're going to be lower on numbers this year. And so, we've had to make those adjustments all over the place, but offensively especially. And we're trying to put them in a position to be as successful as possible with that. And we're going to have to play a style of Iron Man football this year. And so, it's as much as you want a system that you're most confident in coaching and everything, especially at 1A, like I said, you gotta adapt to your players, and that's one of the things that we've had to do this year is adapt to what we have and adapt to our strengths, and it's not always going to be lighting up the scoreboard and running the offense that you looks pretty. Sometimes you just gotta get down and dirty and do the ground and pound as well.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to pick up a first down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tyler, I've got to ask you because, the quarterback is only as good as the guys up front. Talk about the relationship you have with your big, I like to call them the big hog mollies up front, and how they looked at so far this early off season.
Being such a smaller team and a young team,
we're starting all sophomores across the board on the line and at the quarterback position.
So you've been growing up with them all your life.
That's definitely the benefit. They have that chemistry. Yeah, definitely.
Being with these guys, I know their parents, just everything about them I know, so I know what they're going to do. The communication is astronomical. If I see something that they might need to do, they tell me that. If I might need to do something, they tell me. It's just being with those guys, having so much time with them, it's so much better for it and getting us ready for this year. Looking forward to it.
And Coach, I've got to ask you, what about Lance that made you want to bring him here to Media Day?
Yeah, he's one of our few seniors this year, and I told him the other day we were really looking forward to him running the ball last year for us and getting some carries. Unfortunately, he got a hand injury early in the season that put him out for the season. But with that, he's put in so much work this offseason, and he did before that too. He's one that's earned everything that he's going to get coming his way this year, and we're looking forward to seeing what he can do for us. And we couldn't be happier with him and more proud of him, and we're grateful for everything he's done for the team.
Lance, one thing they've been able to do, no matter who was a coach, no matter who was back there, is always run the football. You look back at, some of they graduated last year about over a little over 1,000 yards that they graduated. Talk about the work that you put in this all season to get ready, and how tough was that last year where you had the hand injury where you didn't get to play as much as you'd like?
The injury definitely put a chip on my shoulder. I'm excited to come back there Friday night this season. Man, put so much work in lifting, free time, doing my own little schedule, waking up, eating right, sleeping right, working hard, lifting, ability stretching, everything. I'm making sure I'm ready for that Friday night lights.
And Lance, obviously it's you and Tyler here today, but you guys got a whole squad there in Leopold, Indiana. Talk about some names that people around the area don't know that they're going to know. Talk about some teammates that are going to bust onto the scene this fall.
We got a couple. I'd say Nash, definitely.
What's Nash's last name?
Nashwire.
Nashwire, okay.
I'm excited to see him play. He started last year too. And we got Jace Brown, be exciting. Kai Williams, he's also going to be a junior. And then, we got quite a few weapons. Excited to use them and see how the season goes.
You know, and tell me something about your quarterback. You know, you get this young quarterback coming in. You're the senior back there. Talk about what you've seen out of him and the improvement you've seen through this offseason and practice that you guys have been doing. You know, tell me a little bit of something about him.
Man, he's been putting a lot of work in. I've been working with him off season, handoffs, passing, just footwork. It's been really great working with him, especially as a sophomore, and while I'm a senior, good to be that senior while he's, going up.
You know, Tyler, I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to have you switch down one seat. We're having trouble with that mic, and that way people can hear you, so that you'll be on mic 1 there. You know, it's got to be at least, when you're going in and you're working and being a young sophomore quarterback, to have a senior back there that provides leadership. Talk about the leadership that Lance has provided the not just you, but also the entire team.
Just his discipline. He shows up every day. He works with you guys, and he just is just one of the best guys you can have. He doesn't talk a lot. He's kind of quiet, but once he does, you want to listen, because it's going to be something that you're going to cherish. He's just one of those mentors that every team needs.
And I want to ask you, and we'll start, Tyler, with you and go over to Lance. You guys obviously open up with your big rivals at Tell City, at Legion Field this year, looking to get it. Talk about one game on the schedule. You guys play in 1A, you play in the Patoka Lake Conference. Talk about one game outside of the Tell City game that you guys are looking most forward to. Tyler, we'll start with you.
It's hard to choose one. We got 9 games. Other than that, it's hard to choose just one team, but we're just looking forward to everybody. I mean, I could choose out a team, but that's just not the type of guy I look for. I'm looking for the next game and seeing how I can do against them.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got the interview process down. I don't know if he can play quarterback, but he's got the whole interview thing down, Coach. I mean,
so he had a class, 2 years ago now? and that was one of the things we worked on in that class was public speaking and all that, and he's killing it. Yeah, he's got it down pat.
He does do that.
On it. Yeah.
Lance, we'll go to you. What's one game outside of that Tell City, or even if it's not just one game? You guys playing the Patoka Lake. What's something outside of that Tell City game that you're looking forward to this season?
I mean, same thing as Tyler. I'm looking for a next game, but I mean, season, just staying healthy. Make sure our season not just play as hard as we can first game, but as the last game, play just as hard and maintain it all throughout the season. So just looking forward to it.
Coach, I want to go back to you real quick. A lot of people in this area are familiar with the SIAC in Evansville, and they're familiar with the pocket, with the big school, small school division. I feel like the Patoka Lake in this area is a little bit of an unknown. Kind of give everybody a Cliff Notes rundown of what Patoka Lake Conference football is all about.
Yeah, we've been blessed to have some competitive teams in that conference, especially these last few years. Everybody knows probably the name of Paoli. That they're a solid program year in and year out, and Springs Valley is also really taking it up a notch these last few seasons. And we like that. We don't shy away from that. We want those competitive games because we know it prepares us for the long run and the postseason. So we don't want a conference where everybody just lays down. We want to be able to fight day in and day out for conference championships and get us ready for postseason.
I've got to ask before we let you guys get out of here, Tyler. The one thing about the way the Indiana set up that's so different here on this side of the river in Kentucky is the conferences. And you guys being the 1A school, being one of the smallest schools in your conference, you play a lot of games throughout the whole year against bigger schools, and then you kind of slide down and play your 1A playoffs. Do you like that? Is that something that you just gotten used to?
We thrive for competition. We want this. We want to play these 2A schools and these 3A schools right away, so we can set the tone for these 1A schools to see what we're coming in to do. We're coming in to win. We're coming in to beat you guys, and we're just going in. We're going to do our jobs and just bottom line.
And then Lance, the last question for you before we let you get out of here. Getting where you missed most. Did you miss all of last year, or was it most of the year?
Most of the year.
But talk about the Friday nights in Leopold. I mean, we were lucky enough with Live at 5 to be there one time and do our tailgate show from there. Talk about what that means for you, what it means to you, those Friday nights in Leopold with that great fan base.
It means a lot with all the work I put in, our team put in, and all the fans we had to come out, the community all comes around all for one game. It's amazing.
Well, Coach, we know with Tyler, there's a name we didn't know. Give me two more names because you do have to replace a lot of offense, and also on the defensive side. Give me two more names that maybe the Tri-State doesn't know, but come week 5, we're going to know who he is.
Yeah, we've had it's hard to narrow it down to a few, but we have had successes in the off season as well. Not necessarily football related. Connor Harpenow was the national champion for powerlifting. And he is a sophomore. He's going to be playing on the line for us on both sides of the ball. Huge kid. He's just got the natural size and obviously the natural strength as well.
Are we officially paging Kurt Signetti right now? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, he's got the size to play at that level. We've got he's still sophomore and we've got to work on his speed a little bit. But as far as the natural attributes they look for, natural characteristics, he's got it. Yeah. And we've got quite a few other sophomores as well that have put work in. Landon DeVille, he'll be running the ball for us a little bit and playing safety on the defense. And they mentioned some of the other names already, but we're just proud of all these kids that have put the work in, and we tell them that day in and day out that we're grateful for everything they've done for us, and we can't thank them enough. And it's not easy what they're doing. That's why our numbers are a little lower, because it's a real challenge, and we got the right guys on the bus right now.
Well, Coach Malone, Lance, Tyler, good luck this season. Thanks for coming to Southwire Football Media Day. And when we come back next, we'll get the Rebels from South Spencer as you're listening to Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
This season, stand out on and off the field with Web Design Company. From custom team gear to spirit wear that pops, they've got your school pride covered. Find Web Design Company on Facebook and rep your team in style.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Barbecue for 6 generations cooking for you.
Serving Owensboro for 100 years. Whether you're craving a plate of slow-smoked barbecue or need a feast for the family, we've got you covered. Old Hickory Barbecue delivers flavor in every bite. Stop by today. Old Hickory Barbecue, 270-926-9000.
So easy to get.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Safety is key when replacing an outlet, so leave it to the pros at Mr. Sparky. We'll get it done right and get it done safely. Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, David Clark here, 102.7 The Game, also live streamed on our YouTube page. And before we get to South Spencer, Dave, you're going to tell me about all the people who are helping making this possible.
Big shout out to our friends at the Green River Area Federal Credit Union for sponsoring sports here across the board. The text line, let us know if you're enjoying the show on the Green River Area Federal Credit Union text line. Vic, what's the number?
It is 270-903-0389.
And big thanks to Chris Estes and Above All Roofing. Can he fix it, Vic?
Yes, he can.
Bailey Electric, Elite Auto Glass. And real quick, before we get started with South Spencer, I want to give a shout out to Brian Basham, Dime, the producer, Jalen Doherty behind the scenes. We were having a little bit of trouble at first. Everything's been corrected from what I've been told on the Green River Area Federal Credit Union text line, and it's time to keep rocking, Vic.
It is, and this is a little different. We got Coach Neighbors here with South Spencer, and Coach, those are the rules in Indiana. It wasn't that you didn't want to bring any players, and you can talk about this. You weren't allowed to bring any players because you guys are in a dead period right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, unfortunately, Indiana put in another 5 days of a dead period, and ours falls this week, and so our guys are enjoying some time off this week. me and Coach Green come over here and talk about our guys.
You know, and you have the normal dead period, but this is one where you get to choose this dead period. Is that right? Each team gets to choose the 5-day dead period.
Correct.
Do
Yeah.
you like that, or is this something that
Yeah, I think it's good. Kids get an extra break. We have a lot of multi-sport athletes, and giving them some extra time off is good for them. But I would have rather not had it a week before our season starts for sure. But we'll talk about that and maybe hopefully get that changed for the next season.
Coming into your first year at South Spencer, every coach, when they come into a new program, you kind of want to put a stamp on the program or what you're going to set culturally. Give us some things that maybe you were looking to put your stamp on the program. It's been a really good program. Coach Damien did a great job with it. But, what are some things not necessarily wouldn't have changed because it was bad, but just that you want to put your stamp on?
Yeah, I think it was more of a mentality thing. Getting away from the mediocrity, having a little more mental toughness. And, that's one thing we've preached all summer is getting our guys more physically and mentally tough, and being prepared to play 2 ways for 10 weeks is a tough task for a small school. So getting those guys ready to go is kind of where we started.
You brought Coach Green with you. What positions group? And then also, why did you bring him with you today?
Yeah, Coach Green coached me when I played at South Spencer. So he's one of my greatest mentors. He's taught me a ton, and it's nice to have a former head coach on staff if I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be, and he can kind of correct me. But he coaches our linebackers and been helping South Spencer football for 34 years, I think, going on. So he's a great guy to have.
Coach Green, I don't think he was saying this, but it's not like he was saying you're just an old football coach is what it sounded like to me. Is that how you think it too?
Yeah, especially the old part.
It's anytime you're taking you're new to program your first year there's always things that that it gets crazy after a while. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Give us a grade. How's Coach Neighbors done so far?
Give him an A+.
There you go. Listen, Coach Neighbors, I got to ask you the one thing right off the bat. You graduate. Ty Brown, who did a little bit of everything at the quarterback spot. Running the football, safety. Has anybody won the quarterback job yet, or is it still an open competition?
It's still open. We got a couple of sophomores that are battling it out. We're going to be kind of young across the board, similar to Coach Webb. What he said at Tell City, we've got a big sophomore class and some smaller junior and senior classes, but a couple sophomores that are battling it out right now.
And Coach, talk a little bit about the summer. Obviously with Indiana, you get the workouts. You can do them kind of anytime you want. Have you guys already had some workouts with other teams, kind of scrimmage? I know even in Indiana, you guys can go uppers and no lowers and work out with the team. Have you done any of those? And if so, who and how's it gone?
Yeah, the last week in June, we went down to Evansville, Bosse, and we scrimmaged with Bosse and Mount Vernon. Then this past Thursday, we scrimmaged with Louis Central. We saw a big jump, I thought, from June to this past week, the way our guys responded and played.
Coach Green, talking about young, let's talk about the linebackers who are going to kind of lead that defense. How's that room looked? Who has stood out so far for you?
That if I had to say who was starting right now, we'd have 2 seniors and 2. The seniors are good players. They've worked hard, strong kids, tough kids. Sophomores have a lot of being. It's a great.
And he talked about being a 1A school, and we talk about how Indiana's a little different than Kentucky. Your conference is not made up. In Kentucky, when you play the district, it's all the people in your same class. Your conference, once again, probably the smallest school in your conference. You're playing a lot of bigger schools. How tough is it for a 1A school? Like he talked about, we had guys going both ways to get through a 9-game, regular season and then into the sectional.
Yeah, it can be really tough. I mean, if you have one key kid that gets an injury, that's 2 positions, maybe 3 or 4 if the playing team is. It can have a great impact on your team, So the biggest key is trying to stay healthy through a really tough schedule.
Coach, with this being your first year, taking over for Coach Daming, who's near and dear to my heart. He coached me at Owensboro Middle School back in the 90s, so that's my guy right there. But, South Spencer, building a program in the vision that you guys got and obviously the South Spencer supporters around the program. I know in the past, they would have a youth team that would play over here in Owensboro. Talk about some of the auxiliary things around it, building the program, but from building back the booster club and maybe having youth travel ball. What are some of your ideas for the vision and the future of football at South Spencer High School?
Yeah, the Pocket has started their own kind of youth league, and we're involved in that. And so we have, as of yesterday, we have like 85 kids signed up in our youth program. That's K through 6, which is good for us. 29 like in the 5th and 6th grade, and then it kind of trickles down from there. Yeah, we travel around. We play 8 different teams in the youth level, and then 3rd and 4th grade do the same. Flag is the K through 2 grade, and they play each other still. But then middle school, again, we're in the Pocket. We play those teams through the middle school. But as far as just growing the program, it's getting kids excited about playing football. I think we've seen that. We had a lot of kids in the youth that have never played signed up to play this year. Just getting out and being visible to those guys, getting our high school players to the elementary schools and getting them visible and getting them excited to come watch us play on Fridays.
One guy you had coming back from last year, Ethan Fuquay, was probably the leading rusher coming back. Like we talked about, Ty Brown going off and playing baseball at Indiana State. Do you see a bigger role for Ethan in the offense this year, or is that still kind of all up in the air, or anymore with it, especially in Kentucky with the transfer portal? Is Ethan still in school? That's what we want to know.
Well, unfortunately, Ethan's decided not to play this year.
There you go. That's the great day about Media Day. We get to learn some things.
Yeah. But no, like I said, we're going to be young across the board. We've got, said a couple sophomore running backs as well, a couple sophomores battling out for quarterback, and some good offensive line. We do have some seniors coming back, Braden Hughes and Tate Schulte, that have stepped up and been leaders this summer, and we expect them to have big seasons.
One thing we saw that in the last couple of years, the South Spencer, really reinvesting into the football program. They did a big, huge upgrade with the facilities. We were there last year for a tailgate show. A great fan base. Talk about the support that you get. South Spencer football gets.
Yeah, our community loves their athletics, and they rally around our teams and they come support us. And it's great to have a nice new facility for everybody to come enjoy it at. And, we have an administration team and superintendent and the principal at the high school that support our athletes fully. And we've even kind of got the advanced PE back in our schools so our athletes can lift weights during school. We don't have to take up practice time. We're really trying to grow the athletic program over there. Bring it back to where it was.
Coach Green, that was one thing I think from when I was in high school now is so many schools now are having those weightlifting programs for athletes during, and it's not like we all had like a weightlifting class, but this is a true, football or, basketball weightlifting thing. That's I think it's a great thing that schools are doing. I think it's a huge advantage at schools that do that now.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And it takes a quite of a head coach, coach strength coach, so 30 in the morning and looking to wait. Just not have to do it.
Both of you coaches, you guys have had a long summer so far, and as we're almost getting to August now, Coach, and we'll start with you, Coach Neighbors, and then Coach Green will go to you. What's the one thing you feel the best about the team, and what's the one thing you want to see improve about the team? And Coach Neighbors, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think we're coming together as a team. I think that's probably the biggest thing. And sometimes, with social media and the way kids don't hang out as much anymore, I think that's a big part of high school sports is being a close group, and then what we need to work on, we just got to get experience. We're going to be really young, and as our guys progress through the season, kind of like Coach Webb said, we want to be peaking, in October and not August. So, that's we just want to see progression as we go.
I agree with Coach Neighbors. He's done a great doing some team building. Just getting the kids to do more interactive with one. Just, you said coming together, teams. Again, we're the seeing this year.
You know, if I had to ask Coach Davis before we get you out of here, if they're, you know, there's always that one position group that kind of keeps you up the night. Like for this team to kind of reach whatever its ceiling may be, but to reach its ceiling, what's the one position group right now that you think that has to make the biggest jump between now and let's say, you know, week 9 in the regular season? You get to the end of the regular season, you've reached your ceiling. What position group has made the biggest jump, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's always starts with the offensive line and defensive line. We can protect our guys and open up some holes for our running game. You know, that's gonna pay off in the end. And playoff football, you know, you have to be able to run the football. So I'd say it's gonna start there.
I've got to ask you guys because it's so different from over here. Do you guys like the kind of the blind draw in the sectional? Because you know, whether you go like 10-0, you may be on the road in the first round. You go 0-10, you may be at home. You guys have been over there a long time. Do you like this blind draw that they do in Indiana with the sectional, Coach Green?
You know, I don't know that I like the blind draw. I do like the tournament, the fact that every team's in the tournament, so it gives you something to play for, even if you're having poor season. You know, you could say, well, we still got an opportunity when it comes sectional,
right, especially with the conferences, because you're playing teams in your sectional that you've never played. A lot of them you hadn't played all year. But you know, how about you? Do you wish they would do something where maybe teams you reward? I mean, I like the idea everybody makes the playoffs, but if you have a great regular season, I think you should be rewarded with a home playoff game. Would you like to see something, whether it be like an RPI or a power ranking, that you get home games, or do you just like the blind draw?
I don't care for the blind draw a lot. I think, you know, like you saw last year with Harry Chills, and they had to play Gibson Southern you know, early in the tournament. And then, you know, if you go undefeated and you got to play the second best team the first week, I think it puts a lot of unnecessary pressure on your kids. So, yeah, I'd like to see us seeded in the tournament.
And we've seen that with South Spencer basketball. You know, we've seen them beat Southridge by like 30 and then have to play them again 2 weeks later, and Colson Montgomery drops 40. That was unfortunate. Talk about the pocket small school division real quick. Just give a quick overview of what you're looking at in conference this year.
Yeah, so Southridge moved up to the big school, which kind of is on our favor. So it's us, Forest Park, Tell City, Pike Central, North Posey. Yeah. I think, you know, if you're going into the season, you got to think North Posey's probably the favorite. They've been consistent for several years now. You know, we're going to show up every week ready to play. It's a tough conference to play in and week out, and excited to see where we stand up.
Well, Coach Neighbors, Coach Green, thanks for coming over and joining us here for Southwire Football Media Day. It's great to get to meet you guys, and good luck on Friday nights on the upcoming season.
Thanks for having us.
And we'll take a short break, and when we come back, Dave, we got the defending champions in the house.
First time.
For the first time ever, Heritage Hills now in our coverage area. You're listening to Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
Calling all sports fans, collectors, and future legends. Are you ready to soar big? At Sports Country, every pack of sports trading cards is a shot at glory. They've got thousands of packs waiting for you. NFL, basketball, hockey, soccer, even Pokemon cards of memorabilia. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shanny's Car Wash, Owensboro's #1 sports sandstone.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we are here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1353. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
You looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none, and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Audubon Federal Credit Union is here for you. From home renovations to saving for college or buying a new car, managing money is not what it used to be. Audubon Federal Credit Union offers solutions that fit your budget and needs. Stop in at 1429 Breckenridge Street and see what we can do for you.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates, personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of 3 locations in Jefferson, Greenville, Owensboro, and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit. American CUA Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with RE/MAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
At Ohio Valley Insurance, we believe in supporting our communities. We know that our student athletes work hard and are a vital part of our communities and the future of our towns. Ohio Valley Insurance, experts in the field, supporting all student athletes and all your insurance needs.
From weekly curbside pickup to roll-off and industrial dumpsters, Elite Waste Services handles it all with efficiency and care. Proudly serving Davis and McLean counties with service that's always on time and always reliable. For more info, you search Elite Waste Services on Facebook.
Step back in time at Walls Drive-In, serving up hot off-the-grill burgers, golden fries, tenderloins, and hand-dipped ice cream just like you remember. Cruise on down to 402 Washington Street in Cannleton. Walls Drive-In, where every bite is a blast from the past. Struggling with pain? Advanced Rehabilitation is your expert in physical therapy, injury management, and sports rehab. Relief for back, knee, neck pain, arthritis, and more in Jasper, Tell City, and Santa Claus. Advanced Rehabilitation. Move better, live better.
Come celebrate with us at the Calhoun Pharmacy on September 1st at 9 a.m. for our ribbon cutting. First 25 guests get a free gift. We'll have snacks, a photo booth, and giveaways all day. Come find us at 117 KY 815 in Calhoun. Open 9 to 6. Can't wait to see you there.
Looking for a career with great pay and benefits? We're hiring. Whether you're a skilled welder, experienced production worker, Class A CDL driver, or have clerical and administrative experience, we want you to join our team. Apply today at Express Employment Professionals and become part of a team that supports you every step of the way. Call Express now at 270-240-5511. Don't wait. Your future starts now at Express by calling 270-240-5511.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game, also live streamed on the 102.7 The Game YouTube page. But before we get to the defending state champs, Dave, Heritage Hills, you're going to tell me about some people making all this possible.
Can't do it live, Reed. I'm too excited about Heritage Hills right now. Culverth from Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance. One big shout out to the Tell City Football Boosters Club, Audubon Federal Credit Union, and the McLean County Public Library.
And I also want to give a big shout out to Webb It's Web Design Company.
Yes.
You see the hats right there. They got a hat for each team. Web Design Company made all the hats for the coaches, and so always check them out too over there in Tell City. Web,
yes.
I think it's MacWeb that has the hats over there. You know,
got that beautiful, look at that beautiful leather patch on the front right there.
I love it.
The old school Patriots. That's the old school. That's the Drew Bledsoe Patriot over there.
There you go. And we're going to be joined by the guy who's been the helm there, going on his 14th year. First year here for our media day. Welcome to 102.7 The Game, Coach Wilkerson.
Yeah, thanks for having us. We're happy to be here.
You know, I've said I'm not sure there's a team in the ESPN Owensboro area that has a bigger kind of bullseye on their back. You look at the last 2 years, runner-up in the state championship game, then you win the state championship game. I think it's 27-3 the last 2 years. How have the guys handled having the bullseye on their back so far this all season?
I think they've handled it well. I think we understand that last year was great, but it's over. We sell that message, and we just do what we do in the summer. Nothing's changed. We have the same goals coming into this year. We know we're in 4A this year, so that changes the landscape a little bit. But this group has proven that they're winners. They expect to win when they go out there on Friday night. They're a fun group to coach.
I've got to ask you that because I think the people in Kentucky sometimes don't understand Indiana on the rules. You have this kind of bump system where in a 2-year time frame, if you get so many points, you get bumped up. Do you like that? I mean, I think in Indiana where you see a team win 4 or 5 straight, I wish there was something we did. But how do you like that system in Indiana where you get bumped up? And I think, in the next 2 years, if you don't get so many more points, you come back down. Do you like that system?
I do. I think something had to be done in Indiana. We were in a situation where a lot of, some of our powerhouses in our larger municipalities were some of your private schools in Indianapolis were just dominating the smaller classes. And I think it's helped give a little parity and allow some schools to move up, move down, and it shakes things up a bit. So I've liked it.
I've got to ask you, you had the big announcement, a couple weeks ago where, Jet commits to Ole Miss. You get Tyler Ruxer commit to Oklahoma. Just want to talk about those two guys. What makes those two kids so special?
Yeah, they just worked extremely hard. I think at a young age, they realized they wanted to play college football. They tremendous workers in the weight room on their speed. I think their speed is really what helped them get, to the SEC. So they really worked on that. I think our program has helped them develop that over the last couple of years. And then they both have just, they're relentless kids on the field. They've made plays on the field. They've been a huge part of our success the last. So excited, getting 2 kids to go to the SEC is pretty amazing for a small rural school in Indiana.
Not just that, I think there was another one just committed to Western or something. I mean, it's not a 2-man show. I think that's what people miss that.
Right, it's not. We've got a really nice football team. We've had a really nice football team for a couple of years.
For about 30 years, Coach. Let's be honest. Right, Stills has had a football team for about 40 years. It's been really good. And what coming in a small town there, where you're at, what makes this program so special that year in and year out, it's right up there at the top of whatever class is in Indiana?
I think it's about the community support. I mean, for many years, our community just bought into supporting football. I think our parents support their kids to be a part of the program. When you develop some tradition and some history in a program, it just helps you all the way through. You've got guys that are coaching, your 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th graders that played 20 years ago, and they're selling the same thing, and everybody's bought in. And I think there's something to, having won a state championship or 2. It's not as much of a something out there that's just an idea or a dream. Kids in the community know it can happen. So, I think you put all that together and you can have great success in football.
Yeah, Coach, I know, unfortunately, a couple weeks ago over in Evansville, the big right 7-on-7, and we got over there and got rained out. We were down there. Owensboro was playing Memorial. You guys were playing Modern Day, and I know you guys have probably had some scrimmages like the other teams too. Talk about that, obviously, and how that went against Modern Day, but also talk about how some of the workouts and how you feel like those have gone so far.
Yeah, we've had a good summer. We've got 3 guys on the state Legion, the Rockport Legion baseball team. So 3 of our guys that kind of go 2 ways, receivers and defensive backs, weren't there for the rights deal. So we were a little undermanned there, but we competed. It got rained out, so we couldn't tell a whole lot there. Last Thursday, we scrimmaged Floyd Central out of Indiana. They're a 5A school over near New Albany. I thought it went very well. I was happy with our defense. I think that's my question mark this year is where's our defense at? We lost all our linebackers last year, so we've got 3 new linebackers. Probably that's the biggest area we have to replace. And I was very happy with the way they played. So we're kind of at the end of our summer. right now. We're going to take a week off this week and then get ready to go for first official practice next week.
Vic, I do know one thing. We don't get the football fix in July, kind of like they do in June and July in Indiana, because they scrimmage. We're going to have to start requiring all Indiana coaches in the coverage area to let us know when they're need football in my veins this time of year. But again, a big season coming up, guys, and talk a little bit real quick, Coach. We're going to get to the players here in just a second, but give us a couple of names that this tri-state maybe doesn't know yet.
Oh gosh, well, hopefully Gabe Jackson over here on the right. He's been starting at offensive line for 2 years. Probably our leader.
Well, I didn't
on
think
the
he was a
offensive line.
kicker. I will promise you that. He walks in and he blocked out the sun.
No, he's probably the anchor of our offensive line. Does a tremendous job. We'll play more defensive line this year. Hayden Smith started at center for us last year. Played D-line. We're going to stand him up on defense and put him at middle linebacker to stuff the run as well. So he's going to be a two-way starter at center and middle linebacker. Trenton Collins rotated in at the offensive line last year. We'll start at right tackle this year and also play some D-line. So, obviously these guys are a big part of our leadership. Looking forward, we've got a nice skill group. Peyton Gray is a kid who's signed to play baseball at Western Kentucky. He came out and played with us last year, a big wide receiver. Micah Toller, another kid who's up at the Legion baseball tournament, going to be a great athlete for us in the secondary and in the receiving squad. Dalton Pledger played corner for us last year. As a senior, he's going to move in and play linebacker for us this year. He's put on some weight and strength, so we look for him to really be a leader. Tice Winchell played primarily defense last year. We'll probably start at running back this year along with Pledger. So really nice offensive skill group. Very excited about our offensive skill group and our offensive line. We basically rotated 7 guys last year, and we have 5 of them back. So very excited about that. Just about shoring up, making sure we're good to go at the linebacker position, and getting our new running backs going. And I'm excited about the year.
I was going to say you graduated Hunter Meredith. It was over 1,000 yards last year. So that's something on the offense you're looking to replace. Anybody stand out there yet, or is it still a really good competition at the running back spot?
Well, I think we rotate a lot of guys because we play a lot of guys both ways. So we're kind of just seeing how a guy's feeling. We'll rotate him in. So I think Tice and Dalton Pledger will rotate at running back there, and they'll play a little slot as well. Andrew James is probably in the 3rd position, and we'll rotate 3 running backs. We're a spread team, usually just one running back in there. We basically have another running back.
Right. Yeah, he was also over 1,000 yards too.
A lot of times. So we feel like our running back position can support Jet in the running game. I think he ran for almost 1,700 last year. So we feel good about the 2 athletes we have there.
Well, we'll get to Jet. First of all, congratulations on the commitment to Ole Miss. I was going to say that, it was a great year, but these guys walk in. This makes it be really easy. I mean, you got your own, security system here that travels with you, Jet. Talk about your offensive lineman. I'll tell you what, hold on 1 second. I'm going to have you turn that mic. I'm going to have you kind of share the mic there. We're having trouble with that mic. Evidently, I'm going to have you share that mic there so the people can hear you out there. If you'll just kind of lean in there.
It's good.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Our offensive line is really good. Most of our line is seniors this year, so it's going to be really good. I think our starting is all seniors, so obviously we'll do good there. Just got to stay healthy. And then, we have some juniors that are going to step up and, just need some breaks. We have a good junior class that's going to do well for us this year. A lot of, younger kids that are going to step up, grow up a little bit this year and, play some big time football. But last year we had a really good line. Just lost, 2 kids, Parker and Joe Quinn. They were really good for us. But I think we'll do good with what we have this year. Just got to stay healthy, like I said. But the offensive line's the biggest thing. It's the biggest thing. It helps everything. It's the most important position in football. I really think, and I believe, because you can't go anywhere without an offensive. So the run game starts with them. The pass game starts with them. I'm really excited for what we have this year. Obviously, we gotta keep grinding these couple of weeks, before the season starts. 2 days are really good for us. Being able to, practice twice a day, getting and knowing learning the plays more. Line, getting in more condition, and then even receivers, running backs, just knowing the plays. We got a lot of guys that, like you said, played playing Legion ball right now. So they've been out a couple, practices, a couple of scrimmages and stuff. So, that's going to help us a lot going through this, them learning more of the plays and just getting better because I really think this year, about the fray, same mindset. Last year we were state champs, but that was last year. So that doesn't really matter this year. That's really what I think the most. A lot of people come in here, defending state champs, but guess what? That doesn't matter this year. I don't think it's game. It's time to grind. It's time to, step it up again because, it's a little different. A lot more one-way players in 4A, a lot more, people on a squad. So, you got to get in shape. You got to play right. You got to stay healthy. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. So I'm really excited for this year. I think our offensive line's going to be the biggest thing, and our running backs and our wide receivers. Our offense is going to be really good. Maybe better than this year, I think. But, we got to work on defense. But I think we'll be pretty stout there too.
Speaking of two ways, I know everybody knows you as a quarterback, but you also play some safety. And, Dave here watches more film than I think anybody that I know. He's a film junkie.
Hey, Jet's the real deal.
Right. He tells me that you can lay the lumber there at safety. I've got to ask you, is it the 60-yard touchdown run or is the big hit across the middle? Which one gets Jet's juices flowing more?
I don't know, man. Honestly, I just like playing football. It's going to suck, not playing both ways when I go to college. But I might end up doing a little bit of both. I don't know yet. I'm staying in the present right now. I'm trying to get my football team better for this year. But honestly, I like playing the boom. But at the same time, it's nice scoring 80-yard touchdowns or 90-yard touchdowns.
Jet, are you returning kicks and punts as well?
I do kick return. I've done punt returns in the past, but I like kick returning more. We have a couple guys that stick to punt return like Tyson. Tyler, they're back there most of the time, and Peyton Gray. But coach likes to keep me healthy as much as possible, keep me on the sideline, not trying to get hit as much.
Well, you do got to breathe every once in a while.
Yeah.
I will say I always tease quarterbacks about taking their offensive linemen out to dinner. I have a feeling these guys can put away some food. We'll go to one of the big offensive linemen here, Gabe Jackson. And Gabe, hope he is taking to dinner every now and then. Please tell me he is.
I'm still waiting for that. No, he's promised once this year, and so I'm looking for Texas Roadhouse. We can put away some rolls.
I was going to say, something tells me you can put away a little bit of food. We talk about the move to 4A, and I know you guys played a tough sectional last year. It was a really tough sectional. But look at this year, you're talking like Boonville, Evansville Central, Harrison, Jasper, Wrights. Those are some traditionally really good football teams. What are you doing preparing yourself for this offseason, knowing you're making that jump up and going up against a lot of guys that may be one way? What have you done the offseason to kind of prepare for that?
Yes, absolutely. So we're still attacking it the same way we attacked it every year. It's still the same postseason, just new teams, new division. But we're still, pushing ourselves as hard as we can in the weight room, field, and the field. Eating, drinking, hydrating as much as we can. So I think it's just more of the same. Obviously, we know it's going to be a big step up. Facing teams that we have to play on first and
just lean in just a little bit. There you go.
Sorry, playing 4A for the first time. But we're just excited. It's a new year, new us, and go as hard as we can.
I love Coach Wilkerson bringing 3 linemen. They're the guys that don't get talked about enough. But I got to ask you, since we got 3 linemen here, who's the smartest of the 3 linemen that are here?
It kind of.
You can say you. They're all pointing at you. You can say you.
I don't like talk about myself too much. But I like to say that we we work together real well. That's the best offensive line, is when we work as one unit. And I think that really kind of sets us apart, is how we're able to.
We'll go down here to Hayden real quick, and it's going to be the center. So you got this guy up underneath you all the time. Talk about your quarterback a little bit, Hayden.
He's a little goofy at points, but he keeps us in line. We have very good communication from the team. We can know what our first few steps are going to be. He can read the defense very well, and we work together great as a team.
And Trent, I've got to ask, it's such a great tradition at Heritage Hills. Jet happens just to be maybe the second best quarterback to play there, But, talk about what that means to you and putting on that jersey on Friday nights and suiting up with these guys every Friday night for a team with the school with that much tradition.
It's just great because these are my brothers, and I want every Friday night pads on, fight together.
Just lean in just a little bit. There you go.
So we fight together. win and lose together, work as a team. It's just going to be great to look back on, and love the community. They all come out support us. And we all just have so much fun.
Well, Gabe's the smartest, we found out. Which one of you guys, who's winning the eating contest? Like, if we put a hot dog eating contest down there, who's winning that thing? Jet, the quarterback dog eating contest.
Yes.
I like it. I like it. And Hayden, you know, talk about your coach. You know, Coach Wilkerson. He's been there. I mean, what a career he's had there, and it's going to go on and on. I mean, you can't retire there, but talk about what he means to you. Not maybe as a football coach, but just also as a mentor and somebody that you look up to.
Yeah, he's a great coach. He's been here for a long time. We just put in a new offense. I mean, it's working great. He's there for whenever we need us. He works in our school, so we can go see him throughout the day if we have any problems. And he's just all around a great guy.
And Coach, real quick, you know, just taking a look at the schedule. Obviously, open up with the county rivalry there, North versus South. You know, Patriots versus Rebels, Civil War of Spencer County there. But you know, looking at the schedule, you got Apollo from here in Owensboro.
Yeah, it's a 1027 the game of the week in week 2. We'll be there.
Absolutely, looking forward to that one. You guys got, you know, so I look at Southridge, you know, Gibson Southern, and then obviously that move to 4A is going to present some postseason challenges. But just looking at the schedule real quick, you know, what stands out to you, Coach?
Well, it's changed again. You know, the order, it seemed for years, many years, I had our schedule locked in my brain and knew what it was. You know, anybody asked me. Last couple of years, we've gone through some change with different conferences. But, you know, I think it prepares us for the postseason. You know, we got some really good programs there. We haven't played Apollo at the varsity level. We've been playing them at the freshman level, so we're a little bit familiar, but I'm excited about that game. You know, Southridge and Gibson have been successful in the postseason in 3A. So we know they're going to get us ready for the tournament.
Yeah, Coach Hart does a great job.
Yeah, they do a tremendous job over there. You know, our schedule kind of flipped a little bit. We kind of end the season with Boonville and North Posey, which are two pretty strong programs in Indiana. So you know, we'll be ready. As Jet said, for us, we're not a real deep team, so it's about staying healthy. You know, really trying to take care of ourselves and make sure we're staying healthy and we're playing our best football at that time of year.
I got to ask you real quick. I just want to pull the curtain back because I see on social media really the involvement that the Heritage Hills Booster Club, the quarterback club, has over there. What's it like? You know, everybody knows the Jungle on Friday nights is the place to be, right? But what's it like to have that level of support with a booster club that's so involved? And talk about what that means to the program.
Yeah, it's tremendous. I mean, like we said, you know, the community support financially, just in any way possible. You know, anytime these guys are up for awards, the community's voting. You know, we get tremendous votes and a great following from our community. But the expectations are high. You know, I'm telling you that too. So it's one of those things that I think it helps drive the whole process. Great support, but high expectations. You know, kids show up and they understand, you know, their fathers have played in the program. They understand the time it takes in the off season to be great in season. And I think that's really what's really important. You know, the commitment of our athletes in the off season to get their bodies right, work on their speed, be ready for the season. And then, you know, great coaches. We've got a great coaching staff, a lot of guys who have played in our program. And you put all that together, and it's a recipe for success, and we love it.
Trent, we're going to ask. Since we got the 3 linemen, I want to talk about this. So we'll start with you, Trent, and then we'll go to Hayden, and down here to Gabe. You know, every coach will tell you, you know, the quarterback and you know the receivers. You know, on the write-ups, they all get the accolades in the papers. But every coach will tell you, you know, it starts up front. And you got to win up front, and it's all about communication and how you guys get along together. Talk about just the relationship. You know, he talks about how you had 7 guys last year, 5 of you came back. Talk about the relationship that you have with your offensive lineman teammates and how well you guys get along and how much work together you put in to make it a one cohesive group.
Our relationship is strong. I mean, it's like brothers. I mean, we fight for each other. We work as a team, and our communication on the line is just excellent. Always talking to each other, make sure we know who's asking each other that they know what they're doing. I mean, it's just excellent.
You know, and being the center, Hayden, that communication has got to start with you. Talk about the relationship that you have with your offensive line teammates.
Yeah, it all started back in like 4th and 5th grade when we played Lineman football together. We used to play against each other. Now we're moving up into the middle school and high school leagues. We're all seniors on the starting 5. together. We start with our communication right there on the front line, getting our double teams up to our linebackers and everything. There's some pretty great guys.
Hayden's got to call those blitzes, man. Like that's a big deal. He's got to identify them.
I got to ask you before I go to Gabe. You know, when you guys are, let's say you have a bad series or whatever, how's Jet in the offense in the huddle saying, "Come on, guys, I mean, we got to be better than that." How's his leadership in the huddle?
It gets pretty chaotic sometimes.
He doesn't remind me as a guy that doesn't like to talk a little bit. I will promise you that.
Yeah, we try to stay away from pointing fingers at each other. I mean, it's a group thing up there in the front line. We get together. We compete every week for the lineman of the week. We get all of them pancake blocks and just finish our blocks out strong and lead us to a touchdown.
Gabe will come down here. You talk about that, the relationship you have with these linemen and these guys that you've grown up with, and how, you know, just the way you guys handle yourself and how you guys want to go out as a group and put the best performance on the field each and every Friday night.
Yeah, absolutely. So even off the football field, if anybody's putting a pay in the community, landscaping jobs, whenever we're asking for help, it's usually a lot of these offensive linemen that we've been training with every day at practice. We have our second practice throughout the day, shovel and rock. We're, on bales. We got Jet all the time out there. A lot of people. And I think that definitely helps build our brotherhood because we're always working with each other, whether it's in the weight room, practice, anything. So that definitely helps with our communication. We always know what each other are doing. We're not talking most of the time. Still talk and communicate just so we shoot.
And most importantly, as these hot summer, it's been incredibly hot this summer. Who's got the party boat for Christmas Lake Village? Like I know you guys got to go out there, go over there. Mark Blankenbaker over there. So who's got the boat over there?
I wouldn't say anyone really has a boat on the lake, but we usually go to Tyler Ruxer's house. He has a pool. He's got one of the nicer, backyards with the pool and stuff. So we go over there and hang out. Sometimes, after some of the games, the beginning of the season, we'll go after the games and, so go hang out and, chill. But I'd say Tyler Ruxer, has probably the best backyard and stuff. But overall, we all just go and hang out at each other's house. So
of course they go party at Baby Gronk's house.
Before we get out here, Coach, I got to ask. Every team has a ceiling. If there's a position group right now that gives you a little bit of pause, that says, "Hey, for us to reach that ceiling, whatever it may be, this is the group I need to take one more step up." What group would that be right now?
Yeah, I'd say just the unknown of in-game competition. Our linebacking group, our running back. We lost basically that group to graduation, but from what I've seen in the scrimmage, we're going to be okay. I'm very happy with the way they played in the scrimmage. So, we'll keep coaching them, keep getting better, and I think our ceiling is pretty high this year.
Well, guys, we appreciate you coming over to Media Day. We're glad we finally, I don't know why it took so long, but now you're in the ESPN Owensboro coverage area. We're looking forward to being over there Friday night when you play Apollo. I'm sure I'll be reaching out to you, Coach, for our nightly scoreboard show on Friday nights called Friday Night Lights Out. And whatever you do, Jet, get these guys to Texas Roadhouse. Come on now. Got to make that happen. But good luck this Friday, and thanks for coming.
Yes, thank you for having us. Yeah,
and
thank you.
When we come back, we're going to come on this side of the river, and we'll get McLean County as you're listening to Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
Discover the timeless charm of Wellburn's Florist on East 4th Street in Owensboro, a third-generation family business delighting our community since 1958. Whether you're celebrating life's milestones or moments in between, our expert florists can help you craft arrangements for every occasion. From birthdays and anniversaries to weddings and proms to express sympathy or just because, we're your destination for flowers that speak from the heart. Let us help you make your special occasions unforgettable. At Wellburn's, we're more than just a florist.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Need roofing help? Roof Girl has you covered. Free inspections and estimates, plus gutters, fascia, and vinyl siding too. Call Call 270-392-4768 and find reviews by searching Roof Girl Paula on Facebook.
Smile with the best. Rest Dental has been voted Best Dental Office 4 years in a row. Experience award-winning care, friendly service, and a reason to smile. Call today and see why we're number one.
Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Mac and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 1205 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hut.
Are you car shopping? Need one for your kid? Having trouble getting approved? Stop hearing, "Come back in 6 months." Or how about the boring,
Sorry, we can't help you.
Or,
Do you even have a cosigner?
at Vance Car, we have the answer 99.9% of the time to your car problems. With 300 vehicles to choose from and only $2,000, our team will get you approved and on the road same day. Choose Vance Car, where you become family. Forever!
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
The Tale City Football Booster Club is proud to represent the players and coaches from Tale City Junior and Senior High School. We want to wish all local teams the best of luck in their season this upcoming fall.
Kintron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business for 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kintron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Heston, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking past few rains? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, David Clark here. And Dave, you're going to tell me about some people. Before we get to Meade, you're going to tell me about some people making all this possible.
Absolutely, Vic. Can't do it without our great sponsors. Big shout out to Wellborn Florist, guys. Don't wait till you get in the doghouse. Go see Wellborn Florist down on 4th Street. Davis County Cooperative Extension Services, Mr. Sparky of Northwest Kentucky, and Papa John's Pizza.
Hey, without them, we couldn't do what we do here. And now we're being joined by Meade County. Got the brand new coach, Coach Blake Powers, who couldn't make it today. He had a professional day at school. One of those newer, I think the new teachers and new things they all had to do, so he couldn't make it. Coach Beard's here with us, and also with the great players here. But Coach, I mean, since Coach Powers is not here, we'll ask right off the bat. Give him a grade so far. Where he's at so far with as the new Meade County coach taking over Coach Mofield, who's been there, I think, since I was born.
Yeah, I would say Coach Powers definitely with this transition. He's an A in my. It's been a lot of transition, obviously for Meade County in the offseason at the coaching level. Coach Powers coming on as a new head coach, new coordinators. Myself, I'm a new coach. We've gotten through the storming and the hopefully we're into the norming phase, and really like to get to the performing phase in the season. But it's been very well done. It's been very smooth and transparent for the most part to a lot of people. It's very good. It's kind of a new perspective for the program, and Coach Powers has a long history with Meade County, so it's enhancing the traditions, it's appreciating the traditions, and it's expounding on the legacy that has already been laid for us. So very exciting.
It's got to be completely organized. And when you come from his background in the military and coach up at West Point, I mean, it's got to be down and organized to a T.
It is, and it's that, taking those small things, the attention to detail, and showing the players how, progression from drills to team to games, and just really keeping the pride of Meade County at the forefront, and focusing on the small things and focusing on each other and forming this team. It's been a wonderful offseason.
And coming off a year 5-6, lost an unbelievable game in the first round to Great Crossing. Now you've changed districts. Where you kind of get out of that district. I think it was Male and Trinity and those, and into a district that you're usually normal of, that you're used to. But we had to start at the quarterback position. Cade Scott graduates. He's now throwing balls down there at Tulane. Has the quarterback spot been earned, or is it still an open competition right now? No, you may not know. Has Coach Pyers let you in on the secret yet?
Sort of. It's Coach Powers is very transparent. We've got a good competition going right now with Mr. Ethan Jolly and Mr. Ian Flaherty. They are competing fiercely every rep, every practice. Nothing's decided right now. Both showing a lot of great potential, and both working very, very hard for that spot. Obviously, it's very coveted, but it's fun to watch them compete as they learn the new system, learn the new coaches, and the positivity and the amount of effort that those young men are putting forward for that position in particular. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, Coach, I got to see you guys over at the Evansville Wright 7-on-7. And really, to be honest, the jump you guys made from the first game I watched to the second game I watched was great. Do you guys see that same progression as, when Coach Powers came in, and a lot of new processes and procedures and new ways of doing things from the time he came in to where you guys are at now? Is it that same jump I saw from game 1 of the 7-on-7 to game 2?
The players are they are very, very coachable. The attitude that they bring to practice, Coach Powers, very, very easy to work with. Right time, right place, right uniform, right attitude. Bring those to practice every day, and you can see the progression. Coach Powers keeps it. He's very, very honest. So if the practice maybe wasn't as great, players are going to know, and they know what to work on. And so we are seeing that progression daily, weekly, sometimes between sessions. And we just finished 2-a-days, and you would see the jump, the elevation in the game, and the grasp of the concepts maybe a little better. So the work that these players and their teammates have put in is phenomenal. It's humbling as a coach when they're that receptive to the new ways of doing things. It's been an awesome process.
Vic, I won't give away any Meade County secrets, but I will tell you this: if it's 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, and they're going to pass the ball for a first down, good luck trying to defend it. They got a couple really nice short yardage passing plays that are going to be very hard to stop at the high school level.
Not only with a lot of new coaches, as you say, Coach Pyers, new coordinators, yourself being new, on the offensive side, it's going to look a lot different. You talk about Cade Scott graduating, but then the whole receiving core, your leaders with Stoll and Bratcher and Kaiser. The one thing I know on offense you can do, and on defense, is you can look for Wyatt Rainey, because as long as he's healthy, he's going to be running the football and tackling people at the middle linebacker. I've got to ask you, Wyatt. So I know there's been a couple of years, you kind of been, a couple of years ago where you hurt, I think it was the hip or the knee. The knee, missed a lot of time. Off and on, a little hurt last year. Are you 100% healthy right now?
100%, 110%, ready to go.
Talk about when you had to. I know you love to play the game of football, and having to go through those times where the first couple of years where when you were on the field, very put up some big numbers, but did battle injury. How tough was that to you mentally, having to get through that?
At first, when it happens, mentally, it's a little hard on you, just knowing that you're going to miss some time, but when you got an encouraging environment like we have with our coaching staff and our fellow players, just the encouragement and the surroundings I'm followed with, I mean, they just build me up constantly. So it's really not that hard once you get through it. But, I mean, just knowing that there's a season and, you know, you got a couple more years left to guaranteed. So it's overall not that hard.
You know, as a guy that's been, you know, through the wars all back to your freshman year with Coach Mofield, and now you got Coach Pyers moving in. Talk about not so much the adjustment, but I mean, sometimes when you get new eyes and new ideas, you know, it brings a kind of a breath of fresh air to a program or a little bit of excitement. Talk about how this transition so far to Coach Pyers has been for you.
Oh, most definitely. It's been an amazing experience. You know, going from the old school ways of Coach Mofield and Coach Scott, you know, constantly running us and, you know, hard-nosed football, hours, bringing new concepts, new ideas. And, you know, we're all just constantly learning, constantly developing as players, you know, from old teaching techniques, old skill stuff that we've been taught, just being more open to the game. I mean, overall, Powers is just an amazing coach.
You know, and Brandon, I'm going to ask you because I know I interviewed Coach Pyers on Live at 5, and when he got done talking, I was ready to strap him up and play. I mean, he is a very charismatic guy. You know, talk about that, just the charisma that he brings and the passion he brings of football to the program. How, you know, what have you seen on that so far?
You know, he definitely brings like new like encouragement, so I really want to strap up and get out there.
Just lean in just a little bit. There you go.
So me coming off of wrestling, you know, going back into football and track and things, like whenever I had to get used to meeting him and stuff, you know, he definitely made me want to like, in this February, he definitely made me want to strip a bit right then and there. And just like getting to know him, like the way he's teaching and stuff, like it just really makes you like love the game more.
And Braden, tell everybody a little bit about yourself, what positions you play on offense and defense, and your contributions to the team this year.
On offense, I play a little bit of running back and receiver. Then defense, I play just. So, you know, just really got to go out there and do what I know best. And
I've got to ask you, if you're playing some linebacker, you get those, you know, those 7-on-7 drills, the old Oklahoma drill. How tough is it to bring down the guy sitting right next to you? Because that's a big old boy right there. How tough is that?
You know, whenever you're going heads up with him, you just got to like low man wins every time.
Yeah. Lay down. Maybe he'll trip over you. Is that what you're telling me?
You know, just got to toughen up and just get out there ready to hit.
You know what? I've got to ask, because you do go both ways. Is it running over somebody, or is it making the big hit? I mean, if you had to choose one, I mean, which one kind of really gets those juices going the most?
Since freshman year, I've been more of a defensive-oriented player. I mean, you get a 4th and 1, 4th and 2 situation where you got to come up and make a tackle, and you know they're in touchdown situations. I mean, just being dependent on that situation. I mean, I'm more of a defense player, so I got to take that hit on 4th and 1, come through later.
Grayson, you know, introduce yourself to the area and tell a little bit about what positions you play.
I play slot receiver. Switch to safety this year.
Tell you what, hold on.
I tell you what, we're gonna pause right there.
Yeah, just move that mic, and let's grab the one right there from Jesse there, and just lean into there. For some reason, that one mic, whatever mic we put in, has been giving us problems. So we'll just take that one away. There you go. You can sit in his lap. Don't worry about it.
You want me to restart?
Oh, yeah. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
So, switched to safety this year. Last year, I played corner the whole season. And the transition from corner to safety, very different, because corner was way harder, and then safety, you got to really like know how to tackle and be a good tackler. So, yeah.
And how about you, Jesse? I'm guessing an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman if I had to guess, but am I right?
Yeah, you'd be right. I play right guard and defensive tackle.
Okay, and offensive or defensive line, if you had to choose one, I mean, I know you probably you go both ways because you're good at it, but if you had to choose one, is there one that you enjoy more than the other?
I would say I more or less enjoy both equally. I would say defense, I have a bit more freedom, to I can hold on defense. I like that.
And I've got to ask you, Coach Pyers comes in, Coach Mofield, I think was there for 20-something years. I don't remember exactly how long it is. But how is the new regime? I mean, have you enjoyed it? And talk about, not that one's better or worse than the other one, but just talk about some of the differences that you've seen.
Yeah, I would say the experience has been great. There's a lot more attention to detail, and the minute details, they all matter. And just the progression from different drills and such, There's a big difference there. Whole lot more. I wouldn't say a higher standard, but it's a different standard nonetheless.
And how about you, Grayson? I mean, the same thing. I mean, is this something that playing under Coach Fofield, Coach Pyers comes in, a great Meade quarterback on his own. So it wasn't like he was going to change a whole bunch of stuff. He was just going to enhance it and put his stamp on it. If you had to give Coach Pyers a grade right now, what grade would you give him?
No, it's a difference. Yeah, like changes. He's all about the little things, and he's all about pushing people to be better. I like that. And he brings out some new drills and like technique work. So yeah, I like it a lot.
If you're going to give him a grade, A to F, or what would your grade be? He's not listening, so you can be honest.
A. A plus.
Smart answer.
There you go, without a doubt. And it's Coach. You talked about there's a great quarterback competition going on, and we'll ask the other guys too. But as of right now? I mean, is it whoever wins? You felt like you can win with either one of them and go out there and do the job?
Oh, absolutely. I think each player brings something different, something special. The game of football is bigger than one position, and all the players have been talking about that attention to detail. So, it really comes down to whoever the guy is on Friday night, getting the best plan together that supports the team and the talent that we've got. And I think this coaching staff is phenomenal. And they take those small details into account and put the team in the best chance that they have to win. So it'll be.
One of the things, Coach, that we've seen from afar over the past 3 years or so has been the facility upgrades there in Brandenburg. Coach Clanton and all the administration there at Meade County schools. We do that about 100 times a year, but it's been really cool to see from distance. Talk about what those facility upgrades has meant to the football program and the school and the community as a whole.
Right now, Meade County High School is under some significant construction, so we're continuing the upgrades. The facilities, I think that the special thing about the upgrades is that you don't lose the character of the facilities. Meade County Stadium, Hamilton Field, Death Valley is always going to be that way, and it's an intimidating atmosphere to go into. And so, the improvements to enhance that and really bring out the tradition. As we've gone through this transition with the new staff and new system, there's always been one thing that's been kept in the forefront, and that's the tradition, the winning tradition at Meade County and what it means to be a Meade County football player and associated with this program. So a little bit looking at the past to kind of steer us in the direction of the future. Facilities upgrades are ongoing as we speak. In fact, I lost my parking spot a couple weeks ago, but
that's a good problem, though.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have, and we're delighted with the upgrades as they continue.
And I've got to ask why. Every team has a ceiling, and it's all different. But for this team, this Meade County team to kind of reach their ceiling, what do you think? What are some things that you think that has to be done by this team to make sure that they reach what the top of that ceiling is?
We have to. With a bunch of young guys, coming up to play varsity, you have a bunch of finger pointing being done and stuff. But, as this goes on, as we're getting closer to the season, we're all coming together as one. The more that we just play together as a team and as a family, I think that'll really get us over the hump and take us where we need to go.
Go ahead, Jalen. No, it's not.
Yeah, we got it's a dead mic. We'll get Jalen a good working mic there as we're joined by Jalen Doherty here, voice of the McLean County Cougars.
Coach Powers said a couple of weeks ago in an article I read that you were taking snaps at quarterback. How's that going, being probably potentially going into the season being QB1 for the Green Wave?
Absolutely. It's definitely a different position and having to adjust, from running back and linebacker, we're straight downhill, and, there's really not a bunch of thought to it. But definitely, I definitely enjoy the position and, having to grasp every concept instead of just focusing on what the running back's doing, what the linebacker's doing, have to know what he's doing. I mean, it's good as far as being a leader on the team and having to take a bigger leadership role. Overall, I enjoy the positions. It's definitely something to look into.
I've got to ask Braden, every player kind of sets goals that they want to have for the year. Do you have some personal goals of things that you want to accomplish to help this team get to its ceiling?
Definitely. Like last year, I think I had 60 or 70 something tackles. I definitely want to get up there and try to reach that 100 tackle mark. And then for running back, obviously I want to at least break 500 yards. Have at least 700 all positions.
No, that's not bad. And you said you're a wrestler too, right? Did I hear
Yes, sir.
correctly? And talk about, because you see that a lot. You think of linemen, guys that wrestle, kind of the bigger guys that wrestle. But taking some of those wrestling techniques onto the defensive side at linebacker and on the running back side, how does that work?
Oh yeah, like wrestling, it's really like a contact sport, like challenge and technique and all that. I feel like it's definitely helped me on the defensive side, like being able to tackle like bigger boys. So I wrestled 190 this last year. And then on top of that, like balance and stuff. So whenever other guys try to like tackle me, like keep my hand on the ground and like get right back up and keep going.
Now, I mean, can you wrestle Jesse down here? I mean, you see you wrestle at 190. Can you get up a few more pounds and get down there to Jesse?
Yeah, I think I could take him for a few rounds.
Uh-oh. You're not letting the little running back and defensive back or linebacker take you down, are you, Jesse?
No.
And I've got to ask you, the great thing about having linemen is they always have the best personalities, and nobody gets to talk to them because everybody wants to go talk to the quarterback or the running back. It's a new district this year. The South Warren, I think Central Hardin, you guys, and I'm trying to think who the fourth team was. Is it Davis County?
Davis County.
Davis County.
Yeah.
Coming out of the district you're in, into the new district, still good football. Central Hardin's always good. South Warren's one of the powerhouses. Is this something you're looking forward to kind of getting to play? You're playing in a really tough district, getting to play some new teams. Is that something that gets you excited?
Definitely. I like the new competition and the new things we're going to have to look at, the new concepts we're going to have to face, and just power through it,
And Grayson, as he talked about, Meade County football has been a staple, the upgrades that they're doing out there. But talk about what it means to put on that green wave uniform every Friday night and go out there in front of the faithful there.
Oh, it's priceless. Nothing better than putting on a green wave jersey on Friday night lights. It's amazing.
I've got to ask you, and you got to be honest, you got to give us one here. So you got 3 teammates here with you. You got a test on Friday night. Or let's say you got a test Friday at noon. You got to pass it or you don't get to play Friday night. Which one of these 3 guys are you going to help you study?
Definitely wide right.
Well, guys,
guys, just real quick, Coach, give me a name. Just pick 1 or 2 names that of the obviously not the guys that are here right now, but maybe that the community don't know about, but come about halfway through the season, we'll be talking about them here on ESPN Owensboro.
Can I pick on my fantasy high school football team? That's what we're really associated for. Who's going to put up points on my fantasy high school football team?
Well, so I'd like to start with the O-line real quick. And besides Jesse, we got Dylan Tucker and Mac Robinson. They're returning 3-year starters. And Landon Williams at left tackle started some games last year. He's having a great spring, along with a couple really young guys, Abel Logsdon and Darian Pruitt. A lot of potential there. Obviously, Wyatt at running back. We got another player in the backfield, Cruz Redmond. He took a year off, get healthy. He's back at 100%. So really excited about the running back room. Skill, besides Grayson, his running mates, Contrell Mayfield, and the slot position, a little bit of running back, and 2 really good tight ends in Kyler Kleitz and Duncan Rogers. And some young guys, again, providing depth at the receiver position. Jaden Harris, Cannon Scott, Blake Oliver, and Ethan Lasley. So there's some names for your fantasy team.
There you go. We always have to have those.
Yeah, we're excited to get this season underway. We're excited to build on the success and the tradition in Meade County and play some good hard-nosed Green Wave football.
And the Green Wave open up Friday, August 22nd on the road at South Odom.
South Odom, I think got Catholic on the schedule this year,
yeah,
which is a new one. And so I'm looking forward to it. Guys, thank you so much. Coach Beard, thanks for bringing the guys down. I know that, Coach Pyers had to get what taken care of so you could teach out there and coach. We don't need him getting in trouble. But good luck on Friday night. Stay healthy. And thank you so much for coming to Media Day.
Thank you for having us.
And it's when Dave and I come back with Southwire Football Media Day, we'll get one of my favorites, Coach Hoddle.
Yes.
And the Breckenridge County Fighting Tigers. It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game and live streamed on the YouTube page.
At American Legion Post 9 in Owensboro, it's more than a building, it's a mission. We're here to serve those who served and to strengthen our community every step of the way. From supporting local veterans and their families to mentoring youth through programs like Boys State and Girls State, Post 9 stands for honor, leadership, and service. We partner with local charities, host fundraisers, and build bridges between generations. American Legion Post 9, where service continues and community comes first. Follow us on Facebook to get involved and stay connected.
This season, stand out on and off the field with Web Design Company. From custom team gear to spirit wear that pops, they've got your school pride covered. Find Web Design Company on Facebook and rep your team in style. Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Liquid barbecue, for 6 generations cooking for you.
Serving Owensboro for 100 years. Whether you're craving a plate of slow smoked barbecue or need a feast for the family, we've got you covered. Old Hickory Barbecue delivers flavor in every plate. Stop by today. Old Hickory Barbecue, 270-926-9000.
So beat care.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Safety is key when replacing an outlet, so leave it to the pros at Mr. Sparky. We'll get it done right and get it done safely. Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
Calling all sports fans, collectors, and future legends. Are you ready to score big? At Sports Country, every pack of sports trading cars is a shot at glory. They've got thousands of packs waiting for you. NFL, baseball, basketball, hockey, soccer, cars with memorabilia. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shanny's Car Wash. World's #1 sports fan store.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we're here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1352. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Audubon Federal Credit Union is here for you. From home renovations, saving for college, or buying a new car, managing money is not what it used to be. Audubon Federal Credit Union offers solutions that fit your budget and needs. Stop in at 1449 Breckenridge Street and see what we can do for you.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates, personalized service. In the community, there's your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union. 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, and Owensboro. And experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit. And see you at Lineman.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game, also live streamed on the YouTube page. And before I go to Dave for telling us who all make this possible, big thanks to Owensboro Health. They brought all kinds of swag out for the guys, footballs, and also Web Design Company, who made the hats that you see right there in front of. He made the hat for all the coaches that you see right there on the live stream. Make sure you check them out.
And big thanks to our media friends, ABC News 25 out of Evansville. They're here as well, so be sure to go to tristatehomepage.com. They're going to be doing some team previews as well, and it's always good. I've got a lot of media friends that have been invited today, and this is all about highlighting the kids, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
It always is, and to help us do that is our great sponsors for this event. Tell me about some of them, Dave.
Yeah, big thanks to Express Employment Professionals, Justin Nugent with Remax, and Ohio Valley Insurance, and Gino's Pizza.
Hey, without them, we couldn't do what we do. And then we're going to get now to the Fighting Tigers of Brett County, one of my favorite guys in the entire tri-state area, Coach Hoddle. Welcome back, Coach Hoddle.
Hey, thanks for having us, guys.
Hey, no problem. Coming off a year last year, 3-8, lost in the playoffs to Paducah Tillman. Talk about how the all season's gone so far. You've been happy with the production you've got from the guys.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, and we've got it where we've had some things that we've talked about in the past that are now built into the school year, built into the program, to where I can allow these kids to have a little bit more freedom in the off season, whether it be like Joaquin, I know played some ran track. I know like Blake was on balls and things like that. But because we have the ability to, have 5 days a week in the weight room with our strength coach, and they do that school day, he allows those kids to have a little freedom. And I think it allows the kids to be kind of hungry, excited to play football when they get back with us.
That's one like we talked about. That's one where more and more schools are doing that. And I think to get the program, if you're going to build a program, that has to happen to allow those kind of weightlifting programs into the school, because it's really tough to get practice in, and then either we have to lift before school or it's just so much better for a program.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, without Coach Blair does a really good job with them too. And honestly, our after school stuff we do ends up being either some kids who don't have. They have other, co-op, or they might have different electives they take throughout the day. So he comes in, but the Coach Blair also runs after school or runs in middle school. But yeah, that's been a big thing that we've seen this year just how much bigger we actually are. Like up front, it's easily the strongest team I've ever had from top to bottom. Even our skill guys are stronger. And that goes a long way in 4A football to be able to compete whenever, naturally a lot of teams have a little more people than us. They're more, city style. They have a little more talent, a little more athleticism purely than we have. So we think we might be able to kind of, with the addition that we put in the weight room, kind of sometimes play bully ball.
You graduate Lance Poole, who did a little bit of everything for you, whether it be quarterback, running back, defense.
That's Joaquin's half brother. That's what he's like.
Okay. Now, there were times last year Jacob Spitzer took over at the quarterback. Is he the guy coming in? It's QB1?
Yeah. Jake, I think, was ready to play earlier, but I didn't want to throw. It's one of those things as a sophomore, if you have a kid like Lance who can do a lot of different things, you don't want to just throw Jake into the fire if you don't have to. You can let him kind of slowly kind of eke along there and kind of get comfortable. But yeah, he took over the last couple of games there, went and did really well, had a really big game against Edmonson County to finish, and then, had to go deal with the monster that was Paducah Tillman there at the end of the season, though. But that was all good stuff for him, and it kind of showed him what he's capable of. And he's a kid that he's put on a ton of weight. He's a little bit of a shy kid, so we're trying to bring that out. I tried to bring him up here tonight. He didn't quite want to do so. But he's a kid. He's he's like a little Jalen Hurts. He squats 400 pounds as a quarterback and everything else. So kind of excited to see kind of what he can do, both run and pass. And he kind of creates it to where we're a little bit more balanced this year instead of just being so purely can do with his legs a lot of times.
Yeah, Coach, and obviously, you look at over the past, few years, and talent ebbs and flows, but the one thing has been consistent is your leadership with the program. And I know a lot of the area coaches have a lot of respect for you and what you do with the program. And talk about some of the support, there in Breckenridge County. I've heard different things about maybe some maybe new facilities. Is there anything like that in the works?
Oh yeah, and I've always said that a lot of people. I'm kind of oddly enough, I might be the elder statesman in the. This 15th year as the head coach.
Yeah.
Like Coach Mofield retired there. I think I might be the old man of the crew. I don't look right. Like we've got, it should be done hopefully by 2026. Basically, they're building a new middle school, and the new middle school will be built on our existing.
Oh wow!
So basically, as part of the project, they're building our new stadium, and it's going to be kind of behind where the old middle school sits right now. It'll kind of run up, kind of adjacent to the softball field. So, I mean, once you put all that between it'll be a turf field. They'll move our locker rooms, our equipment rooms, offices, everything will be at the stadium. Building a whole new there. They'll put the new 8-lane track in for us. track program with the whole the throwing pits and the jumping pits, because that's what Joaquin does a little bit, all that stuff. So basically by 26, the goal is to where we could host a region track meet.
Yes.
And it's just our board kind of putting that the last little bit we need to kind of put us on par with everybody else. They did the weight room a few years ago. They did the baseball, softball gym as good as about any of them. And honestly, once this gets finished, I'd put our stuff up against just about anybody around.
Did you ever think like 20 years ago that you'd see high school sports become an arms race for facilities? Because it really is now.
Oh, yeah. And it's one of those deals that kids want to see that stuff, too. And that's what I've talked to me and Mr. Carter there at the board, talked to me on principal when I took over the job 15 years ago. So he and I've got a really good relationship. And, they've allowed me to be kind of in that room a lot the last 6-8 months here when the planning process was going on and kind of making sure that our kids are going to get what they need out of this. And like I said, it's odd to think that that's what it's all about. And I know some of it's the larger schools with kids that go to and fro, but I mean, it just puts those. It's like I've told our kids, like there's not that much different between all these different programs, but you get more kids to come out and play when you have these things. Like I said, I think once you get this done, it's between our softball, baseball complex, and everything else. It's going to be pretty tough to beat there for a little Breckinridge County.
Well, we redo the local facilities list, and we're going to have to redo that again.
Well, we got a lot of flack that Breck wasn't high enough, and there you go. But
I think it might bring us a little bit up the list.
I will say this: they had to put a track in after Caroline Lucas went up and dominated track when she didn't have one.
Coach Lavelle does a really good job with all of our track kids, and that's probably the biggest program. I mean, would y'all have 70 some odd kids out there last year running track?
Crazy.
So that's just kind of another step. And I love the track because their kids learn how to run. It teaches them how to get speed. And it's just an extra thing they can do. So just everybody kind of working together.
We'll go over here to Joaquin now and played a little receiver last year too. And then he also said, and then on defense, what is it, defensive back?
I played defensive back last year.
Okay. I think I was looking at it. Did I miss it? I thought maybe you had. No, I guess I missed it. But talk about what off season, what you were doing this off season, what you were trying to get better at to get ready for this upcoming football season.
I really just track was a big part of it. Took track serious, and then working with my older brother Lance, he was a big help. He helped me with some transferring.
Just scoot in there a little bit. There you go. You keep backing away. It goes in and out. That's all right.
Yeah, but just working with my older brother Lance just to help me transfer what he did, give me some help going on to my senior year.
And could you see him playing both ways, Coach, or is this guy going to stay on defense, or is this guy could get a little offensive too?
Well, and we're in a situation. That's why I've had to talk to our kids a little bit this offseason, because we're in a situation where I've always had to play a lot of kids both ways. Because of out of necessity, you're having to do that at smaller schools, and I've had to actually talk to them because they're disappointed when they're not playing both ways. It's like that's not the norm.
No,
this is the new norm. We actually have some depth to where it built into where you don't have to go play the whole time. We can give you something called a break and stuff like that throughout the course of a game. But all three of these guys are going to have to play a little bit of both ways, just because attrition and injuries and different things happen.
Yeah, Joaquin last year, 46 tackles on defense, 1 interception. What's some personal goals you have this year for the defensive side of the ball?
This year, I'm some pretty high hopes for defense this year. I'm playing a little bit of safety this year, so I'm hoping to get, maybe 70-plus tackles this year, hopefully. Maybe more, Who knows? Just see what the season takes.
Well, Coach, hoping you don't have to throw me into the linemen and the linebackers take care of it. You don't lose that last guard. I got to ask you, as you're working out with the guys and practicing and doing a little offense, defense, who's the toughest guy on the team at Brett County to tackle? Who's the guy that gives you the most problems?
Probably our receiver. His name is Paxton DeWitt. He gives me a tough time. He's tall. He's not on the taller side, but he gives me a run for my money every now and then. But I think we're good matchup for each other.
They do a good job of pushing one another, and that's kind of, like I said, as far as like one-on-ones and things like that, it's good for both of them.
Yeah, Paxton with 4 receiving touchdowns last year, get him around that 10 mark this year. I think that would be a solid.
He's a good play kid, and he's a 35-inch vertical kid. He's jump out to gym, about a 4.6 40, and something we haven't had a lot of.
But I will say, every year you come down here and you're always talking. There's always like this surprise kid that comes out. Like with I can remember a few years ago it was Lance Poole. Hey, you guys, you got to really look out for him. You seem to have these guys, these big receivers, or these guys that can go get a football. You kind of find them, every now and then.
Well, and that's what it's amounted to. More and more kids want to play football, and I think that's what you're finding too. Is in years past, 7 or 8 years ago, those kids didn't want to play football, and that was trying to pull that push-pull factor between basketball and everything else. But between Coach LaGrange, who actually is going to come out and help us again this year a little bit with football before basketball.
That helps. Yes.
In January, Coach Bennett was defensive coordinator for a long time too, so all of us work very well together, and I think that's helping more and more of these athletes kind of understand that, hey.
Yeah.
And it's only going to make us all better.
So there's a couple big boys on that baseball team. I see a tight end over there. What's his name? The big kid.
Is it Hunter Hayden?
Hayden Henry. Hayden Henry.
See, I do this,
He's
Coach.
pretty baseball game.
I do this, Coach. When I see a kid in another sport that I was like, oh, he could be a receiver. He could be a tight end.
He's making nice tight end.
He's a heck of a baseball player. I think that's for his future.
Yeah, I think it's just baseball.
We'll go down here to Hudson. Last year, Hudson, he ran the football a little bit, 45 carries, 123 yards. Also played some defense for him. The leading tackler coming back with 64 tackles. I'm sure, is it defense first for you? I mean, as far as what you enjoy more.
Yes, definitely enjoying defense more. And going into this next season, it's definitely defense.
No, all defense.
I'll be switching into running back a little bit.
Okay.
But right now, Aiden Burnett has it. And John Edge is going to be playing a little bit. But, yeah, I'll be switching in there every now and then.
What were some things this offseason that you wanted to improve on? And you go into these individual works, you get better at the work you put in on your own, not just in the practice time, but, looking at your year you had last year, going into this year, but, give me a couple things that you really wanted to get better at.
I've probably pass coverage.
Okay.
I've always been pretty decent at the run game and breaking that down. And now I'm playing outside linebacker, so I'll be giving receivers a little bit more and want to get a lot better at that.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. And, who's the guy of the receivers that you have to cover or guys out of the backfield? Who's the one in practice giving you the most trouble?
Probably Paxton. He's a big dude. He's a good athlete. Definitely Paxton, yeah.
I'll give you a really good, really tricky question here. Of all your teammates on your football team, who is the ultimate ladies' man?
Oh man!
And why is it Joaquin? I have a feeling it's Joaquin just for some reason.
Definitely not Jacob Spencer.
And we'll go down here to the big uglies. I love to call them big uglies. They're the guys that make everything go. Offensive and defensive lines for you. I know you kind of play both, Blake. If you had to pick one, which one do you think? Which one? Let me ask you this: which one do you think you're better at right now?
Oh, defense for sure.
Defense for sure.
Defense for sure. My hands are too aggressive. I hold a lot. All penalties will get.
That's like the second lineman that plays both ways. Says, I love defense because I can hold all I want.
Yeah. I feel like I use my hands a lot, and I feel like offense kind of restricts that. It's more technical on offense. I feel like defense, I can really just go and do who I am.
Well, 3 sacks, 5 tackles for loss last year, and talk about that continuity with the linemen. It's a brotherhood in and of itself. Oh, yeah. Talk about some of your brothers on the D and O line.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a family. It's a pact, and it's real tight. We've worked a lot together. We become this really tight family. You got Bessie Warden. He's a big boy. He's gonna be good. He's going into sophomore year. He's already mentioned 320. He's a big boy. You got Trosper. He's really good. Cameron Drain. He'll be a tackle. He's really good. Sua Warden. Bessie's twin. He's really good. Landon Schartzer. He's gonna be great. But we're all just a real tight family, and we're gonna work good together. And I feel like that brotherhood is going to carry us through.
Coach Hall has been there a long time. As he talked about, he's the elder statesman, and it's easy to look at coaches. But, what does Coach Hoddle mean to you just as a not only as a coach, but as a mentor and somebody that's helped, make you the young man that you are?
Yes, sir. He leads me in a lot of different ways. The way he teaches me and the way the life morals that he's presented through practicing, through games, the way he presents himself and the way that he pushes us to present ourselves really just is going to carry a lot throughout my life. And now on, make me who I am.
I will tell you this, Dave. The coaches have got to bring more linemen because every time they come here, they're the smartest guys and the best interviews in the room.
Thank you.
I don't know how that happens, but they are. Who's the one guy on your team that, like you're having a bad practice, Coach Hoddle comes in, he tears a little paint off the wall, he tells you what he really thinks. Who's the guy that can crack that joke and kind of ease the tension and make everybody laugh? Who's the funny guy on the team?
There's a lot, but I think there's a lot for different reasons. I'm going to have to go with Braylon. Braylon breaks the ice, but doesn't do it on purpose. He does it completely on accident, but that's what makes it so much better. Because he doesn't mean to like make a joke, but he does, and then it just makes it makes situation better.
And I'll ask you, Joaquin, the Fighting Tiger fans, I mean, no matter sport it is, basketball, football, baseball, people usually think of Breck as a basketball school. It's become maybe a baseball school, but it's a really good football school too with a great fan base. I've called some games there, very passionate. Talk about the fans at Breck County and what they mean to you and what it means going out there on Friday nights.
Man, going out there on Friday nights, it's something else, man. It's coming out that tunnel and just looking around, just seeing packed stands, not being able to see any kind of bleachers, just coming out and just seeing all the fan base, they say we're getting beat in the game and they're still cheering for us when we do something. It's an amazing fan base, even basketball, our pep section's huge, man. We're always there to support our basketball team. Baseball is always there.
It's a place where each sport, if you're not playing that sport, the athletes go and support the other student athletes, don't they?
Sure.
In Hudson, how about, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Blake down here. I mean, Coach Hoddle's been there a long time. What's he mean to you as a coach and also as a mentor?
It means a lot. He's been doing this for a long time. He's got a lot of knowledge.
Do you let him know how old he is every now and then? Like, Coach, come on now.
Yeah, yeah, sometimes.
Got a lot more gray than I did 10, 15
No,
years
it means
ago.
a lot. He's always been there for us. Been a great coach. Got Coach of the Year, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
He's a great coach. He is.
Coach, every team has a ceiling, and it changes from year to year. But for this team to reach its ceiling, whatever it may be, is there a position group that has you a little worried it has to come on for you to reach that ceiling right now?
Not particularly, honestly. For us, one of those things in years past, like last year, we only had 3 kids back that had played a football.
Mm-hmm.
27 kids.
I remember interviewing you, and you were saying like the whole COVID thing where you have guys that played, like it didn't hurt you at the varsity level much as the younger kids coming up where you lost freshman games and JV games. Have you now kind of gotten through
and
that?
Now we've kind of gotten through that because, like I said, last year we started 10 sophomores most of the season and stuff. So I have 19 kids being started most of the season, like they're regular starters throughout. And they actually got to play JV games, like we talked about. They hadn't played the COVID years, just we played 1 JV game 2 years, so that kind of set things back. And say it's like we keep telling. I know, like a lot of times these guys get the publicity, but like I said, we always tell these guys, like if we're going to be as good as we can be, with these dudes, it's easily the strongest bunch I have. And they talk about Missy and Sue are twin brothers that are going to be sophomores that weigh 280, 300 pounds and can squat 100 deadlift and all this stuff, and monsters, and just sophomores. So it's the strongest bunch we've had, and that bunch in particular has really bought on to what Coach Blair's selling. And not only are they lifting with us, they still go and get extra lifts in the local weight room in town. So they're trying to do it. It's kind of those deals like probably have some dudes that can run and catch and do all these things. These guys play as good as they can be. We're pretty bullish on what we can do this year. So.
Well, you guys open up Friday, August the 22nd at home in beautiful scenic Hardhead against Butler County. And, Coach, overall, what's your thoughts looking at the schedule and some goals for the year?
Our goal always when we make a schedule isn't necessarily looking at like how many games you're going to win and lose or anything like that. It's mainly just being as competitive as you can be on Friday nights. And we feel like we built that. We got schools that are like, Butler County's like a smaller school, Hancock County, small. I see those guys just sit down and see them sitting down waiting for them. But all those guys are kind of like I said, they're smaller country schools. They're kind of like us. And then even our district put us in a situation where, we're playing some of these Louisville schools, but we've seen on a given year, we can beat those teams depending on what they have. And it's just, it's kind of a crapshoot sometimes whenever you go into Louisville, what that team might have that year. But we feel like we've built a schedule that's competitive. That's our goal. If you give yourself 10 opportunities to compete, you're not going to lose them all. You're going to 9 times, you're going to find wins in there, find ways to kind of pull things out. And it's a momentum game. I've been doing this long enough to where if you get a team that's confident and they've got some momentum and they feel good about themselves, then chances are you're going to catch some of those breaks that you would catch in those other seasons. So, like I said, very proud of this bunch. They're great kids. We've had a lot of fun this summer. It's the big thing. Like, they're easy to be around. They joke. They're joke. You don't have to really raise your voice too awful much on them anyway. So they kind of that's the key. Just kind of building that and kind of being together and like pretty high if we can like I said, kind of all the chips fall where they may.
Before we get you out of here, I got to ask, Coach, not that I'm trying to push you out, but I mean, do you see a time where you're at Brett County and not coaching football? I mean, is it, you've been there like 14, 15, was it 14 years?
Well, it's year 17 as a coach.
I mean, not that I hope you're there for another 20 years, but I mean, as we get older, as you talked about, is there a time where you see, we're like, man, I don't know if,
I laugh. I'm kind of, like I said, if you look at the average, I think, last I looked, it was like 2.5, 3 years was the average high school head football coach in Kentucky. It was like some a unicorn or something there. But no, every year, I'm just as excited to get the season started. Like some of these guys, summer's over, summer practice starts because you don't get as much. But my wife still laughs at me. It's like Christmas morning. I get to go, Christmas Eve, I get to go to practice tomorrow. What time are you going to get there tomorrow? Practice at 30, so I'll be getting things ready.
That's right.
And I'm lucky to have a good support system. My wife at home knows what I do, and the kids are always excited to come watch ball games. And they know
she wouldn't know what to do if you were home anyway.
Exactly.
I mean, she would want you to go coach football
to November. She might
he'd be home for like a month. She'd be like, "You gotta go coach again."
But it's a calling. That's what I laugh. I said the dudes that I look at Bobby in there, and I say, Coach has been doing it for them too. Like all of us, we've been doing this, guys, because we're called to do it. We love doing it, and no, I don't foresee myself calling it quits anytime soon. I'll just keep on trucking as long as they'll have me and don't get rid of me again. But like I said, I enjoy it, and like I said, it's kind of what till it stops being so much fun to me, I'll call it quits. But like I said, loving it, so can't wait to get it rolling.
Well, guys, thank you for coming down to Media Day. Players, good luck this season. Coach Idle, always a big fan. Good luck this year, and the best of Brett County and the Fighting Tigers.
Yeah, we appreciate everything you guys do, kind of getting our kiddos' names out there, and it's for the whole community, not just us or ours, and everybody. So appreciate you guys.
I tell you what, up next, it'll be Hancock County as you're listening to Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCEOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with RE/MAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
At Ohio Valley Insurance, we believe in supporting our communities. We know that our student athletes work hard and are a vital part of our communities and the future of our towns. Ohio Valley Insurance, experts in the field, supporting all student athletes and all your insurance needs.
From weekly curbside pickup to roll-off and industrial dumpsters, Elite Waste Services handles it all with efficiency and care. Proudly serving Davis and McLean counties with service is always on time and always reliable. For more info, you search Elite Waste Services on Facebook.
Step back in time at Walls Drive-In, serving up hot off-the-grill burgers, golden fries, tenderloins, and hand-dipped ice cream just like you remember. Cruise on down to 402 Washington Street in Cannleton. Walls Drive-In, where every bite is a blast from the past. Struggling with pain? Advanced Rehabilitation is your expert in physical therapy, injury management, and sports rehab. Relief for back, knee, neck pain, arthritis, and more. In Jasper, Tell City, and Santa Claus, Advanced Rehabilitation. Move better, live better.
Come celebrate with us at the Calhoun Pharmacy on September 1st at 9 a.m. for our ribbon cutting. The first 25 guests get a free gift. We'll have snacks, a photo booth, and giveaways all day. Come find us at 117 KY 815 in Calhoun. Open 9 to 6. Can't wait to see you there.
Looking for a career with great pay and benefits? We're hiring. Whether you're a skilled welder, experienced production worker, Class A CDL driver, or have clerical and administrative experience, we want you to join our team. Apply today at Express Employment Professionals to become part of a team that supports you every step of the way. Call Express now at 270-240-5511. Don't wait. Your future starts now at Express by calling 270-240-5511.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, David Clark here on 102.7 The Game, also live streamed on our YouTube page. We got Hancock County up next. But before we get to Coach Eubanks and the Hornets, Dave, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Yeah, big shout out to our friends over there at Old Hickory Barbecue. Also, Elite Waste Service, the American Legion Post 9, and Webb Design Company, who's got those beautiful hats. I mean, look at that Hancock County hat up there right now.
I even like the Hornet. We give big thanks to the shout out to Web Design Company, make the coaches all the hats over there. And we'll get to Coach Eubanks coming off of a great season last year, 8-3, kind of a heartbreaker in the playoffs to Franklin Simpson. But Coach, it's kind of a new kind of turning the page here. You did lose a lot. You graduated Dylan Morris. I'm assuming Brady's going to be the quarterback. I'm sure you've already made that announcement. Is this QB1 sitting to your left there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I know he battled some injuries. Everything healthy? And how's the rehab going?
Yeah, going well. Throwing a little bit in March, little pop in his elbow, a little partial tear in his UCL. And, I give a big shout out to Dr. Stoltz over at Owensboro Health, got him going and got him healed up. Something that usually takes 6 months to heal, they got it worked out in 4. So, we're glad to get him back healthy and he's ready to go.
What's crazy is Dr. Stoltz at Owensboro Health, you get him in here to talk high school football or high school basketball. He absolutely loves it.
Yeah, he sure does.
Yeah, he does. We had a great interview with him. And, what a job you've done there. I mean, this is a team traditionally very competitive throughout the entire year, competing in your district, playing and coming back down to 2A this year. Talk about that a little bit, making the move back. You went to 3A, now you're back to 2A, back with McLean and Catholic and Fort Knox. Are you ready for the new district this year?
Yeah, it's real similar to everything we've been doing, for a lot of years. When we had a chance to jump up to 3, we took it, just like McLean. We didn't lose anything by doing that. And then we come back to 2A and, we're just looking to get back in there and compete just like we always have. It's one of the biggest things that coming back out of it is, hey, we're going back home, so let's get ready to play some ball.
Yeah, you think about Hancock County football over the years. You think about, talented players, Mr. Footballs and, legendary players always going, obviously even going back to the Gooch days. And, you look at this schedule, Coach, and, you guys are playing Apollo and Tell City once again out of the district there. Obviously with Hancock County football, the goal is to get into the playoffs in advance. Talk about, is that part of the scheduling process to prepare for the postseason?
Yeah, that was one of the big things we were looking at when we got through this cycle was to kind of jump, beef our schedule up a little bit in the middle. That way, we're not going to play the toughest game as a district championship, which is what it was, last year at Union County. And so that was one thing that we wanted to test our guys early. And, we talked to them early on about once we got them set up, this is how we're going to do it, and they're ready to meet that challenge. And that way, because that sister district that we have, District 1, it's tough, so in order, if you're a 2 seed playing a 3 or if you're a 1 playing a 4, they've got some good teams over there that can jump up and bite you. So we wanted to make sure that we were battle tested going into the end of the season.
Did graduate some guys, as we said, Dylan Morris and then Jackson, a big receiver. You returned Cooper, who had a big year last year, both receiving and on special teams. One thing about Hancock County last year, your special teams very underrated. You guys made some big moves. You lose Uzi, which is a big loss there as he wanted to go play soccer. Talk about that. Is this another group of special teams that can help you guys win football games?
Oh, for sure. We call our special teams, that's our impact, because it impacts the game in all facets. So, that's one of the big things with Cooper, and now we got Jack back to kind of help us return. And, so we're excited about that, that we are intentional about how we coach special teams and how we rep special teams, because it can be the difference between a win or a loss. When you're playing tough teams, a 3-point win can be a big deal, or a 1-point win is a big deal. So, we are very intentional about how we coach special teams and how we practice it. So yeah, it's always going to be a big part of our game.
Go to the guy who's going to be QB1 now, Brady Eubanks. And I've got to ask you, when you get hurt and you hear, UCL and you hear those things, how was that? Because that's got to be tough mentally.
It was scary initially because, it was scary. It was scary initially because, you hear all these baseball guys and it's Tommy John stuff with all their UCL and whatever else. But, I felt very safe with Dr. Stoles at Owensboro Health, and I leaned on my dad a lot during that time because he's a great mentor to me, great leader for me, and we just got back into it, and I felt great after it was all over.
Yeah, talk a little bit about summer workouts. Obviously changing of the guard at quarterback, you still got some talented components around Brady and the offense, and talk about how 7-on-7s have gone, how summer workouts have gone, and kind of dive into that a little bit.
Yeah, we were intentional about how we scheduled 7-on-7s. We went, us and Grayson, we went home and home with them. And, early on, we didn't know Brady was going to be ready to go, that early, but, he got released. And so our plan was to go 2 with our younger quarterback, Trip Hager, and then go 2 with Brady later on. But he was able to get thrown out of dead period. And so we were ready to kind of just take off from there. And, so, it's taken a little bit just to get timing back, because, haven't thrown, wide open since then. And him and the receivers, Cooper and those guys, they're really trying to get with it. They went out through yesterday just to kind of get some time in. And so, yeah, they're working on it themselves, and we're also very intentional about it when we, during practice.
And we'll go right here to Jack. And I feel like I've been covering you for like 47 years. And like when I saw you back in here, I was like, there's no way he's back. But anyway, I know you hurt something last year in football, correct? And didn't you get your
well, my sophomore year I had an ankle injury.
Right.
I had a high ankle sprain, so I missed like 2 weeks.
Yeah. So, looking at this year coming in, what were some things that you were looking at to get better this past off season and to take your game to another level? And what levels did you what did you want to improve in your game for this year?
I'm a big weight room guy, so
no, you can't tell me. I don't believe that. Let me look at you.
Yeah, no, I look pretty small right now, but I'm a big weight room guy. So I've been working on my speed and agility. I'm really trying to do the plyometrics and lifting as an athlete. And Coach Hughes helps us a lot with football practice, and he gets us right in there. And yeah, just the weight room is the biggest thing in football, I think, for me. And because you're going against the bigger guys, and you got to be strong to face those bigger guys. But just lifting as an athlete and becoming bigger and faster and stronger.
Yeah, as we go over to Cooper Jones here, and Cooper last year, 618 yards receiving, 3 touchdowns receiving, and I've seen you run the 400 meters since you've been in middle school. A beast at that as well. Talk about some maybe personal goals you have coming in to this season for your contributions to the team.
Yeah, I just want to come in and be a leader for this team, like me, Jack, Lucas, our senior year, to step up, be leaders, and definitely contribute on the field as a receiver, and then defensively, me being safety. I just want to set personal goals. Like last year, I think I had 4 interceptions, so increase that and receiving yards and touchdowns.
I like that. You mentioned in the 4 interceptions. I blew that by not asking that. And speaking of asking, we got friends from the Owensboro Times here that are going to ask a question.
Hold on. We're not. Yeah, we're going to switch mics here so we can hear
what he's saying there.
Stepping up in the leadership role. This is a question for all the players, but how has it been for the 4 of you growing as leaders, not just on the field, but off the field, and stepping up for the players that have recently left?
There were a bunch of good seniors last year, Dylan Morris, Jackson Morris, like y'all said, and just looking up to them last year and just replicating what they did on and off the field for us, and especially these younger guys coming in, just leading by example.
Jack, you want to answer his question too?
No, yeah. The seniors last year did a great job with leading the team and trying to set an example, like he said. But yeah, they just did a great job and just trying to piggyback off what they did this year and try and win like more games than them. I mean, it's all competition with them. So trying to see who has a better team, trying to win more than them.
Let's run down here to Lucas and then offensive lineman. I think it was offensive and defensive line, isn't it? Am I right on that? Talk about your offensive line guys. You guys now blocking for Brady, and then the plethora of running backs that Hancock County plays. It's like a rotating thing all last year. I'm sure it'll be this year too. But talk about like the relationship that you have with your fellow offensive linemen.
We communicate really well. I think that's our strongest thing. We know each other's elementary schools. Just being able to know who the person next to you is, strengths and weaknesses.
Just lean in just a little bit there when you're answering now. And then also too, new quarterback this year, on the offensive line. Now you're blocking for Brady. You get in the huddle, and it's always different. But talk about his leadership in the huddle and what he brings to the huddle for your football team.
He brings a really tough mindset. Like, we know if we need him to run the ball, he doesn't. He needs to throw the ball. He can. A good angle.
And Brady, we talk about that last year. I think you were the leading rusher on the team last year. Now, and I know taking the quarterback spot, do you have to change your mindset a little bit? I know you're going to run the football and if things break down, you'll take off. But last year as a running back, you just try to run over people. Being the quarterback, have you had to work on changing that mindset to make sure that you stay healthy?
Yeah, definitely. I've always been that kind of running back linebacker guy, and linebackers coach and defensive player, and he's a tough, hard-nosed guy, So that's how he coaches all of us to be. And I've always been the guy to get a little angry when I'm playing, running back and linebackers. I definitely have to tone that down just a little bit, but I feel like all of us, we can come together and be that team we need to be for those situations.
I've got to ask you because, you playing for your dad is always, it's great and it can also be difficult. Now, being the quarterback, has the relationship between, coach and quarterback, do you guys find a way to make sure you turn that off so you can be dad and son at home? Or does that also bleed over a little bit at home, good or bad? But, is it a little bit different now that you got the reins of the football team in your hands?
Yeah, it's definitely always been a challenge and a blessing. It's always been one of those things where, it's like you're the coach's kid. You get
no matter how good you are, you're the coach's kid.
Exactly. But he's a great leader and he's been a great coach for as long as he's been here, and it'll continue throughout his coaching.
I've got to ask you, Coach. It is a different situation when you're coaching your son, but I think it's even a more different situation when he's the quarterback. Did you kind of set boundaries for yourself, or something that you made a conscious effort to? Hey, okay, 7:00 when we get home, he's no longer my quarterback; he's my son. Is that something that you kind of set for yourself?
Yeah, I kind of pick and choose when I need to talk to him. Trevor Garrison, offensive coordinator, he's great with quarterbacks and defense. So I let him take charge during practice. But if I need to say something to kind of pick him up, get on him a little bit, I'll do that. And he knows that. He's grown up in a locker room, so he's seen me coach since he was a little kid. He was the day he was born, I was coaching in a playoff game on a Friday night. So he's been around the game for a minute. So and he understands what that means and what that takes. And he knows I'm dad and I'm coach, but sometimes it blends together. But at the end of the day, I think he knows I love him. So.
Coach, you mentioned earlier you've got the young kid behind Brady and Trip Hager. Does that make it easier on you as a coach to know that if Brady goes down or if you need to make an adjustment, that the quarterback room is it's got a lot of talent in it for you? Does that make it easier on you as a coach to know that you've got that to rely on if need be?
Yeah, for sure. With not knowing kind of where Brady was going to end up, through the season, as soon as we got a hold of Trip, we started getting him out, working him out, things like that. Great little athlete. He's going to be a great one.
Incoming freshman, right?
Incoming freshman, yeah. He can throw the ball around. Like I said, he's a multi-sport athlete. Having him, ready to go, and he can play multiple positions just like these other guys have, and so we're excited about the future for him, and don't feel if something were to happen where he had to play, we feel pretty good about that.
Talk about the kid to your left, Jack Roberts, got him back this year, didn't play for you last year, but having him back in your locker room and being able to put him in your backfield, how does that make you feel to be able to have that weapon to be able to rely on as well?
Yeah, just the consistency with Jack. He's a tough-nosed kid, and the injury that he sustained with baseball was it was a hustle play. He didn't have to reach out and try to run through that bag, but he did. And, that just speaks for his character. And so we're super excited to get him back behind the offensive line that we have with Lucas and some of those other guys that we're really excited about what they can do this year.
Plus, the older we get, the more jealous we get of Jack's hair. That's all I do. One time I want hair just as good as his. We'll go back over to the Owensboro Times.
Coach, you mentioned it earlier, but how has it been this offseason? Just replacing and implementing the new players and basically moving on from the key departures from last year. Is it just plug and play, or has it been more than that?
Yeah, we've kind of gotten to a point within our program where we can just kind of reload. We haven't got to where we've graduated a bunch of guys and the dips and valleys. We've been intentional about how we've done that through our youth program, school program, where we just sustain every year. And we coach our guys in the off season, try to get those guys ready to go to take over. Just like last year and the year before that with the group that we had, nobody were really expecting them to do anything, but they showed out here the last couple of years when they had a chance to.
So then, Coach, new players coming in, any young guys or up and comers you just want to highlight?
Yeah, Kyle Anderson, Lucas's little brother, who's his little brother, who's 6'2", 200 pounds.
Oh, so he's big. Telling me he's big. He's bigger than you, Lucas?
No, he said no. But yeah, Kyle Anderson, Graham Sharon, some guys that are juniors, Christian Yanez, some of those guys that played limited roles early on, as sophomores, but are really kind of fitting into where they need to be. That way, that's the kind of that plug and replace guys that we have.
I'm a big fan of program development. I love what Hancock County, I love what you guys are doing with the youth programs, having a team in the KFL. I know this summer in the KWC flag football league, I saw my guy Dustin Jackson, for Hancock County Hornet, had a youth team over there. Looks like the future is bright in Hancock County. But talk about that program development and you guys kind of leading that charge to say, hey, we're gonna kind of throw a wall around Hancock County. We're going to keep our kids here in Hancock County and keep them in this Hornet program from a young age.
Yeah, one thing that we want to we always wanted to make sure we do is focus on that community aspect of Hornet football, and I feel like we do a really good job with that. And when we decided to go with the KFL, this is 8 or 9 years ago, we decided to do that. We were very intentional about how we were going about that, and we wanted to make sure that our kids were able to go out and play other teams that are going to be playing against, in regular season and districts and things like that. And and since we've made that switch, our numbers have done nothing but go up. And we've been consistently around 40 players, every year since then. And all of these guys, if they played youth sports, they played within our system. And we're kind of to the point now where that's really starting to we're seeing that kind of come to fruition, and we're super excited about the future of Hornet football. And it's been a long road to get there, but these guys are a testament to kind of like we talked, plug and place kind of deal where, hey, we're just playing Hornet football every year.
Before we get out of here, one question. I want each of you, the players, to answer this, because I think it needs to be talked about. We got to go out there and do a couple tailgate shows at G&L Excavating Stadium, Schaefer Glover Field. That is a tremendous facility. Talk about just how that's changed the program. And when you go out there, Cooper, and you run out there with that unbelievable scene with the hill and the sun going down behind it, it is something that's to be proud of and brings out even a better performance. Tell me a little bit what you think about all the new facilities there at Hancock County.
Yeah, it's truly a blessing to have those, especially I think we got them my sophomore year, but our freshman year, we'd have to go to a gas field, and it's elevated our game, I would say, all of us. So truly a blessing to have it.
What do you think about it, Jack? Hold on there. Hold on. There we go. Now you're ready.
All right. Yeah, the turf is obviously awesome, and I think the baseball team needs some turf on our field. So. Hey,
school board, listen up.
Tony needs to get that figured out over there. So, Gina, shout out. You need to put some turf on our baseball field.
Well, we're going to hear to Lucas real quick because we got to come back to you real quick.
We'll just get a 60 donation for that turf.
Concert at
Hancock County boys.
We got to go back to you real quick before you answer that question about all the new facilities. We got to ask. I mean, he is still little brother, right? I mean, you're not going to let him be big brother yet, right? How's that competition between you and your brother?
It's been okay. I don't really see him much on the field. I do see him. Definitely try as hard as I can.
And Brady, what do you, the new facility? I mean, they're not new, but it's still very new. Talk about how it's just enhanced the program even more.
I've grown up around that my whole life, so I've seen our crew out there on Thursday nights, painting all the line marks on all the fields. So, and I've been out there doing all that since I've been a little kid. So, seeing all that different stuff, playing on a turf field ever since I've been in high school, it's truly a blessing, and I'm thankful. G&N Excavating, and I'm really thankful for the administrators of Hancock County.
You got one more real quick?
Dude, Coach, we talked about this earlier. I was stupid enough last year to put my hair on the line for the rivalry football game. Talk to your offense coordinator, Trevor Garrison, and some after that game. He said he was willing to put something up this year. So, I think we're going to have that conversation on what I might put up and what Coach Garrison might put up for that Hancock-McLean game this year.
Yeah, well, that's his decision to make. I'm not going to say that for him. Yeah, it was funny. We got off the bus there, and Zach and I, we've got a really good relationship. Him and Justin Cook, and we were talking there. I asked Zach. I said, "How many podcasts are you guys going to do this week?" It seemed like they had a podcast going for everything that every day that week. Leading up to our game, and so we were just kind of joking a little bit. Jalen did that for us. So,
hey, anything for some bulletin board here, all right, Coach?
That's right. That's right.
Jack is never putting that hair up on any bat. I can guarantee.
No.
Coach, players, thank you so much for joining us for Media Day. Good luck this upcoming season. Stay healthy and enjoy the time. And when we come back, we'll have Edmonson County. It's Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. 1027, The Game.
Discover the timeless charm of Wellburn's Florist on East 4th Street in Owensboro, a third-generation family business delighting our community since 1958. Whether you're celebrating life's milestones or moments in between, our expert florists can help you craft arrangements for every occasion. From birthdays and anniversaries to weddings and proms to express sympathy or just because, we're your destination for flowers that speak from the heart. Let us help you make your special occasions unforgettable. At Wellburn's, we're more than just a florist.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCEOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Need roofing help? Roof Girl has you covered. Free inspections and estimates, plus gutters, fascia, and vinyl siding too. Call 270-392-4768 and find reviews by searching Roof Girl Paula on Facebook.
Smile with the best. McGrath Dental has been voted Best Dental Office 4 years in a row. Experience award-winning care, friendly service, and a reason to smile. Call today and see why we're number one.
Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouth-watering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 125 East 7th Street. Give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local Pizza Hut.
That car?
Are you car shopping? Need one for your kid? Having trouble getting approved? Stop hearing, I'm back in 6 months. Or how about the boring,
Sorry, we can't help you.
Or,
Do you even have a cosigner?
at Advance Car, we have the answer 99.9% of the time to your car problems. With 300 vehicles to choose from and only $2,000, our team will get you approved and on the road same day. Choose Vance Car, where you become family.
Forever!
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 1027 The Game.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
The Tale City Football Booster Club is proud to represent the players and coaches from Tale City Junior and Senior High School. We want to wish all local teams the best of luck in their season this upcoming fall.
Hintron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business for 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kintron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Evans, owner of Above All Roofing in Phoenix, Scotland. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 270-313-4275. Gutters leaking past few rains? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 1027 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, David Clark here in the Cromwell Studios. And Dave, before we get to Edmonson County, you're going to tell us about some people all making this possible.
Yeah, big shout out to our guys at Vantacar on the corner of 18th and Breckenridge there. Storm Damage Pros, Walls Drive-In, and Advanced Rehab Incorporated.
Yeah, and I also want to give a big shout out to the guys, to the people who are feeding all the coaches and players. You had Rolling Pin that came in with the donuts. It don't get much better than Rolling Pin donuts anywhere in the world.
Yes.
I don't care where you are.
Just give me the diabetes, baby.
There you go. And then also Papa John's coming through with some great pizzas for us.
I just ate it during break. I don't eat a lot of carbs anymore. Try to be health conscious. It was great.
Well, I know
when you haven't had a Papa John's pizza in about a year, that was butter in my mouth there.
Well, the one guy that knows how to get it done, Coach Vessels with Edmonson County, our last year's ESPN Owensboro Coach of the Year. Not only that, he's the smartest one. He says, "You guys are feeding guys. I'm bringing linemen." So they will definitely eat some pizza. Welcome back, Coach Vessels. Oh, wrong one there, Jalen. All right, now we got it. There we go. Now we're ready.
Got it. Glad to be here, guys. Appreciate it.
You know, Coach, I can remember very clearly last year at Media Day talking about just the way the guys were buying into the weight room and the work that we're putting in. And it turned out a great season, 6-5 last year.
Right.
You know, and you lost in round one of the playoffs. But, you know, have you taken that next step so far with the work and the ethic that you're getting from your players?
I hope so. The work and the buying and everything is just like it was last year. Those boys were bought in. It's just having an extra year in the weight room in the off season that makes a difference. It just takes time. And I think our strength levels, just going by our max outs and stuff, we're a stronger football team this year than we were last year.
You know, you on the offensive side, you graduated well over 1,000 yards running. But the one thing it seems that Edmonton can always do is turn out running backs.
Yeah.
Who are some guys that have taken the lead there in the backfield for you?
We'll have plenty of running backs again this year. We'll feature several guys. One of them will be Colton White here beside me. He'll play some tailback and some wing. Blaine DeWeese will also carry the ball quite a bit. Jacoa Orvis will slide in at fullback for us. And
that's all right. He's on the air, guys. That's all right.
There we go.
That's a coach getting it done all the time right there.
My phone blows up all the time every day. It's just something part of it. But of course, Tristan Muse will be at quarterback. He'll carry the ball some. We've got several guys that'll be featured in the backfield.
You know, and that's one thing you talk about, you know, Muse coming back. He was your quarterback last year. You know, had a nice year for you. He did throw for just under 300 yards. You know, with having a returning quarterback, can you see maybe open it up a little bit more?
Yeah. He, of course, last year was his first year as a starting quarterback, varsity football. And he got better and better as the year went on, got more comfortable with his role. And I think he'll be able to pass the ball a little bit better this year. And, you know, we're going to be a run-first team anyway. But our play action passing, I think he'll be better at this even this year than he was last year.
Looking at last year, you did graduate 4 of your top 6 tacklers. You know, who are some guys that maybe we don't know about yet that on that side of the ball is going to help lead your defense?
Well, we got, you know, probably leaders at every level on the defense. Last year, Ace Daughter was on the D-line. He was a really good player for us. I think Hunter Kinster will be a really good defensive tackle for us this year. They play center as well. Linebacker-wise, Tristan's going to play more linebacker, even though he's quarterback. He's going to play on defense as well. Connor Self will have a breakout year at linebacker, I think. In the secondary, Colton's going to switch to free safety, and I think he'll do a great job helping get us lined up because he's a really intelligent player. And there'll be a bunch of people that, you know, we count on. We won't just be counting on 1 or 2.
Yeah, Coach. Looking like we're obviously down there, we call it up here cave country down in Edmonson County, the great national park down there, the cave system, and you guys play a heavy South Central Kentucky schedule, and a lot of the people maybe up here in this part of the state, in the northwestern part of the state, maybe don't know about the Clinton counties and the Harts and the LaRues and the Adair, some of those teams. Talk about football down in the cave area and how it is down there.
Okay. Yeah, we went from 2A to 3A this year, and you just named a bunch of people that are in our district. Mark County's been really good the last couple of years.
Yes.
They went 10-0 the last 2 years in a row in the regular season. Their coach does a great job. They run the wing tee on offense. They're like a 3-3 stack or a 53 on defense. Glasgow was also in our district. Of course, their head coach had been Jeff Garman. He'd been there for 9 years. He was a good friend of mine. I'd coached with him in the past. He retired after this past offseason. They've got a new coach this year. But Glasgow will be good. They've got a lot of speed. And then Adair County, they've had some good success here last few years. It's over toward like Green River Lake, eastern part. But all those teams will be, good, tough opponents. Clinton County, did you ask about Clinton?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
They throw the ball a lot. They've got a really good quarterback and a bunch of receivers coming back. They pass the ball a lot. I think we ended up beating them last year, but they ran 65 plays on offense. I believe like 58 of 65 are passing plays. So they are a true air raid team.
Coach, you talked about that jump from 2A to 3A. Talk about some positives of that jump, and then maybe talk about some challenges as well.
I mean, positives, I don't think we have any extremely long distances we have to travel for road games this year. So that's a good thing. The challenge is those are good teams we have to play in our district. We have to really work hard and be ready to play against them.
I love the way he says, Ace was a good player last year. He was on the first team ESPN Owensboro.
Really good player.
And I think in the regular season, led the region in sacks with 7 of them. Had a great year. We'll go over here, right here to Colton, as he talked about going to get to run the ball. The one thing I know that they could do, you had Mills a few years ago, Swihart last year. There's always a bell cow. Is that, what did you do to prepare to be a running back in this system that is going to be coming in at Edmonson County?
And lift 110% in the weight room condition. Make sure my body's right for the season. Be ready.
Talk about the big guys in front of, the guys blocking in front of you. I mean, it's kind of, if you're going to run for 1,000 yards, those are the guys that got to do all the work for you. Talk about your alignment and how they've kind of gelled together in this off season.
And they've came together as a unit because we only had one lineman graduate, and that was Ace. So the same old line, just one replaced, and I think they're going to be better than last year.
We'll go down here to one of those guys. Got Hunter down here, and that we talk about the offensive linemen never get any of the accolades. Like when the paper's going to do an interview or the radio station's going to call, it's a quarterback or it's a running back who had a big game. But it all starts up front with you guys. Talk about one. That. The only time people know your name is when you got a holding call. How tough is that? Nobody says, "Oh, they ran for 1,000 yards, the offensive line." They say, "No, this guy held." How tough is that? Hold on. Okay, now you go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough. We open gaps and just getting recognized for the things you do wrong. It's kind of frustrating at some points.
Yeah, Hunter, dive into it, man. Like we've said before with a couple other teams that have been here, the line, offensive and defensive line, it's a brotherhood, right? Yeah. You guys are basically a team within yourself. Talk about how you're feeling that continuity this summer. How are you guys coming together? And then maybe give some of your brothers a shout out.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot more physical. We've gotten a lot better at hand fighting on defense, and overall just became better players over this offseason, and I'm excited to show it.
And who give us some names on the lines, the big hog mollies up there.
Chase Butler, we got Mickey Johnson, Caleb Wyndham. Mickey and Caleb are tackles for us, and Mickey will also come in and nose for us.
Got big Chance over here too, so we'll get the Chance here in a second.
We'll down here, Chance. He talked about the offensive line. Who's the smartest offensive lineman you got? Who's the guy that's the smartest one, and who's the better looking one?
Hold on a chance. We'll get you real close up. Pull into the mic.
There
Here
you
you go.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
It's got the wrong white mic turned on. You got it there, Jalen? Now let's try it.
Get a little bit closer there, Chance. Sorry, it's it.
No, you got the wrong mic turned on or something's happened to the mic here. Let's try it one more. Let's see.
Yeah, go ahead now. Sorry, Chance.
Understands it more than any of us and take all of our positions. He can understand any problem that needs to be solved. He's a pretty good problem solver when it comes to any problems we have on the line.
Yeah, and what's some like I said, with that brotherhood, what are some things you guys do outside of a football as a group?
Things that we all do, we try to stay in touch with each other as much as we can. We try to do things together. We all try to do things we like together. We don't all talk about football, and a lot of times we do. We try to understand one another when we have problems. We try to help each other, and sometimes if we get out of football, we will go practice.
Yeah. What's more of a thing, man? Is it the fishing or the hunting? Like, because I know the linemen got to be getting down on the fishing and hunting.
But some of us like fishing, but I think a bunch more of us like hunting more, just because it's all sport, just like football.
You a deer guy? Gun or bow?
Gun. I don't bow hunt.
Okay.
Were you allowed to live in Evanston County if you don't bow hunt? I thought that was illegal. I mean, I could be wrong here. We'll go down here to Blake real quick. And Blake, talk about Coach Vessels. I mean, he comes in last year, putting a new stamp on the program, a new culture on the program. You guys win 6 games, have a really nice year. Talk about what he's meant to the program and going into the second year.
No, and we'll pull that a little bit closer.
I think it's on Jalen's end. We got the wrong one turned off or turned on.
Yeah, no, it was picking it up. It
Okay.
was just a little bit. And Blake, say that one more time just for the viewers out there that are listening.
No, hold on. We still have a problem with that mic. I don't know what we got going on.
Yeah, we may have to pivot on that mic. Try it one more time for us, Blake. We're sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Vessels came in last year and he really fixed everything up, and years preceding just felt like he was just showing up just for like work or something. It didn't feel like he was having fun. But he comes up and he fixes it just a lot better.
And some of the things in the offseason that you wanted to get better at, maybe the stuff that you did, coming into this year, what were some improvements you wanted in your game specifically?
Just a ton of weightlifting. Weightlifting is really my passion for those good 3 years. And you got him.
How good can this team be? Is this a team that can win a playoff game?
Absolutely.
Without it, okay.
Without a doubt.
Hey, no hesitation there, man.
I do like that. We'll go back down here to Colton real quick. You talked about getting the football. I want you to tell me about what it's like on a Friday night down there in Edmondson, Alberta, Kentucky. That we love. For us in Owensboro, some people think Edmondson, it's way down there. I don't have to worry about it. But what is it like on a Friday night in Edmondson?
We always get hyped on Friday nights because we know it's football night. We get to play. Like it's always been something about Edmonton County getting to play football. Like I've always loved it since I moved. I've always loved Friday nights.
I've got to ask Hunter, and I want to ask you. I know game one, it's the tobacco stick, and I know when you're up here in Owensboro, sometimes we don't understand what that rivalry means. Yeah. How much hatred do you have for Grayson County?
It's not really hatred. It's just it's like that monkey off our back that we just can't get that. We haven't shaked yet, and each week our goal is to get better and better and better. And I'm just excited for week 1 and come out and play ball.
I'm not the smartest man, but I'm gonna say week 1 you're gonna have to tackle Caden Hanshaw quite a bit. That's kind of what I figured. And we'll ask you, Chance, down here. You got the tobacco sticks coming up. What? How about tell me a little bit what you think of the rivalry?
I think that I mean, we don't, like Hunter said, we don't hate them. We honestly want it back one day, and we're going to shape it to be a better team to try to get it.
And then Coach Vessel's coming back to you. Every team has, its ceiling, and we always do a ceiling and floor. But for this team to reach the ceiling, whatever it may be, what do you think, what position group or a couple position groups that you would like to see take a big step forward to help you reach that ceiling?
I like all of the guys we have in our first group. We just got to make sure we've got enough depth. And right now, our defensive secondary is kind of thin. We've got to have some more depth built up in the defensive secondary. Like I mentioned earlier, the O-line, all of them's back. One quarterback is back. Running backs, got good running backs coming in. I feel like offensively, I think we'll be fine. D-line, linebackers, got good depth. The only position group where we've got to get a few more guys ready will be the defensive secondary.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you guys making the trip up and coming to Media Day. Enjoy the pizza. Good luck on this Friday night. I'm sure we'll have you on Friday Night Lights Out. Guys, we've got our plays of the week, so make sure Colt, when you go with that big touchdown in the big hog mollies are blocking for you, send us that video so we can get it out there. But good luck Friday night.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, when we come back – when we come by next, we'll be joined by Butler County as it's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, 102.7 The Game.
At American Legion Post 9 in Owensboro, it's more than a building, it's a mission. We're here to serve those who served and to strengthen our community every step of the way. From supporting local veterans and their families to mentoring youth through programs like Boys State and Girls State, Post 9 stands for honor, leadership, and service. We partner with local charities, host fundraisers, and build bridges between generations. American Legion Post 9, where service continues and community comes first. Follow us on Facebook to get involved and stay connected.
This season, stand out running off the field with Web Design Company. From custom team gear to spirit wear that pops, they've got your school pride covered. Find Web Design Company on Facebook and rep your team in style. Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today. Generations cooking for you. Serving Owensboro for 100 years. Whether you're craving a plate of slow smoked barbecue or need a feast for the family, we've got you covered. Old Hickory Barbecue delivers flavor in every. Stop by today. Old Hickory Barbecue, 270-926-9000. Stop. Eat.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Safety is key when replacing an outlet, so leave it to the pros at Mr. Sparky. We'll get it done right and get it done safely. Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
Calling all sports fans, collectors, and future legends. Are you ready to score it? At Sports Country, every pack of sports trading cards is a shot at glory. They've got thousands of packs waiting for you. NFL, basketball, hockey, soccer, even Pokemon cards with memorabilia. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shanny's Car Wash. Owensboro's #1 sports fans store.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we are here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1353. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Audubon Federal Credit Union is here for you. From home renovations, saving for college, or buying a new car, managing money is not what it used to be. Audubon Federal Credit Union offers solutions that fit your budget and needs. Stop in at 1449 Breckenridge Street and see what we can do for you.
Looking for a financial partner? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates, personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of the 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, and Owensboro, and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit. Remember, NCUA, London.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, David Clark. Before we get to the live reads, I do want to talk about, listen, since we started this, I think this is going on now. This is our 3rd year that we've done it. This is our 2nd football because we started with basketball. Southwire came on board to be the title sponsor of it from day one. They've re-upped for another set of the next 3 media days. And Owensboro Health has come on board to be the presenting sponsor. They just re-upped for 3 more media days. We couldn't do this without our great partners at Southwire and Owensboro Health. We cannot thank them enough.
Well, listen, Owensboro Health sent the perfect person over. We got Jacqueline Graves over here.
Join us, Steve.
Listen, Jacqueline is a football mama. Like, she is a Mayfield native. We'll talk to her more later, but she is absolutely having a blast today.
But nobody comes out of Mayfield. It's not a football.
If you're from Mayfield, you have to be a football nut.
Tell me about some other other sponsors that helped make this possible.
Yeah, big shout out to our friends at Calhoun Pharmacy, Bluegrass Dental, and Roof Girl. How about Roof Girl coming on board?
Roof Girl coming on board for the first time. And so let's get to the Butler County Bears. Coach Josh Robbins coming off a rougher year last year, 1-9. But talk about your offseason. How's the offseason gone so far, Coach?
It's been great. So, it's our first full off season together. We didn't get together until June last year. So getting the guys in the weight room and getting everything installed pretty early has helped a lot. We're further ahead than we were last year.
Kind of hired late in the year, and then so it was a tough start. Every coach wants to put a kind of a stamp on a program and build a culture. I'm sure that was tough last year because you did get a late start. What were some things that for you that you looked in the mirror and said, okay, I know it was a rough start. It's my first year here that we wanted to get better at, or that you wanted to prove on your end.
The biggest thing was figuring out the community and the kids, who I'm working with. I thought we came together pretty well, even though the record didn't show that. But for me, it's just, how do I get this standard set in place and get these guys to buy into the standard? It was, like I said earlier, it was pretty hard to do it last second. But I think that the culture's definitely starting to go in the right direction, and that's really helped us out this year.
Yeah, at least in the immediate area, Coach. You talk about setting the standard and getting the work in. You guys got a tool that right now nobody else in this area. Now I know once you get to Bowling Green, they'll have it, but you guys have an indoor facility that you guys get to use. Talk about what some of those tools mean to developing this program, getting it to where you want it to be.
It's definitely a lot of help. When we have to go inside because it's lightning or whatever, we have somewhere to go. We have an extra place to go for conditioning and work like that during the school year that we got to use a lot. But it's definitely a big help. I know coming from a lot of schools that don't have it, it's definitely a big help and a tool that these guys, I don't think they understand how well they do have it. We have it over time.
You graduate Garrett Phelps, who threw for 1,680 yards last year, ran for 844. Has somebody taken the reins of that quarterback spot, or is it still kind of an open competition, still leading into week 1?
So we've had a really good quarterback battle with Carson Davis and Brody Dockery. Carson hasn't played the last 2 years. He's going to be a junior, but he's a great athlete. And then Brody's a freshman. And, that scares a lot of people off, but it doesn't mean the kid's a gamer. He's going to have his ups and downs. Both of them will. But it's good to have two. Last year, just pray to God that Garrett didn't get hurt. But having two guys that could step in any time and lead these guys is definitely a blessing.
And then on the other side too, even in the backfield, you graduated 88% of your rushing yards last year. Tell us some names there that are looking well here in the offseason that you're expecting to tote the football for you.
So Jet, he's moving the running back. Kevin's moving the running back. Maddox Moore was going to be our lead back, but he unfortunately tore his ACL. And then we also have Brad Henderson and Felix Cisco and Caden Richardson. We want to be committee back there. And we've got guys that do things a little bit different. We got our thumpers, our hill runners, our quick guys, fast twitch guys. So it's definitely what we want our identity to be, especially with the guys we're returning up front. But I'm really confident in our backfield this year.
The one thing on the defensive side, you got Kevin Robbins that returns Ledger last year as a sophomore with 134 tackles. I'm sure you're kind of building the defense around him, but who are some other guys on the defensive side that you're looking to step up?
We have 7 returners on the defensive side. We're going to have to replace Maddox, who's going to be our starting free safety, but Jet, he's going to be playing our overhang, whether it's strong safety or weak safety for us like he did last year. Christian here, he played DN for us, and he's only gotten better. Xander, he plays defensive tackle for us as well, and we've got a lot of guys that are returning, and they're ready to take that next step. And then we have a guy that didn't get to play a whole lot last year, Brock Henderson, also stepping for us.
Can you see, especially early in the year, with so much you're having to replace offensively, to kind of really lean on that defense early to kind of lead the football team?
Well, for sure. We've talked about how our defense has to start off fast. I have the conversations with the guys all the time, how we really have to step up and take our practice serious. And we really have to depend on our keys and play fast and not think too much. And, that said, I'm really confident in what we can do offensively too. Coach Emick leading our offense and the changes that we've made offensively.
And we'll transition over here to Xander and Christian. And Xander, we'll start with you. Between Xander and Christian, you got 5 sacks, you got about around 10 tackles for loss. If you can double that production this year, that's going to be beneficial. But talk about the line. I've said it before with the other guys that have came in. It's a brotherhood in of itself. Xander, talk about how the offseason's going with your offensive and defensive line brothers.
Well, lineman's going really well right now. We're getting better every day. We're getting stronger. Just trying to fight together and battle out again. Trying to just be better every day. But Christian, he's getting better. He started leading.
Yeah,
he's getting better.
Christian,
under the bus.
Christian's got great hair too, as well. He's going to be in for best hair of the day running. But Christian, talk about that line. You guys obviously the success or not success of a football team in a season, no matter what level you go, high school, college, pro, you got to be good up front. What are you seeing from that group on the line?
And
hold on, we'll get you a little bit closer. There you go.
I think we came a long way since. I think that we could have took a chance to be.
Again, Coach, we'll kind of help these guys out a little bit. Who are some linemen that are going to contribute for the offensive, defensive lines that maybe people around the area don't know their name yet?
Connor Hudson. This is his first year playing. He's going to be our left tackle this year, as well as one of our defensive tackles. And these guys definitely are going to have a large role on both sides. We're trying to make it to where we can give them a little bit of a break. Will Amos is coming back. He's our right tackle. He's also a defensive end for us. Isaiah, he just came in, big kid, just came over from the Christian school that's in the county. I mean, he's a big old hoss. He's practiced for like a week, and I think he's he's hard to block at defensive tackle spot. But with how how athletic our guys are up front, we're able to go to a zone scheme that really fits us better. Last year we were more of a gap scheme team, and being undersized didn't really help us too much. But now we've kind of got our rules down for the guys. The guys are understanding how to communicate a lot better, and they're playing to their strengths now. So it's really helping us.
We'll go down here to Jed, who's going to, as you said, take over in the backfield spot. And, Jed, has been, all season for you. What were some things that you were looking at to get better at, to improve the game and get ready to tote the football as much as he'll give it to you?
I was just thinking about overall through my game contract faster than I lifted.
You got to ask him if you're playing basketball. Can you guard Ty Price? That's all I want to know.
Not really. He's hard to guard.
There's nobody else in the state can either. So
just welcome to everybody else. It's an offense. Do you have to fight Coach Robinson about feeding you the ball more, or do you feel like, are you going to get it plenty of times and you don't have to worry about it?
I like our committee we got. We have like a 3 quarterback committee. So first, I'll get mad if not give me carries.
Who's the smartest of all the running backs?
Oh, for sure, me.
There you go. Excuse this. Who's the smartest of the offensive linemen? That's what I was going to know.
Probably none of them. I guess you could say Xander, but none of them really.
You're not going to take it. You are the smartest, right, Xander?
Smarter than him, at least.
No.
We'll go down here to Kevin. And like I said, all you did last year as a sophomore, 134 tackles. I'm sure there are things that you want to improve on. If there was something that you felt like you needed to improve on, what would it have been this offseason?
My biggest problem last year was getting my hips down. Get on that all season. It hit high last year. I feel like if I get lower, I'd be able to do.
Okay, you talked about you have a kind of a backfield back committee. Which one in the offense versus defense, 7-on-7 running drills, Oklahoma? Who gives you the biggest problems?
Nobody.
Year last year, 34 tackles, like Vic said, 11.5 tackles for loss. Those kind of numbers are going to get you on, potentially on the ESPN Owensboro area football team. Obviously there's team goals. Give me one personal goal you have for this upcoming season, and then give me one team goal you have for this upcoming season.
One personal goal, I think, would just get more tackles for us and stop them in the backfield. And then team goal, I just think we all just need to find more and just get.
I'll ask you, Chet. This is everybody, every team has a ceiling. Is this team good enough that it can work its way into the playoffs? Is that the overall goal?
Yeah, of course that's the goal. I believe that once we play together, overall attitudes of our team 10 times better. We had the team in general. We really home. Still can be that. It's one game. We got to worry about the next game. This thing is, we all play together, play confident, and I think the ceiling is playoffs. And who knows, we may make.
And Coach, you guys had a really nice end of the season win against Ohio County last year. Talk about has it been a process that once the season ended and the new year began, you guys got in the weight room, had a lot of success there. Are you seeing that momentum build from the end of the season to where you guys are coming up to the beginning of this season now?
You see a lot more confidence in the guys. You can definitely tell that they're starting to believe in what we're coaching. They're starting to believe in the standard. There's no talking, but there's no, complaining about when we're running after practice, things like that. None of us want to do it as players. But, these guys get up there and they compete when they do that. And, it's been a lot of fun with this group. And you could definitely tell they've grown in a lot of areas. And, we, like Jet was saying, we just take it day by day, week by week, and, that'll dictate how we're going to be this year. And, we have a lot of confidence in what our guys can do. We just got to do it and show everyone.
And I asked Xander, Coach Roberts talked about how tough it was last year coming in late. Have you seen a difference in the off season from where you were at like last June to, June and July to where you are now this year, July going into August and going into, where it's full bore, getting ready for football? Have you seen a big difference?
Yeah, we've all been getting stronger and we've been getting more ready to play against these big teams and everything. All this, we've been getting ready to go to it.
I got to ask you, Christian, this is a non-football question, but like, how much time do you spend on that hair? Because that is really great hair. I mean, do you have like your own set of products you use? Like, tell me about this.
I just kind of wake up. It's like,
so it's that good.
What's that like?
Just wake up and it's there, huh?
Something like that.
Something like that. Well,
yeah, and Coach, real quick before we get you out of here, you look at this year's schedule. You got a scrimmage against Warren Central, Muhlenberg County. Then you got Breck, Ohio, Todd, Grayson, LaRue, Edmonton, Glasgow, the bye. Hart County obviously is a machine right now, and then Adair and Russellville. Is this a schedule you see for this season where you can build upon what you did to the positive way you close up the season last year?
Definitely think we can. I try not to look over anybody or, with previous records or anything like that. It doesn't matter who we're playing week in and week out. We just have to make sure we're prepared correctly, perform the way that we know that we can do.
Well, Coach, players, we appreciate you guys coming up here for Football Media Day. Good luck this year. Stay healthy and enjoy your time there, and make sure you get plenty to eat here before you leave, because coming up next, it will be the wing. Fear the wing.
Yes.
It's McLean County. We'll jump up here on Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with RE/MAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
At Ohio Valley Insurance, we believe in supporting our communities. We know that student athletes work hard and are a vital part of our communities and the future of our talent. Ohio Valley Insurance, experts in the field, supporting all student athletes and all your insurance needs.
From weekly curbside pickup to roll-off and industrial dumpsters, Elite Waste Services handles it all with efficiency and care. Proudly serving Davis and McLean counties, we service is always on time and always reliable. For more info, you search Elite Waste Services on Facebook.
Step back in time at Wall's Drive-In, serving up hot off-the-grill burgers, golden fries, tenderloins, and hand-dipped ice cream just like you remember. Cruise on down to 402 Washington Street in Cannleton. Wall's Drive-In, where every bite is a blast from the past. Struggling with pain? Advanced Rehabilitation is your expert in physical therapy, injury management, and sports rehab. Relief for back, knee, neck pain, arthritis, and more. In Jasper, Tell City, and Santa Claus, Advanced Rehabilitation. Move better, live better.
Come celebrate with us at the Calhoun Pharmacy on September 1st at 9 a.m. for our ribbon cutting. The first 25 guests get a free gift. We'll have snacks, a photo booth, and giveaways all day. Come find us at 117 KY 15 in Calhoun. Open 9 to 6. Can't wait to see you there.
Looking for a career with great pay and benefits? We're hiring. Whether you're a skilled welder, experienced production worker, Class A CDL driver, or have clerical and administrative experience, we want you to join our team. Apply today at Express Employment Professionals to become part of the team that supports you every step of the way. Call Express now at 270-240-5511. Don't wait. Your future starts now at Express by calling 270-240-5511.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
Discover the timeless charm of Wellburn's Florist on East 4th Street in Owensboro, a third-generation family business delighting our community since 1958. Whether you're celebrating life's milestones or moments in between, our expert florists can help you craft arrangements for every occasion. From birthdays and anniversaries to weddings and proms, to express sympathy or just because, we're your destination for flowers that speak from the heart. Let us help you make your special occasions unforgettable. At Wellburn's, we're more than just a florist.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLean.CEOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Need roofing help? Roof Girl has you covered. Free inspections and estimates, plus gutters, fascia, and vinyl siding too. Call 270-392-4768 and find reviews by searching Roof Girl Paula on Facebook.
Smile with the best. Grass Dental has been voted Best Dental Office 4 years in a row. Experience award-winning care, friendly service, and a reason to smile. Call today and see why we're number one.
Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Mac and Sherry Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hottest.
That car?
Are you car shopping? Need one for your kid? Having trouble getting approved? Stop hearing come back in 6 months. Or how about the boring?
Sorry, we can't help you.
Or
Do you even have a cosigner?
at Advance Car, we have the answer 99.9% of the time to your car problems. With 300 vehicles to choose from and only $2,000, our team will get you approved and on the road same day. Choose Vance Car, where you become family.
Forever!
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, David Clark, getting ready for the Cougars. But before we get to the McLean County Cougars, give me some people all making this possible,
well,
Dave.
Speaking of our title sponsors, big thanks to Southwire for their support here for Media Day. Owensboro Health presenting sponsor Sports Country. If you're one of those weirdos that likes Duke or North Carolina, they'll have you they'll have you taken care of. I don't know why anybody would want that apparel, but if you do, Sports Country. And then Ken Tron Manufacturing, Rick Thompson and the guys do a great job. Vic, also want to give a shout out to our media partner friends that are here: Max Raymond from Owensboro Times, Jared Darwish from ABC 25, TriStateHomepage.com. And then our media partner here at Cromwell Media, Aaron Hancock from 14 News, is in the building.
Yeah, it's with Media Days open for everybody. All we're here to do is present and promote the coaches and the players of the ESPN Owensboro area. Want to give a big shout out Rolling Pin, who gave us all the donuts these guys could eat. Papa John's Pizza. You know, they're feeding. All these coaches got smart and bring all these linemen. We got to feed them.
That's right.
And then also too, Web Design Company, who have all the great hats that you see on the table. They made one for every coach in the entire ESPN Owensboro area.
McLean County got the special treatment today. They got the camouflage hat. How about that?
They did. Let's get to Coach Wagner, who's done a tremendous job there at McLean County. Coach, coming off a year, once again, another fine season. I know it didn't end the way you wanted to in the playoffs. 7-4, lost to Adair County. Talk about how the offseason's gone and how things have gone so far getting ready for this season.
I think it's gone really well. I don't want to mention it because it was a sore subject in our county, but had to navigate the flood. During our winter program and spring program lifting is big for us and what we do. So we navigated that well as a community, as a school. Some of these guys were out helping people instead of being in school, help people move, help people get out of the water. So once after that was done, when we got back in the weight room, and I really don't think we missed a beat. A lot stronger than we were last year at this time.
Coach, when I think of McLean County from an outsider's perspective, I think of it as a family. Like, you guys are a very tight-knit community. When you saw the floods, and then, obviously I know it impacted some of your kids and whatnot, how hard was that on a personal level as the face and the leader of the football program to see people going through it, and but then also to see the community rally behind and get things better?
It's really tough. The first thing you do as a football coach is you check on all your kids. Want to make sure they're safe, their families are safe, and fortunately, I don't think flood affected too many of our guys. It did a couple, but then also you're an administrator, so then you go on and check in on everybody else in the school, everybody else in the community. So it was tough, but as always, like you said, we're a very tight knit community, and we're going to pull through and fight through anything together.
little sore spot for me because I feel like when a natural disaster happens in Kentucky, it gets a lot of attention. And I feel like McLean almost got forgotten about. We didn't forget about you here in Cromwell, obviously, with all the support in the community, but it was tough to see that from a distance. But, you guys, obviously, you make your hay on Fear the Wing, right? Very physical, very aggressive football. You guys are going from 3A back down to 2A, back into U and Hancock and Owensboro Catholic. Talk about that move. Is that something you're excited about, is come back down to that traditional district?
I think we're familiar with it. Nothing really changing for us. The one change is the drive, and Fort Knox is going to be a new opponent for us. I think it was back in the day. These guys don't know them, but it's good to do it. We moved up with Hancock, and we're moving back down together. So again, nothing new. We're very familiar with everything we're in now.
I've got to ask you graduated the quarterback last year, Aiden Rice, who, he threw for 305, ran for 467, did a good job triggering that wing. Have you settled on who the new quarterback's going to be, or is that still an ongoing competition?
I don't think it's a competition with what we do. Positions and sets we'll come out in. We're going to have two different quarterbacks with two unique kind of styles to them. And when one is not at the quarterback position, they'll be at another position that we can get the ball to them.
Well, I'm not the smartest man, but I do know that maybe if I'm a coach, the one thing I want to do is get the ball in the guy to your right's hands. Aiden Bolden, who rushed for 1,439 yards. He was on the ESPN all area team. And talk about what he brings to your program offensively. And just anytime he touches the ball, he has a chance to take it 90 yards for a touchdown.
He does. Very exciting to watch. And if you've been around McLean County football, it kind of reminds you of Landon Camps and how they run and their style. And then anytime at a moment's notice, if he touches the ball, it can go from look like a 3-yard gain to a 30 or 40-yard gain. We're excited, and it's kind of going to be a Swiss Army knife. He's going to do multiple things.
You've always had one of those guys, like Caps, the Baldwin kids. You've always had that one back that's got that juice. And for an offense that that builds its identity on 3 yards, making the defense be accountable for everybody. Talk about when you have that home run hitter, what it does to even open up that offense more.
Allows us to do multiple things. One of them is going to open up play action. We know that any time that we have a fake or the ball's in his hands and he has a threat to run, it's going to open up our downfield passing game. So we're very unique in what we do offensively. So at any time we can line up with him at center and he can snap the ball and then go out for a pass. We can line him up in just random places. What you call the Kentucky spread or polecat. We're going to do that on the 50-yard line. It makes it exciting to watch and fun football to be around.
Coach Wagner always reminds me of like the mad genius coming up with new formations and stuff just to kind of mess with people. But
do you go back and watch like old Oklahoma film or like some Army
stuff,
Army Navy stuff?
Well, kids make fun of me, but a lot of it comes from my dad at Perry Central, and we were going to do anything we could to be unique and be different. If we weren't better than you or more athletic than you, we were definitely going to be different. We're going to make you skills.
We're going to go down into Coach Cook. I know he's been running your defense for a while, and the great thing about it is you get 11. I think if I have this right, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. I think it's 11 of your top 13 tacklers back from last year, led by Hunter Stratton, who just tackled everybody as a sophomore last year. You guys always seem to have that guy that just can tackle. Talk about what you got coming back defensively, Coach Cook. Lean into that mic just a little bit. There you go.
This is a unique year. You said we've got. I'll trust your stats on that. I haven't looked at it. But it's very unique that we do have a lot coming back. And generally we do like to have a kid in the middle of the field that we know is going to play from one sideline to the other. I think this year, Coach Wagner, we've been working on it for a few weeks. We're with some coverages. I think we got a really good secondary this year, which in years past maybe can be our downfall at times. Like we got some athletes and guys we can places to make plays. So you bring back 7, 8, 9 starters from the previous year who you have to coach up as much, just kind of tweaking with some things. It makes a big difference.
You kind of been a staple out there with Coach Wagner. Talk about your two relationships and the relationship that you have with Coach Wagner. And I'm sure it can be like brothers. There may be some times where you guys fight a little bit, but when it all comes down to it, it's a lot of a love between the two of you.
I've kid us a lot because we talk to each other probably more than him.
He calls me about
this is year 13, I guess. Year 13. So, it is like Our families hang out together. We live literally a literal stone throw from each other. I mean, we're at each other. I mean, it's a good bond, and I know I can go to him with anything. He can come to me, but I think it helps program in our community and, the way we run things. It makes it so easy, and it's nice to be able to coach with someone that you also get along with. And like he knows I'm going to speak my mind to him. If I don't like something he did on a play call, I'm going to let him know. Same with him. He's going to let me know he didn't like that defense. I'm going to let him know I didn't like that play call. So, but I will let him know if something works out well. Hey, keep hitting it. I mean, we just feed off each other.
How often does he come to you, Coach White, and be like, "Look, you put you went for it on 4th and 7 on our own 35. What are you doing to me, Coach Wagner?"
Here's the thing. Hold on. I'm the one generally who's saying, "Hey, just the defense, go for it." So,
and that is very. Coach, get a little bit closer to the mic. Yeah.
Very, very few times have we decided to punt, and the few times I'm like, I don't know, let's punt it. He's like, no, that's not our MO. Let's roll the dice. Let's take a chance. But I can't think of one play call last year that we didn't talk for a couple of days.
Because, you talk about your wives are good friends, and does your wife know? Like, she's like, you haven't. What happened? Because you and Coach Cook haven't talked a day and a half. Tell me about it. I mean, is she a sounding board too?
Oh, absolutely, and that's she married into a football family. My dad was coach for numerous years, and it was in her vows. She vowed in our wedding vows that she was going to help me break down film, and she'll be there. And she's tremendous. She holds down the house during these days, and with both my girls getting into basketball now, it gets rough, but she never complains, and she's a true coach's wife.
I tell you what, I wish I'd have known that. I should have had my wife in our vows. I have her. That is the greatest thing I think I've ever heard. I'm clipping that. That's going all over.
So, I mean, that way, anniversary, honeymoon, everything fell according.
And before we get to the players, I got to ask, with the wing, and usually when I talk to you, preseason, or we've been out at the McLean County Fair a few times, it's always about up front too, because if you're going to run that wing, your guys have got to be really good on the offensive line. How's that come along? I know last year going into the season, you were a little worried about that. Do you feel like, there's still improvement there, or do you feel like you're, with what you've got coming back, you feel pretty confident about your offensive line?
I think there's always improvement to be made, to be had. However, this year, I think we're senior laden, really. I think we have one junior on the offensive line. Spring practice went a little bit more smoothly. Install these last 2 weeks have been great, because everybody, they know the line calls, they know odd and even what to do. They're veterans. So again, we can always improve, but we're very optimistic with what they can do.
We're going to go down to the Owensboro Times. That's a question for you. Go ahead.
Hey, Coach. So I understand you've lost some talent and you have plenty of talent returning, but how has it been replacing the key departures? Is it just plug and play, or has it been more than that?
I think with what we do, it's kind of plug and play. We're always going to miss any senior that leaves. We're a family, and everybody has their unique way to contribute to what we do on offense, on defense, on special teams. But again, we're gonna run offensively and defensively what we do, and our kids do a good job of fitting that mold.
So then, Coach, I mean, earlier you mentioned 2 quarterbacks. Can you just name them?
We have AB Bolden here sitting to my right, and then up and rising junior Nate Engelhart, who will also play receiver, slot back. He'll be a Swiss Army knife as well for us.
Coach, talk about the guy to your right, Jackson Reynolds. In my opinion, one of the most underrated, if not the most underrated defensive lineman in the region. How is it to be able to have a guy like that you can put on your offensive and your defensive line and be able to rely on to know that he's going to go out there and make a play?
Well, I think it speaks volumes. I don't like to play linemen 2 ways, and we're not going to keep him off the field. He's going to be our best defensive lineman. He's a pulling guard for us, so he's going to run his tail off. We're going to pull someone every play. There's a little bit of a rift between us if you ask him, because I think he was beat last year in a bench off by me. He still kind of holds that, but he's one of the most powerful and explosive athletes that we've had in the last 13 years for us.
Well, let's go to Jackson, and you're like right there anchoring the line for the last couple of years. Last year, you guys ran for 3,022 yards. Talk about what it's like to block for somebody like Aiden Bolden, and usually the plethora of backs that you guys have in that brotherhood of that McLean County Fear the Wing offensive line.
Yeah, the backs we have, they make it pretty easy for us to block. They're pretty good, and our whole line, we've got experience, so we know what we're doing, and we just carry out the blocks.
You know, we talked about the relationship that Coach Cook and Coach Wagner have as players. You know, do you guys see that too, how they get along? And are there times where you see if something happens, you're like, hey, guys, stay away from them two, let them fight it out a little bit?
You can tell when something's wrong.
Which one are you more scared of, Coach Cook or Coach Wagner?
I don't really know.
You don't want to find out?
No, not really.
Let's go down here to Aiden and talking about a guy, like I said, you know, kind of scary to have you with playing quarterback with the ball in your hands at all times. But, you know, how's that transition been kind of going from a running back and now, you know, going under center and have to maybe play a little bit of quarterback from Fear the Wing?
It's new, but I mean, it's just something I got to adjust to accordingly and just play football.
You know, and you know, your offensive linemen and what they do for you guys out there, you know, talk about the relationship that you have with somebody like Jackson or the rest of the offensive linemen and Wyatt.
I mean, I love playing behind these guys. I mean, every time I run the ball, we need yards. I know I can get it. I mean, I trust these guys. I mean, they're the reason I'm where I'm at today, so.
You know, and talk about that, you know, the recruiting taking off a little bit. How hard has that been where you're having to kind of, you know, I know sometimes kids can worry about that, but, you know, are there people you talk to that be like, hey, just let it happen? And how's that whole relationship been with recruiting and then trying to, you know, not try to do too much so like people see you?
I mean, it's a lot. It kind of gets confusing, but I mean, at the end of the day, I just, you know, let it be, kind of go with the flow. Don't worry about it too much.
Go ahead.
Players. I understand you've been leaders in the past, and this year, stepping up even more leaders. How's it been growing in the leadership role, not just on the field, but also off? So you're all leaders, but how's it been growing in the leadership role, not just on the field, but off the field?
I mean, it's been difficult. I mean, like coming up as a freshman, don't really got to worry about it too much, but then you come up and you get these straight, you know, we got to do what we got to do. I mean, so, I mean, it's been hard, but I mean, at the end of the day, we all kind of adjust to it and get it going.
You know, when it comes to being a leader on and off the field, you know, my freshman year, the older seniors, offensive linemen, they've really took good leadership and they've really helped me through these past 4 years, and it's really helped me become a better leader myself.
We came up as freshmen, the older offensive linemen, they helped become good leaders. And we have a good relationship. We hang out on and off the field. So we all have a good relationship with each other and just helps leaders.
You know what, I want to ask you, you know, I know, you know, Coach Wagner in the wing, and he can be hard on offensive linemen. I mean, I you know, talking to him and how he pushes the linemen. Talk about the relationship that you have with Coach Wagner and what he's meant to you, not only as a football player, but as a student growing up in McLean County.
He's been a great role model to me ever since my freshman year. I wanted to be with him and play with him as just an offensive player. You know, he does work us pretty hard almost every single day, but that's just part of what being an offensive lineman is. There's a quote that Coach Morris has, our offensive line, it's, we do the most, we're known the least, but we don't care, for we are the reason.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it. When he gets mad, I've never seen, I mean, he's always been great with me, but when he gets mad, how scary can Coach Wagner or Coach Cook, how scary can those two guys be on a young 17-year-old guy when you've upset them?
It could be pretty scary, you know, when I know they're yelling at me or all that, I know I need to focus in, you know, keep my mouth quiet and do what I need to do best.
You know, Aiden, how good can this football team be? Is this a team that can win a couple playoff games and just make a playoff run? Do you feel like that's a ceiling for this team?
I think we go deep in the playoffs, even host another playoff game. I really have high hopes for this team this year.
And for the two coaches, and I'll let Jalen ask questions. Just for both of you, have you answer, because I've totally forgot about this. I haven't asked the coach yet from Kentucky. You got the new rules, you know, about contacting players and all the Twitter stuff. I know it's an adjustment. Fan of the rule, doesn't mind the rule, but like to see some changes. I mean, how has it affected communication with your players?
You know, it's definitely a challenge. One that I think our administration and central office has done an amazing job of communicating to teachers, to staff. And, you know, they had us in right there before dead period and said, hey, look, we're going to use this app. we're going to, here's how you use it. We met with the company. There's still some kinks in it and things will work out. But overall, it's something you have to deal with. I think the principle behind it's hard to say, hey, we don't need this app. Right. You want to keep people, and especially children, away from bad people. Again, you adjust to it, you adapt and overcome.
I'm hoping there's like some adjustments coming that, there's a lot of times where they pass a law in Frankfurt that got good intentions and it's like the unintended consequences. It may take a year or so to kind of figure that out. But overall, Coach Cook, I mean, you're going to have to do it anyway. But, overall, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything Coach Wagner said. Our administration, higher ups have done an amazing job of preparing us to go into this. So really it's not been an issue. My only issue is being the athletic director. I'm in like 47 different text groups and classrooms. So it's constantly feeding me notification. And it's good. I mean, to me though, that means that we're using it correctly and we're doing it right. So in the grand scheme of things, I think it's been an issue with us.
This thing is, and Coach would ditto this. When our kids are junior, seniors, you have their cell phone. You're gonna text them. You're gonna call it happy birthday. Enjoy your day, man. Hope do well in the ACT and kind of takes it away because I'm talking while we're in there. I text all of them. This is what we're wearing. Make sure you say this. Your manners. They didn't get it. There's no, I forgot to look at it, Coach. It's not the same.
Right. And not, like I said, I think that there's good intentions behind it. And I know every school, and maybe, I don't know, McLean, some schools will have waivers or is that something that, or I know there's some schools that are doing no waivers. Everything's on the app. Some schools are doing waivers where you got to go through a whole process. Has McLean decided what they're doing on that yet?
Right now at this moment, we're going to use the app. And again, the app is great, with the exception of a couple things. I think it's going to allow us to actually together a better scouting report and get it out to the kids.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many things that are tied to it. At this point, we're just going to use the app.
Yeah, and one, Jalen?
Yep. Coach, talk about the changes to the schedule. Obviously, Vic mentioned it earlier. We're in the new district again with Catholic, Hancock, Fort Knox. We've added Caverna, Hart County, Davis County. Talk about the additions to the schedule. You guys excited to a different change of pace, new teams, new opponents. Talk about that and what the excitement, I guess, in surround the program about that.
Well, like I said, it's very familiar. I think the biggest issue with the new district was that it's just 3 other teams. The last 2 years we had 5, I think, total, it was 6 actually. So it makes the scheduling a lot easier. You're only going to get, I have to go out and call a couple people, get a couple games in. Now with the only 3 other district foes, we had to scramble and call. And, during that spring last year, the phone was ringing, emails were going off, calling Coach Cook. Said, okay, look, I think we got one for the 7th and 6th. Do we need one for X, Y, and Z? So we were glad when everything was contract was signed and it was in.
Well, Coach, players, thanks for joining us for Media Day. Good luck. We'll be out there for our tailgate show week 1 against Muhlenberg County. I will be now the new big fan of McLean County because you're going to have to kick Steve out, who's now the voice of the Aces. So he's no longer welcome out there, in McLean County. But, guys, good luck.
Plans are in place for a community tailgate as well. Week 1, get the community out there, community tailgate, bring your food, bring your potluck. We're going to have a great turnout week 1, Vic, for you and Steve.
Looking forward to it. There's nothing. I mean, the whole atmosphere in McLean County on a Friday night is pretty special. So we're always looking forward to it. Good luck this year. Thank you for joining us for Media Day. And when we come back, we'll have Mullen. Up next, it's Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health, 102.7 The Game.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
The Tale City Football Booster Club is proud to represent the players and coaches from Tale City Junior and Senior High School. We want to wish all local teams the best of luck in their season this upcoming fall.
Intron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kintron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak?
Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing in Penal Scottish. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking, past few rain, get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 1027 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 1027 The Game, also live streamed on our YouTube page. And up next, it's Muhlenberg County. Because there was the tragic death of former Muhlenberg County basketball and football star Braden Loven. The funeral is today. Muhlenberg County could not make it. I was able to catch up with Coach Staples and talk to him about the upcoming season for Muhlenberg County. And we'll play you that interview right now. And now we're being joined by the Muhlenberg County Mustang head football coach, Josh Staples. First of all, Coach Staples, welcome to Southwire Football Media Day.
Thank you guys for the opportunity.
Unfortunately, you couldn't make it with us on in person today. The tragedy that struck Muhlenberg County as former Mustang football and basketball great, now in the Air Force, Braden Loven was tragically killed in an incident in the Air Force there, and you're down for his funeral. I know you coached him at Muhlenberg County. We covered him on those back-to-back regional basketball championship teams. Talk about Braden a little bit and what he meant to Muhlenberg County and to you as a coach.
Well, I mean, first off, there's really, the loss that not just Braden had with just, a few, his family members and close-knit members of the community, but just broad reaching throughout. It didn't matter where he went. Braden had the type of charisma. It was really infectious. Being a member of, he was a member of the football team, the basketball team, the track and field team, just was always involved with everything. Just a magnet for just good, positive energy all the way around. It's just a tragedy that I think the entire community is still trying to wrestle with and just trying to grab. He went into the Air Force, to represent. I mean, just overall, we're just kind of gutted over here. There's a tragedy that's true.
That's one. I'm glad you mentioned that, because one thing I remember so much about covering him, not just his pure athleticism, but that smile. Every big play or a great play by his teammate, you're right, that smile was so infectious.
He was just electric. I mean, it doesn't matter whenever you talk to him. Spoke to him. He came in I guess the last time that I spoke to him was around 3 or 4 months ago. He'll come in and would just lit up everybody around him. And it's just, again, I think everybody is just really at a loss. You don't expect a young man, just as energetic as he was. You don't expect anything like this to happen. Especially when it's to someone to the level of it's really hard.
Well, our prayers are with you and the Mustang family and the Loven family. Prayers out to all of you guys, and we'll keep you in our prayers. And I know there's not an easy way to switch over to talking about high school football after that, but it is Football Media Day, and you're coming off a year where 2-8. But I think the one thing you did find last year that everybody's looking for is a young quarterback that you can kind of build around, and that's Clay Wilkin, who, as a sophomore last year, threw for 937 yards, ran for 353, and at times was completely athletic. How have you seen his growth from last year to coming into your football practices this year?
It's made caused him better he had from last year to this year. It's just a different level of maturity. I think last season coming in, he really understood, was kind of incorporated with being, with being a starting quarterback. And when you're that age, and when you're a sophomore, a lot of times you just trying to play around. And a lot of times you use your athletic ability to make plays and things. And of course, sometimes it paid off. A lot of times it did, and other times it kind of hindered him a little bit. So I think probably the biggest difference from last year to this year is just that maturity. It's harder on myself than what it is. He really took a really strong leadership role with the team this season, leading through spring up into the summer, and it really came a long way, even from Jim till right.
I mean, do you see him where like you talked about being a young sophomore, you're the first-time starter, you kind of go out and, if something doesn't happen just right, then you just turn to your athleticism. Do you see him getting more into where just the knowledge of the offense and maybe, A was covered, where am I supposed to go now instead of just pulling the football down and taking off running?
It's one of the hardest things with any guys, at any level is just when you've gotten away with your athletic ability kind of carrying you through some situations, it's really hard to kind of understand that, okay, everyone else around me is maybe, they might not be as good of an athlete, but fundamentally they're a little bit through his roots. He's just a very aggressive, mature kid who really just makes plays. I mean, even when he came in his freshman year, I think he had a kickoff return for a touchdown and maybe a punt return for a touchdown. So, just an electric player. Really looking forward to see exactly how much he's progressed when we start going against the teams.
One of the reports we've gotten from 7-on-7s, and I know we always joke about 7-on-7s not being, quote unquote real football, but you can learn some things. And one of the things what we keep hearing about here at 102.7 The Game is the size you have at receiver. So, I know you're returning back from last year. You had Baskerfield, who led the team in receptions, 10 catches, 324 yards. But talk about the receiving core and how they can complement Clay a little bit.
Well, we kind of joked about it a little bit. Fortunate, we had a couple new guys come out this season. So they're not quite as big as Braden, to the height and the length of our receivers. But yeah, you mentioned Braden Baskerville will be a senior. I think he's right around. I think he's 6'5". For sure, so he's salting us. Yeah, but he's probably closer to 6'6", but a really rangy receiver, has extremely good hands, and runs routes really well. We got Braden there around 6'6". We have Stephen Light, I think he's 6'3". We also had a newcomer come out. He's a good swing. He's 6. Stewart is another. I think he's 6'1", possibly 6'2". Another bigger body type kid. but they do have some pretty good size. And out those receivers, and he's the short. He's 6 foot. So overall, definitely happy with the size of receiver positions. And they've had a really solid kind of 7-on-7 month. Obviously, a lot of these guys, they've played very limited varsity action other than Braden. But stepped into their own through the 7 season. It's really come along.
You look in the backfield, your 2 leading rushers returning. Trevor Hardesty, who had a 235 yards last year, Hunter Donnell with 163. Is this a thing where it's kind of kind of share the backfield and just see who's hot that night?
The one thing actually is we've actually lost Hunter from January. He's actually homeschooled.
Okay.
But we have Trevor is back. Trevor has had probably the best season that you could have from his junior to senior year. He's made extreme gains in the weight room. He's one of our strongest kids. But as far as him offensively, and of course, he plays inside linebacker for us also. As far as he's not necessarily our quickest back, probably our quickest back leans towards Paxton Edwards. He's another senior. He's had a really good offseason. I think Paxton was probably our 3rd leading rusher season. Really, his ability is just the same as the guys with last season. It's just that, season. This spring he's been our best back through.
And then speaking, you talk about Hardesty and Paxton, also your leading returning tacklers from last year, based on the KHSA stats. So those are guys going to be going both ways, but those are 2 guys that you can kind of build that defense around there in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, they're as solid as we've got on the defensive side. Paxton's line top. Trevor is, like I said, he's more of a thumper type kid. So he's pretty much going to be more of your traditional Mike linebacker. One thing some pretty big things from this year. His name is David. He's been he played a little. He's our junior varsity quarterback season, but keep off the field this year.
Well, the great thing about skill guys is they are great, and that's what everybody loves because they get all the big plays. But it all starts up front. On both sides of the ball up front. Compared to where you were this time last year to where you are now, how do you feel about the guys up front, the big hog mollies?
Yeah, I mean, I feel really good about them. We've got a group of guys. I think defensive line is probably going to be kind of looking. 6 to 7 guys that feel very comfortable and confident with. Obviously, some of those guys will play on the offensive side of the ball, but some guys, Hunter Stanley is a junior that, last season the injury bug got him. He actually wasn't even able to play. He is he's probably just one of it. He's as quick, if not quicker than most of our skill guys. Then we have Carson Lynch, who is only going to be a sophomore, but very high on him. His freshman season, kind of went through some bumps and some good things from him. Senior that I think is a returner from last season. Season. It's Curtis Flynn, and Curtis will be a junior. His lifts, he's went up around 30. just really explosive. One of those high energy just never stops.
You know, and looking at the schedule, Coach Staples, you look at the schedule, you open with McLean, you got Webster, Evanston, and Ohio before you jump in to your district play with Apollo, Marshall, Madisonville, Owensboro, and Graves. But those first four games are games that you look at it. McLean's always tough. They're, and that's where Live at 5 will be. Opening tailgate show right out there at Paulson Stadium for the McLean Muhlenberg game. Looking forward to that. That is a schedule where football and sports in general are sometimes it's about, the momentum you build. That is those first four games are a schedule that you can, I could see the ceiling being 3-1 going into that. Do you feel pretty confident building to get something going well before you jump into district play with those first four matchups?
I think just like always, every single season, I think the only thing that we really worry about is really any coach in the area is just starting off 1-0, obviously.
Right.
Cliche. But as far as, going into this season, a lot will depend on what side, the momentum swings. Over the last couple of seasons, it's no secret that, it's not where we wanted to be. Always play the what if we got this, or we made this play. And, as far as, a couple breaks here, a couple things that we do differently last season could have changed the outcome.
Oh, we talked about you go 2-8, but like opening game, Caverna was a shootout. It could have gone either way. McLean was just a 6-point loss, and then a tough, 13-point loss to Evanston. You make a couple plays there, you're 3-0, and that changes what 2-8 looks like completely.
Yeah, and again, I think this whole offseason, that was our big stress emphasis point, was that we're not really, we're not building for anything culture that we have right in front of us. The wins, the losses, the results will take care of themselves. Success, the team that we've got in that building and field, that's what we're really wanting to improve on. The other stuff, all those results and things.
Yeah, and before we get you out of here, Coach, I got to ask you, we talk about McLean to open up, and as we said, Live at 5 will be there for the tailgate show. I always like to ask coaches because, being a former baseball coach, you never worried about the stuff you felt good about. But at night when you tried to lay down and go to sleep, there was always the things that kept you up at night of, okay, for us to win, what's the one position group right now that keeps you up most at night that you need to have the biggest improvement last year to kind of turn that 2-8 record into a winning record?
Yeah, I think for the most on the offensive side of the ball, we have to get back. It's no secret, you win and lose football games in the trenches. We've just got to get better on the offensive line. Defensively, I feel decent about our defense. I think other than just kind of one position, I think the depth is just that's the one thing that sticks out in my mind.
And it's always the last thing that comes for a program that's trying to build is overall depth.
Yeah, I really feel about our roster. I really do. We've got a great group of young men. And I think we're going into this season, I think, with it's not a extremely huge group of seniors. I think 14. Not many have had experience at the varsity level, but the young guys that we have, where they have I'll be honest with you. I'm really looking seeing these young guys mesh with the old guys tonight. Some freshmen that players that could see a position at a wide future.
Some of those has to be very bright. I've seen the reports, them investing back into the football program with some upgrades. It's a great stadium, but even, it's as you get a football stadium, it's 8 to 10 years old. You always have to, upgrade and do this. They're doing that at Muhlenberg County. That's got to make you and the players and the support you're getting from the fans and the boosters in the school have to make you very happy.
It's amazing. The young men, obviously, if you drove by or whatever, we are facing the turf this season. obviously renovations with some of our practice field and those things. We're looking at trying to update some of the weight room in the field house. So, it's just when the kids see these things and we see, all the support that's going into them, it just makes them want to push a little bit harder, run a little faster.
Well, I do know Stephen A. Turner says all he needs is an upgrade is an elevator, because that may be the longest walk to the press box. So Steve's just asking if you could take care of him, Coach. You'd appreciate it.
Hey, the greatest thing about being the head coach is I don't have to make that walk up the press box.
Well, Coach, hey, thank you so much for taking some time. I know it's a trying time down there in Muhlenberg County. Just know that our hearts and our prayers are with you guys. And but I appreciate you taking just a few minutes here to talk about Muhlenberg County football.
Listen, I appreciate everything that you guys do. As you mentioned, please just keep the love and family. This is something that they're going to be dealing with for as a community. Thing goes out to them. Thank you guys for everything that you do.
Well, when we come back, we'll be joined by Ohio County as you're listening to Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health, also on the live stream here on 102.7 The Game.
At American Legion Post 9 in Owensboro, it's more than a building, it's a mission. We're here to serve those who serve and to strengthen our community every step of the way. From supporting local veterans and their families to mentoring youth through programs like Boys State and Girls State, Post 9 stands for honor, leadership, and service. We partner with local charities, host fundraisers, and build bridges between generations. American Legion Post 9, where service continues and community comes first. Follow us on Facebook to get involved and stay connected.
This season, stand out on and off the field with Web Design Company. From custom team gear to spirit wear that pops, they've got your school pride covered. Find Web Design Company on Facebook and rep your team in style.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Oh, Hickory Barbecue, 6 generations cooking for you.
Serving Owensboro for 100 years. Whether you're craving a plate of slow smoked barbecue or need a feast for the family, we've got you covered. Old Hickory Barbecue delivers flavor in every. Stop by today. Old Hickory Barbecue, 270-926-9000. So need to check.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Safety is key when replacing your mount. So people to the pros and prosperity. We'll get it done right and get it done safely. Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Jalen Darty now joining me. We're getting ready for Ohio County, but before we get to Ohio County, Jalen, tell me about some people outside of Southwire and Owensboro Health who's making all this possible.
Absolutely, Vic. Express Employment Professionals. Justin Nugent with Remax Realty, Ohio Valley Insurance, and Gino's Pizza.
And also big thanks to Rolling Pin, Papa John's for providing the food today. You got Web Design Company over in Tell City who's got all the great hats.
What about those hats?
They are sweet. The Live at 5 hat they made for us is really, really special.
Yeah, I like the koozie too.
Oh, yeah. And we're going to get to the Ohio County Eagles. Coach Trent Moeller in his second year there at Ohio County. Coach, I got to ask you, first of all, how's the offseason gone and how's the overall work ethic of the players been?
Season's been great, and the players have worked harder than they ever have the last 4 years. So they're doing a great job responding to what the coaches are asking. They're more coachable than they have been. They've got better attitudes, and they're really getting after it.
One change this year, Ohio County's made that move to kind of go independent, which I think is probably in the long run to kind of help build the program. Probably a good move. Were you a fan of that? I mean, were you part of that decision making too?
I was part of the decision. Ultimately, it's a hard decision to make, but it's what's best for the program, best for our players. And when you go into those games against Bowling Green, it tears you up inside, and it kills your confidence. And so we've got games on the schedule that can give us confidence, build the confidence, and go play a little bit of football and have fun playing the greatest game.
Well, not only that too, I think, doing it this way, I know in the past, numbers have been a problem at Ohio County, and then you play some games that, it's just an uncompetitive thing that probably hurts the numbers. Why do I want to go play when we're getting beat, 70-0 or something? First of all, how have the numbers been for this offseason?
Numbers have been decent. We're getting about 35 kids coming out for football this year. You mentioned the numbers. Going independent has helped. It's boosted morale and boosted excitement. But ultimately, they want to see some wins on that scoreboard before they dive in.
No, that's true. Looking at last year, you had 3 different guys playing quarterback for you at different times. Have you settled in on a QB1, or is it still kind of an open competition for who's going to take the ball in the center?
I think we've really settled in with Aiden Ferris being our quarterback. He's really shown some of the mental aspects that we hoped for, and he's doing the little things right this year.
And also, you returned your leading rushers from last year, Eli Warren, Cam Evans. They're both back playing. I assume, you never know anymore from high school football. But are they back? And also, how's the overall running back room look?
So our running back room is looking really good right now. We've got other people. Eli Warren has been doing a great job this summer. And we have new guys stepping in. Tanner Wood got a few good carries last year. He's stepping in and making himself a part of the conversation this year. So our running back core is looking strong.
Coach, talk about the guy there to your far left, Trey Abney, coming back from injury this season, if I'm not wrong. Talk about having him back and healthy and what his addition to the roster is going to be this year.
And last year, it was the very end of June, I got the notice that Trey was down and probably down for the count that year. And it broke my heart for him, because ultimately it's about these guys and them getting to show off their ability and their hard work. And he's one of those guys that puts in that work. So he lost his season, and we're just really excited to have him back. He's been working real hard to be 100% and be one of our guys.
And that's one, too, not that injuries doesn't hurt every team, but when you're a team that plays a lot of guys both ways, when you're a team that has struggled with numbers at times, you're trying to build those numbers, injuries hit you guys, 3-4 times as hard as it does maybe a school that's got 80 guys on the team.
Hey, absolutely. I mean, and we're one injury away from having to pull up a freshman or trying to figure out, hey, who can fill this spot, even though it's not your natural position or what you practiced for the last few weeks. So,
last year you had to play a lot of young guys and kind of throw their feet in the fire, and maybe we don't know, these guys, but who are some younger guys or maybe guys that we don't know that you're looking to take big steps this year to help this football team?
Tanner Wood is one of them. I mentioned him in our running back room. He's also playing linebacker, has a good chance there. We've got Brantley Hall, a returning wide receiver and corner for us. He had an injury late in the season last year that took him out for most of the remaining season. And he's looking good at corner safety. And we'll just have a little flavor sprinkled in the rest of the spots.
Well, let's go down here too, Trey. And how tough was that? A multiple sport athlete out there. How tough was that when they told you last year, hey, he's not going to get to play football? It's got to be tough on a young kid.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. The recovery I knew was going to be pretty hard. So it was just kind of like getting my mental right, and then just knowing, like, locking that people don't see, and, like, the late nights that people don't see, just working 10 times harder to get it back.
You talk about that work, and I think I think it's always something that you hear about at the professional, the college level. We don't think about it at the high school level. That when you're out, like, you're used to being part of that team, and when you can't play, and I know you can go to practice, but it's different. How hard is that mentally when you're talking about doing that work on your own? And there are times that can get, you can go to some deep, dark places in your head. Like, that's got to be tough. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mainly got closer to God during it. I got baptized during all of this. Just friends supporting me. Some of them come out with me to like the field maybe. The recovery like at therapy and stuff is really good. I just like my family, everybody just help keep me on the right track.
And we'll go down here to Carson. Is a guy that played multiple positions last year, ran the ball a little bit, played a little defense. You know, what do you see you? And I ask you, what do you see your role be for this year's football team? And then I'll ask Coach if you're right or not. Hold on 1 second. Having trouble with your mic. I tell you what, just gravitate to Trey's mic there and kind of pull it to you and lean in and talk to that one right there. Your role.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
My role, I don't know. Honestly, getting on the field is what I really want. I don't really care if I get the ball, but as long as I'm on something, I'm going to be happy.
Sorry, just don't worry about me. There you go. I want the people that listen on the radio and on the live stream to be able to hear you.
Okay. But, as long as I get on the field, like, I really don't care where I play. Like, if I play, I'm going to be happy. Helping the team out is what I want to do. Like, win football games, have fun. Football is, if you don't have fun, then it's not fun.
It's got to be a guy that you like, especially when you got to have people play multiple positions, Coach. Who, if I hand him the football, if I throw him the football, if I put him here, he's just a football player. Got to have a lot of those at Ohio County. That's something you have to enjoy.
Whatever role we ask him to do, he's full-fledged. He's put on the gas pedal. And what can I do to make this team better?
All right, we'll go down here to Coburn. And Coburn, tell us a little about yourself. What do you see your role being this year on this football team and some stuff that you worked on in the offseason? Scoot up just a little bit. Yeah. Coach, tell us a little bit about what you expect out of Coburn this year on the football team.
Yeah, I mean, Coburn's that guy. Coburn's the glue to the team. He's the guy that holds everyone accountable. He's the one that holds everyone together. He's one of our more vocal seniors and leaders on the team, and he's just that ultimate team guy. And his contribution in the locker room may not be as great as the contribution on the field, but man, that's a big part of who he is. He's that locker room guy that people love being around. And then when he gets out on the field, he gives you everything. He's got every rep. He's one of those coachable guys that's willing to do whatever's asked of him.
We'll go down here to Max, and Max, it's going into this year. What were some things? And just make sure you turn that mic towards you a little bit there, and then lean into it when you talk there. What were some things in the offseason that you were wanting to get better at to kind of help this football team win football games? Hold on 1 second. Four's not working. Okay, Coach, if you'll just kind of slide that down a little bit, and then I'll let you talk into that one. That way, it's on the live stream; they can hear.
All right.
There you go.
Obviously, there's a lot of things that we could do as a team.
On here, they're working on the mics there. We're going to change it up here and there. We're having a problem with the mics all of a sudden. And the technology. It's the way it works sometimes. Go ahead, just leave it on number 3. Okay, go ahead, Max. I couldn't hear you, so try. Give me that answer again.
Obviously, there's a lot of things us as a team could do to get better. But I just try to focus on, there's a lot of positions I could be in. So I just try to focus on, myself, really. Think of, if I work on myself, I think I'm a better team player. So if I can get myself confident and all that, I think I'd work better for the team.
I've got to ask you because, when you're in the locker room and you got that brotherhood going on, who's the guy when Coach Mo comes in, he tears some paint off the wall, and it was a bad practice, he lets you know about it, and he leaves. Who's the guy that kind of is the funny guy that kind of breaks the ice and kind of eases the tension? Who's the funny teammate on the team?
Obviously, Brantley Halls. He could break up the team, but he's also a really good player, so he's a real good guy to have in the locker room.
Okay, I'll ask Coburn. I'll give you a teammate question. Is if you got a game on Friday night and you got to pass a math test on Friday morning, which teammate do you have and help you study?
Oh my goodness.
Or do you need anybody to study with you? Are you telling me you're the smartest guy on the team? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I won't say that. No, I won't say that. Michael Kittinger could be a big one.
Okay.
He's helped me out a lot sometimes when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I'll say him.
And every team has a ceiling, and everybody wants to reach that ceiling, whatever it may be. It may be 3 wins. It may be 10 wins. It may be, a state championship. Every team has a ceiling. For you guys to reach your ceiling, give me 2 things that has to be better this year than that was last year.
I think one is our effort. Last year, there were games where I just don't think our effort was there. And I'm like that as well. I mean, there were some times where I went into a game and think, man, this might be rough. And I think that's gotten a lot better. And the mentality, I think that's improved a lot. Like I said, there were games where we just get off the bus and sometimes we just be completely deflated of all our energy. And going into the game, we know it was going to be hard. But I think this year it's gotten a lot. It's improved a lot. I think overall the players, the coaches, everything, the mentality and effort has truly taken step.
And coaches, that's something we talked about, moving into that independent where you can play teams that maybe you're more competitive with until this program, you got to take baby steps. And, there's been some times, it's been some hard times there. Do you think by moving that, he was talking about there are times you get off the bus and, the effort, you just kind of know, hey, it doesn't matter what we do. Do you think moving to this independent kind of changes some of that for the players?
Right. Yeah, there were definitely times last year when it felt like we didn't even get on the bus, let alone get off the bus ready to play a football game. And, the mentality's definitely changed. The locker room environment, the practice environment. I mean, they know what they're working for, and they have a hope. I talk about hope a lot. I mean, they have hope for this season. And last season, there was a big lack of that.
I'll ask Carson here, and I'll make sure you use that mic over there, Carson. One thing that I think gets missed out on a lot of people, they don't go out and go to different places, is the facilities there and the new turf that you guys had last year put in. I mean, it's an unbelievable facility. On a Friday night when that hill's full, and I mean, it's a great environment for football, and it's got to, it's got to at least be fun to play there.
Because once we got that new field, it was like from mud and stuff. I wasn't worried about slipping and sliding and make sure I was moving rules, placing the ball. And
I coached baseball out there. I can remember games where you get a rain one week and then literally, right there in the middle, it was completely worn out. And and I know football, that one was crowned a little extra, so it's got to be a lot better to play on anyway.
100%. It feels a lot better than your face.
Well, I'll ask Trey. Trey, Coburn says in a roundabout way, didn't want to say it, but he said he was the smartest guy on the team. Is that who you're asking to help you study for a test if you got to pass a test to play?
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt. Yeah. So he wasn't just fooling. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, him, Michael Kinger. I'm really close with Isaiah Cook. Me and him's best friends, and he's pretty smart. So anytime I need anything, I'll just ask him.
I'll ask you another tough question about one of your teammates here. Who's the ladies guy on the team?
Yes.
No, ladies. Ladies guy, not laziest. Ladies guy. That's all right.
I don't know. There's a couple that maybe.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, Trey.
Here's
the question I want to know, Vic, in the Abney household is who's the better athlete, you or Tate?
Oh, without a question, right? Yeah, without a question. And Coach, I'll come back to you. As we talked about the ceiling, every team has a ceiling. What are some things that, to get whatever that ceiling is for this team, whatever it may be, what are some things that they have to be different than what they were last year? And do you feel like you're making at least baby steps into that progression?
Say 2 big ones for us from last year to this year are conditioning. We've got to be in shape because we've got a lot of guys playing both sides of the ball, and we can't have them hunkered down, gasping for air, breathing heavy. So we've got to be in shape. And the other one is just we've got to tackle. Man, when we get to the football, we've got to wrap up and get that guy to the ground and not let him slip out of my grasp. So I feel like we've been making strides on that. As a coaching staff, we have, you can ask these guys, made them run a little bit more than they have the last few years in the offseason. So they're getting into shape. And we'll find out on Friday nights if it pays off.
Well, Coach, players, we appreciate you guys for coming out here on Media Day. Good luck in the upcoming season. Stay healthy You know, that's always a big thing. Stay healthy and enjoy the time. And when we come back, we're going to be joined. We're going to go, you know, I think it's who's up next?
Henderson County.
Yeah, we're going to go over to the old Region 2 on every other sport, but out here in the Owensboro area and talk to Henderson County and their new football coach. Is it Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health, 1027 The Game.
Calling all sports fans, collectors, and future legends. Are you ready to score? At Sports Country, every pack of sports trading cards is a shot at glory. They've got thousands of packs waiting for you. NFL, baseball, basketball, fucking soccer, cards with memorabilia. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shanny's Car Wash. Stand still.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we are here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1353. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. They'll see for all your insurance needs.
Audubon Federal Credit Union is here for you. From home renovations, saving for college, or buying a new car, managing money is not what it used to be. Audubon Federal Credit Union offers solutions that fit your budget and needs. Stop in at 1449 Breckenridge Street and see what we can do for you.
Looking for financial partner? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of the 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro. And experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit. Remember NCUA.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 1027 The Game.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with RE/MAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
At Ohio Valley Insurance, we believe in supporting our communities. We know that our student athletes work hard and are a vital part of our communities and the future of our towns. Ohio Valley Insurance, experts in the field, supporting all student athletes and all your insurance needs.
From weekly curbside pickup to roll-off and industrial dumpsters, Elite Waste Services handles it all with efficiency and care. Proudly serving Davis and McLean counties with services always on time and always reliable. For more info, you search Elite Waste Services on Facebook.
Step back in time at Walls Drive-In, serving up hot off-the-grill burgers, golden fries, tenderloins, and hand-dipped ice cream just like you remember. Cruise on down to 402 Washington Street in Cannleton. Walls Drive-In, where every bite is a blast from the past. Struggling with pain? Advanced Rehabilitation is your expert in physical therapy, injury management, and sports rehab. Relief for back, knee, neck pain, arthritis, and more. In Jasper, Tell City, and Santa Claus, Advanced Rehabilitation. Move better, live better.
Come celebrate with us at the Calhoun Pharmacy on September 1st at 9 a.m. for our ribbon cutting. The first 25 guests get a free gift. We'll have snacks, a photo booth, and giveaways all day. Come find us at 117 KY 15 in Calhoun. Open 9 to 6. Can't wait to see you there.
Looking for a career with great pay and benefits? We're hiring. Whether you're a skilled welder, experienced production worker, Class A CDL driver, or have clerical and administrative experience, we want you to join our team. Apply today at Express Employment Professionals to become part of a team that supports you every step of the way. Call Express now at 270-240-5511. Don't wait. Your future starts now at Express by calling 270-240-5511.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Jalen Darty here, getting ready for Henderson County. But before we get to the Colonels, Jalen, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Yeah, Vic, we got Old Hickory Barbecue, Elite Waste Service. Let me tell you, those guys do a great job. American Legion Post 9 and Web Design Company, who has provided us with hat for every coach that is attending Media Day today.
Well, I also want to give a big congratulations to the American Legion Post 9 Bombers. They won their 5th straight Kentucky State Legion baseball tournament championship yesterday. They'll be going on to the regional tournament. But let's go right now to the new head coach at Henderson County, Coach Elliott. And my first question, Coach, is, I mean, you're not new to coaching at Henderson. I think you were a defensive coordinator there at the past, if I remember correctly. But what about Henderson that made you decide to take this job?
Well, let's just set the record straight. This is my 3rd time at Henderson.
3rd time, my bad.
So
you must like the town, evidently.
Twice before. I was here with Clay Clevenger, and then I left. Went to Ballard Memorial as head coach and athletic director, and then I came back as defensive coordinator with Coach Boston, and I was there for 4 years, and then I retired, and now I'm back. So my wife and I are very excited about returning to Henderson.
Well, that's when you know you have a great support system at home, or evidently you retired and she said, listen, I can't have you around this often. Go find a coaching job. But what was it about, as you retired, what was it about this job that brought you back to it?
Henderson County. If it had been somewhere else, I wouldn't be doing it. I actually had coached at Evansville North the last 3 years on the defensive side of the football. And then Nathan Grace got a hold of me and said, would you come down and talk to our committee? And I said, sure. And I came down and talked to them, and they encouraged me. And I went home and told my wife that night, I think this is the right place for us to be. And we're excited for year 49 of Coach Elliott's coaching career right here at Henderson County.
That's my question, Coach. That's something I had on my mind. You said at 49 years you've been coaching high school football. What's the differences that you've learned from year 1 to year 49?
Well, at my age, it's hard to remember year 1, but 1974 was a long time ago. But it's still the same game, and we still do it for the same reasons. I do it for these guys right here. What's neat about Henderson County is I have guys that played for me the first time that I was there, now coached with me the second time I was there, and now they're coaching with me the 3rd time I was there. I'm there now. So I've got 3 players on our staff that were former players, coaches, and now they're with me again. So it's kind of old home week, and but you still do it for the same reasons I did it in 1974, and that is to work with young men and have a chance to hopefully be a positive impact on their lives.
Do you make them call you coach, or they get to call you grandpa? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. You'll have to ask them that question. They might utter a few other things.
I was going to say, but we can't say that on the radio.
Yeah, today in the Big 5 in the heat, Big 5 conditioning, I don't think there was too many of them saying, we love you, Coach Elliott. But that's okay, too. We'll get through that, too. But they're good kids, and we've got a good group, and we're working hard.
I've got to ask you, I know he was hurt a lot last year, too, but they graduate. Trajan Davis had been the quarterback. I know Brody Belt, Jack Dalton played some quarterback last year. Have you guys settled on a new QB1, or is that still an open competition?
Let me turn that over to our offensive coordinator and a former quarterback when I was here earlier, Andrew Proctor.
All right, well, just jump down here to Coach Proctor and say, have you settled on a quarterback yet, Coach?
Right now, we're looking at Brody Belt for the most part. Jack Dalton's been handling some injuries in the offseason with the torn up knee, so he hasn't got to bounce back. Actually, Hayden Turner's our other guy playing quarterback right now. So Brody Belt's going to take the first snap for us in the first couple weeks.
Jalen asked, Coach Elliott about, the differences. Let me ask you this: the difference of when you were playing, with him, as he was talking about, now you're coaching with him. I know it's a different relationship, but talk about that, the relationship you've had with Coach Elliott for many, many years.
Yeah, Coach Elliott was around a lot whenever I was in high school. He was our defensive line coach, so I didn't directly have contact with him at practice a lot. But with his son playing quarterback in the Big Ten and stuff like that at Purdue, he knew a lot about the offensive side of the ball. And so those times whenever you're coming off the field and everybody's kind of in your ear and there's a lot of things going on like that, he's kind of that calming voice that kind of gets you back on track. And that was something that he could do for me a lot and has still done for me a lot, is he's been that calming voice to connect us, bring everything back down to, hey, this is what we're doing it for. This is why you're out here.
You know, Coach Elliott, with this being your third stint at Henderson County, you know, coming in, Coach Proctor obviously had been there for a while under Coach Boston. Does it make it easier on you? Was the transition easier to have somebody like Coach Proctor to rely on to be able to help know the guys and learn their how they go about things?
Great. We've inherited, well, everybody. The only person I added was one guy, Eric Schnurr. So basically, I took the staff that Josh had minus a couple guys who chose to coach this year and went with it. So we've got the same group of guys. Most of them were there when I was there previously. So, you know, it's like old home week. So we've meshed pretty quickly. The one thing that I've been trying to do is I've watched these guys coach over the years, and I know how good they are. And so I'm trying to give them, well, I am giving them the responsibilities that they deserve when it comes to coordinating, calling plays, special teams, offense, defense, those kinds of things, trying to urge them to jump in with both feet, and because I have confidence in their abilities.
You know, one thing we talked about, you know, new quarterback, you also lose, you know, Anthony Burris that ran for just under 1,500 yards, but you return like 5 of your top 6 tacklers, along with Hayden and then Jack Ryan Roush down here, who led the team in tackles. Can you see in the early going that with so much you've got coming back defensively to lean on that defense a little bit, Coach Elliott?
Well, I think that you never know. But first off, Vic, we have a little fine jar in the coach's office. So if we say in the past, we everybody has to chip in a couple dollars there. So I got you on that one. What happened last year happened last year. So we're not really concerned about that at all. We take each year is different. Each team is different. To be honest with you, we're still getting things together here a little bit. We've got a scrimmage in another week and a half. So we'll just play it by ear. We have no idea whether the offense, defense, I think as the year progresses, every team finds its niche. But we don't right now at this time have any idea which side of the ball will be better. We have a lot of kids playing both ways, to be honest with you. We don't have a lot of depth.
Gotcha. And we'll go down to Hayden. And I've got to ask you, you get Coach Elliott that comes in here, you know, new coach, new regime. You know, how's the transition been for you? You know, and you know, how do you, I'll ask you, he's sitting right beside you, but you can still give me a grade. Give me a grade at Coach Elliott so far, you know, A to F. You can let us know what you think.
I think Coach Elliott's done a great job with the transition. Even with bringing in somebody new like Coach Snur, he's done a great job of introducing everybody and just getting right back on track, you know, because we really just hopped right in it from day one. I mean, between our workouts and practice, things have changed, but it's been a smooth transition, and I think it's better for the team.
You know, you had a nice year. I will say last year, you know, but I'm gonna make sure I don't pay too much money to Coach Elliott's jar and send them to, you know, Aruba or something. But what were some things, you know, from at the end of last year to right now that you wanted to improve in your game that you worked on?
I think my footwork was a big one for me because, you know, I had a lot of success in tackling last year. I would say that was one of my better strong suits, but my coverage wasn't quite as good as I'd like it to be. So we've been working on that this offseason between hitting the ladder and working out and, you know, working on our speed, explosion, all that.
You know, well, Coach Proctor, you know, like you said, it's a new offense, a new defense, you know, just everything's new, you know, and so out of the offense, being the offensive coordinator, do you like the work and the progression that you're making from where you got started to where you are now, and then hopefully you keep progressing throughout the season?
Yeah, we're doing a great job right now going through our off-season stuff and getting ready, installing stuff like that. We, like Coach Elliott said, we started with a blank slate. Everything was brand new. Everybody was brand new. Every spot, every position was open. Across the board, there was no bringing anything in from last year. We changed everything. I mean, top to bottom, we're a new program. And so we're doing a good job of getting everything installed. The kids are learning it very quickly. They're picking up a lot of it. Some of the concepts might be similar. Some of the things we say are kind of similar. But they're doing a really good job of picking up what we're putting down.
Jack Ryan, my question's for you. Coming back, Vic said it earlier, leading tackler coming back this season. Is defense something that you like, or are you more of an offensive guy?
I got to be more of a defensive guy because I've played defense for the past 2 years. But this year, me and Kingston Shidler are splitting reps at running back too. So defense is for sure my main, but running back too.
I've got to always ask people that like to go both ways a lot, and I think I know your answer, but it's always the one about laying the lumber than it is scoring the touchdown. That's what gets your juices going more than anything else, doesn't it? And of the guys on the defensive side, who's the guys when you're on the defensive side, scrimmaging with the offense, who's the shifty guy that you have the most trouble tackling?
Probably Avant, actually. And Brody's pretty good when he gets out of the box. And Kingston Shidler, he's really shifty too for a big stocky guy. So
we'll jump here to Avant. Listen, I do know one thing, and I don't know a lot about football, but when that guy's you keep your head on a swivel and you know where Jack Ryan is if you're on the offensive side, you know where he is all times, right? Defensively.
Yes, sir.
And talk about the adjustment of Coach Elliott coming in and how that adjustment's been for you and the overall aspect of the program with the new man in charge.
Honestly, I like it. I like it a lot. There's like what Hayden said, there's like a lot of different stuff. Like it just feels smooth. It feels brand new.
Who's the funny guy? Who's the funny teammate that, when Coach Elliott, comes in and he had a bad practice and he peels some paint off the guy? Who's the guy that can crack a joke and just kind of ease the tension when the coaches leave the room? Who both of you can answer that. Who is a funny guy?
I honestly think on Baxter. I'm gonna say that. Honestly.
Is he right there, Jack?
I'd have to disagree with him.
Okay, who is the funny guy?
Myself.
You? Okay. I find that hard to believe. I just don't look at you and think funny.
Ask him to tell you a joke right now.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Got one.
Okay, there you go. I will tell you this then. Who's the guy if you have to pass a test to play? Who's the guy you're going to ask to help you study? Who's the smart guy on the team?
Jack Dalton.
Okay. Do you agree with that one, Jack?
Yes, Jack Dalton.
Are they right down here, hey?
100%. He blew all of our ACT out of the water.
So what you do is you give him your ID and let him go take it for you. Is that what you're telling me? And Coach Proctor, having a guy like Coach Elliott, that's like you said, 49. There's nothing that's going to happen on the football field he hasn't seen before. And being the offensive coordinator, it's got to be nice to have someone. I'm not saying just someone to bounce ideas off of, or if there's a coverage and something's not working, to be able to be like, hey, what are you seeing? That's got to be something really help an offensive coordinator.
It's huge. Like he said before, he's letting us take our own way, making. It's kind of an open book. I get to do what I want. I get to make the calls and make the offense how I want to make it with no strings attached. And then he can come in and say, hey, think about this. Or, hey, maybe we should leave our bootleg and not leave that guy off the end. He's been on me about that lately. So
no strings attached, but you still have to answer to him. That's what you're telling me.
Got to check the boxes and say, all right, this is good kind of stuff. So it's great to have somebody in there that's gonna lead you in the right ways, but still let you be a coach, let you be in charge of what you're in charge of, kind of thing. If your job is to lead us in County Jacks, that's your job. If your job is to lead the offense, that's your job. So he's doing a great job of letting guys be coaches as well.
Hayden, it's kind of a new district in a way because you got Hoptown in there, Christian, you guys in McCracken. It's a district that you guys, in the past with McCracken have taken, back and forth of who's won the district. But do you think the ceiling of this team is win this district and make some type of run in the playoffs? Is that the ceiling?
I think that, every year we're a gritty team because we really don't have a lot of the size that a lot of the other teams do. But I tell you one thing, we fly to the ball. 11 hats to the ball on defense. On offense, everybody knows their assignment. They make their block, Just doing something selfless for your teammate is what we're good about. And just going 100%, So I think that's really who we are as a team. And I think that if we play like that, it'll carry us as far as we go.
Coach Elliott, talk about your schedule. I know that's something we were discussing in the hallway earlier. It's hard to schedule a game, so you guys have had to put schools like Pulaski County, Henry Clay, GRC on your schedule. Has that made things difficult for you guys, having to play schools that you may not necessarily be as familiar with?
Well, unfortunately, that's the name of the game in Western Kentucky when you're 6A, and there's just not a lot of schools to play. So Coach Boston was good enough to leave me this schedule. And I think Coach Proctor, before I took the job, we had one game open, the opening game, and he told me the only team in the state of Kentucky was open was Pulaski County. So guess what? We're playing Pulaski County. So, it's one of those things where we'll get on the yellow bus on about Thursday and get George Rogers Clark sometime by Friday night. So, it is what it is. Would I prefer not to do it? Yes. I have no desire to ride 5 hours on a yellow school bus there and 5 hours back. We're going to roll in about 2:33 in the morning. Got no idea, when you're 68 years old, 2:33 in the morning, that's 8:30 is my bedtime. So, but I'm telling you, it is what it is, and we'll make do. We've got a plan in place where our schedule is divided up, where we've divided it up. We've got a couple scrimmages and an opening game with Pulaski. Then we go into our bye week. Okay. And then we'll go up through game 6, and then we'll go into fall break, and we're going 7, 8, 9 in the district. And then we end up with this team over in Owensboro called the Red Devils. And then we'll go into the playoffs. So we've got a plan where we've got it broken up, divided up. We are traveling. It is what it is. And, we'll play the games that, we'll deal with the hand that was dealt.
I think people don't realize that with the expansion of the SIAC, where now basically all they have is conference games that they play. Henderson used to play a couple Evansville teams, which made it where it's a lot better. The SIAC expanding so much has kind of hurt Henderson when it comes to scheduling football.
Game a closed conference. They only play 9 games in Indiana, and so they stayed in conference. Everybody played SIAC every week. Fortunately for us, Ben Sims has left the conference after this year. So we're hoping, we've already had communication with several schools to pick up an Evansville school or two come 2027.
Okay.
We're hoping that we can do that, obviously because of proximity, for no other reason. But, scheduling in the state of Kentucky, unless you're in Louisville or Lexington, has always been a challenge. When I was at Ballard Memorial in the far western part of the state, I was joking with Coach Wagner from McLean County. We played them twice. We would come over here, we would play, whoever, because same idea. There was nobody to play. When McCracken County consolidated, we lost all of our games. So scheduling in the state of Kentucky is always a quagmire.
I feel old, Vic, seeing John Elliott in front of me, because I can remember I was the manager of the Webster County team. I think my senior year, Coach Elliott, was the head coach at Ballard Memorial. I think Alex Mallory might have been his starting quarterback. So that's how old I am, that I can remember when John Elliott was at Ballard Memorial.
Well, I'm old. He talked about starting in 1974. His first football job was when I was 1 year old. I had just been born. I was born in 1973. So, Yvonne, I've got to ask you, you set some personal goals. Give me one personal goal you have for you this year personally, and then also a team goal.
Personal goal for me is score a lot of touchdowns, a lot of hits. And team goal is as finishing goal, trying to make it there, trying to win.
There you go. How about you, Jack? I know, have you set some personal goals? Is it 180 tackles this year instead of just 117 or whatever it was? And then, how good do you think this team can be?
Well, this team really has potential, in my opinion. I think we can go a long way if we all buy in. And personally, goals for this season, last year I had 116 total tackles. I look to top that and hopefully get some more and hopefully a lot more. And then hopefully I can contribute to the offensive side of the ball too more this year.
I can just see you being like a Mike Allstott running down, nobody wanting to tackle you. That's just me. That's all I know. Coach Elliott, before we get you out of here, every team has a ceiling, and whatever this team's ceiling is, what are some things that you think that from where you are now to where you want to be, what has to change, with the football team to reach that ultimate ceiling?
We're heading down that good road. We're on a good trail right now. I've got kids that show up each and every day. We've got a saying the county way. We get after it, work today, win tomorrow. So our kids have bought into that. They've done a super job. The staff has bought into what I'm selling. So we've got no issues there. And as long as we can stay in that mode and continue to work, and like I said, we have district in game 7, 8, 9. So the first 6 count. We're going to try to win them, but they don't count. If that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever we go 6-0, it doesn't mean anything come week 7. So we're going to go 7, 8, 9. And then we start with Hopkinsville, Christian County, and then we go to, they're coming to us this year. We got McCracken County, which is called Hendo West, because Jacob Dowdy's the defensive coordinator down there now, and Tyler Brooks is our head coach, and he's a former player of mine at Henderson County, and I coached with him in Henderson County. So, we're looking forward to that. Take care of Hopkinsville, Christian County, and then we got Henderson West. And
then one of the oldest rivalries in Western Kentucky with Owensboro and Henderson.
Known to mankind. So we're excited about it, and we look forward to it with these group of kids and these coaches. We're going to have a great year.
Well, Coach, players, good luck this season. Stay healthy, guys. That's always the most important thing. Coach Elliott, thanks for bringing the guys over, and with Coach Proctor to come over here for Media Day. Good luck on the upcoming season. And I'll tell you what, up next will be Davis County and Coach Q Wallace in his first Media Day. You're listening to the Owensboro Health, our Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Discover the timeless charm of Wellburn's Florist on East 4th Street in Owensboro, a third-generation family business delighting our community since 1958. Whether you're celebrating life's milestones or moments in between, our expert florists can help you craft arrangements for every occasion. From birthdays and anniversaries to weddings and proms to express sympathy or just because, we're your destination for flowers that speak from the heart. Let us help you make your special occasions unforgettable. At Wellburn's, we're more than just a florist.
This is Jalen Daugherty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Need roofing help? Roof Girl has you covered. Free inspections and estimates, plus gutters, fascia, and vinyl siding too. Call 270-392-4768 and find reviews by searching Roof Girl Paula on Facebook.
Smile with the best. Grass Dental has been voted Best Dental Office 4 years in a row. Experience award-winning care, friendly service, and a reason to smile. Call today and see why we're number 1.
Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Ralph Smolbach, Gary Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 5 East 7th Street or give us a call 270-278-5122. Gino's Pizza, the local Pizza Hut.
Car.
Are you car shopping? Need one for your kid? Having trouble getting approved? Stop hearing
"Come back in 6 months."
Or how about the boring
Sorry, we can't help you.
Or
do you even have a cosigner?
At Vantstar, we have the answer 99.9% of the time to your car problems. With 300 vehicles to choose from and only $2,000, our team will get you approved and on the road same day. Choose Vantstar, where you become family.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950. It strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
The Tale City Football Booster Club is proud to represent the players and coaches from Tale City Junior and Senior High School. We want to wish all local teams the best of luck in their season this upcoming fall.
Kintron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business for 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean-controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kintron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing in Seamless Cottage. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking, past few rain? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Up next is Davis County with new head coach Q Wallace. Before we get to the Panthers, Jalen, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Yeah, Vic, we got Vanticar, Storm Damage Pros, Walls Drive-In, and Advanced Rehab Incorporated.
You know, we talked about Rolling Pin that brought all the donuts. We got Papa John's that fed all the guys here. You also got Web Design Company that put all the great hats out there. Also want to give a big shout out Holiday World. One of the athletes today is going to win a 4-pack to Holiday World tickets so they can take some teammates or a girlfriend or whatever they want to take.
Before Davis County gets started, you know, we've got this competition going on, Best Hair. Jace Hunt, bar none.
I don't know. It's either him or Jack Roberts right now. I haven't decided which one, but we're going to
beat the old school afro.
We're going to get to brand new coach Q Wallace with Davis County. And coach, the first thing I got, coming back to the program and kind of instilling maybe even some old things back into the program. Talk about how that all season's gone so far and the culture that you're trying to build, and every new coach wants to put a stamp on his program. What are some of those that you've been kind of wanting to put your stamp on this Panther program?
For us, and we want to have an all-in mentality. And that's something that I feel like I brought to these guys. And that's having a certain level of discipline, a certain level of respect for the game, and a certain level of toughness that it takes to play the game of football. And to play the game of football in the brand that we want to play the game. So just instilling that culture of everything we do, we're going to be all in with it, from the way we talk to each other, talk to coaches, the way we carry ourselves in the school, the way we act with our parents, with our girlfriends or siblings. Everything we do it the right way, and we do it all in.
I will say, if you don't make it as a football coach, I think you can make it as an R&B singer. Like you have the perfect radio voice, coach. That's all I know. R&B singer, whatever, you can do that. But I know one thing you looked at last year, you kind of moving quarterbacks in and out. Have you kind of settled on a QB1, or is that still an open competition going on right now?
Right now, we have settled on our QB1. His name is Garrison Barker. He'll be a senior for us. And I'm excited to see what he's going to do this year.
I'm looking forward to it. We'll get to Garrison just in a second. But also offensively, I mean, I know you got Jace, who's a touchdown waiting to happen. Who are some guys that we don't know yet that maybe you're looking to step up and kind of, become playmakers outside of Jace?
We have Hunter Corbin here. He didn't play last year, but he'll be here. This will be, he'll go out on a high note this year, I'm sure. Also, Trey McGrath, Ridge Roberts, those guys have shown a lot throughout camp that I've been really, really excited to see.
Coach, I know you mentioned it when Vic and Steve had got you on Live at 5 after you got the job, that you were able to bring some guys back on staff that were familiar with the program, guys like Chris Renfro. How easy has that transition been for you to be able to have guys that you coached with when you were there coaching with Coach Brandon, guys like Coach Renfro that know the program and know you, and how easy has that transition been?
It's been extremely easy. Because for me, my staff is a little different. Like when I went to find guys that coach with me, Yes, we want to know guys that know the game of football, but also want good men on my staff. And I felt like I surrounded myself with a bunch of good men that love me, love kids, and love Jesus too.
You know, you don't talk about offensively, some guys stepping up, whether it be Hunter and also Jace. On the defensive side, who are some names that we don't know yet that you are looking to make big jumps and say by game 4, game 3, game 4, the city of Owensboro is going to know who they are?
One guy that didn't play last year, Parker Higginbotham, he was injured all last year. So he missed his sophomore season. This year is junior year. Should be a really good season for him. He's a linebacker, and he just plays the game the way the game is supposed to be played. So I'm really excited about him in particular.
You know, and I know I think you were at Owensboro last year as an assistant, or a couple of years ago after you left Davis County and stuff. You know, what was that thought like when the Davis County job opened back up? Was it just automatic that that's a job you wanted? Or, you know, talk about why you wanted to come back to Davis County to be the head football coach.
Well, I wanted to come back because it was an opportunity for me to get to coach some of the guys that I've helped mold. For 3 out of the 4 years I've been their coach. I had 1 year that I wasn't. So just being able to come to a place that I developed as a man, I became a better football coach there. So just to be a part of that was a really cool idea for me. And, you know, the administration has been great to me. The principal has been great. Jeff Weathington, our athletic director, Doug Sandifer, also has been a huge help for me too. So just having the support from those guys has been a really, really, really good thing for me.
You know, Hunter, if I'm not wrong, coming back from injury last season, correct? You know, how has recovery been? Are you excited to get back on the field?
Yeah, I mean, the recovery was long. I mean, it took a lot out of me not being able to be a part of what we had going last year. But I mean, I'm so ready to be back on the field, especially with Coach Q. He coached me my sophomore year. I played for him 3 out of my 4 years, and I'm just really excited to be back on the field after the injury.
You know, not that he's 2 seats away from you to your right there, but, you know, overall, give me a grade, A to F, of how this transition, how he's handled this transition, and how the offseason gone. Grade your coach here. He's not listening, I promise.
It's definitely been an A+. I mean, he came in with, you know, full confidence, and I talked to him before he got the job and everything. You know, he's talking about how excited he is, and, you know, seeing him walk up the stairs, you know, announcing that he's our new head coach. And ever since then, I think he's just handled it perfectly. I don't think anyone else could have done it better than him.
You know, and I might be wrong here, but I think what he's done in the past as an assistant there, like if you'd have polled the players, he may have been the player's choice for that coaching position. Would you agree with that statement? 100%?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll go down here to Garrison and, you know, just talked about in the QB1 last year, played a little quarterback, played a running back. I think I called a game where I think maybe you caught a touchdown pass, did a little bit of everything. Now that you know, you're kind of entrenched there at QB1, how's that off season, the work that you put in? How do you think that's gone? And what were some things that you were looking to get better at when you are under center?
Some things to get better at is just everything, you know, especially because, you know, split reps last year, not as much reps, and, you know, just going to different positions. So I'm really not getting all I can out of all the reps I've been getting position.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I just think going in this summer, you know, knowing that I'm that guy in position, like it's just helped a lot because I've got all the reps I need, all the work that I got.
Well, I'm not the smartest man, but if I'm under center, the one thing I'm going to try to do is get the ball somehow to the guy sitting just next to you. Talk about like when I played sports, I always, you know, you would marvel at certain people's athleticism and how they can move and how they can, you know, cut or whatever. Talk about just getting to be able to play with Jason, the type of athlete that he is and the type of young man he is.
He's a great guy right here. Yeah, it's awesome. He's like the best thing you can have on my team, you know, great guy in the locker room, you know, definitely gets the energy up, you know, definitely getting the ball to him, you know what I'm saying? If the ball's in his hands, it's dangerous.
Well, Oh, without a doubt. Chase, talk about, last year you ran for like 73 yards, caught 480 yards passing. Also, I think was the leading tackler on the team. I know at different times there was some, kind of fighting some injury bug too. Knowing that you do a little bit of everything this offseason, have you put in a program to kind of, to develop the body more and to stay healthy so you're on the field more often than not?
Yeah, Coach Q has helped a lot in practice with helping in conditioning and helping keep our bodies hydrated and just keep me in more condition to do more on the field.
Young kids always forget that the greatest performance enhancer is like being hydrated and water and sleep. They never understand that. That is the greatest performance enhancer. Individual goals that you have and a team goal. Give me an individual goal you have for this year for yourself, Jace, and then maybe what's a team goal?
Yeah, I just want to be the best version of myself that I can be for this team. And then as a team, I just think that we just need to have great chemistry together and just be the best that we can all be around.
Tell me a little bit about Caden, Coach Q. You brought Caden with you. I'm guessing he's an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. You can always tell them, but talk about what is it about Caden that made you want to bring him to media day before I get to Caden? You tell me a little bit about him.
Hard worker, blue collar guy, comes to work every single day. Locker room guy, has no issue correcting his peers if they're wrong. And for me, that's something that I really enjoy because it's hard to get high school kids to be able to correct their teammates or tell them, when they're not holding the standard. And Caden does a good job of that. And by the way he plays, he comes out every day, practices to the best of his ability on both sides of the ball. He's an offensive lineman for us and a defensive lineman for us. And he can go on both ends.
I've got to ask you, Kay, we've had a couple guys here. I'll see if you answer the same way that played both offensive and defensive line. Which one do you like more? And I'm going to see if you give, because I will say every offensive defensive lineman that's given us this answer today has given us the exact same answer. Which one do you enjoy more?
Me personally, I'm more of a defensive guy. I like to get to the football and just make plays.
Yeah, and they also all of them said that they like defense better because I could hold there and I don't get called for it. But talk about since you're going both ways, I want to talk about a little bit about the offensive line. It's five guys that have to work as a cohesive one group. Talk about the relationship that you have with your other offensive linemen and how that building that cohesive, how's that's going in this offseason.
Man, our offensive line, our chemistry is through the roof. Like, I don't think there's a closer position group on the team. We really are just all connected, and we're one unit.
Which one's the smartest offensive lineman? Be honest. If it's you, say it is, but which one is the smartest offensive lineman?
I would say me, but we do have Cannon Clark's our guy. Smarts.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
And then tell me, talk about Hunter, who was hurt last year, coming back this year. Hopefully you guys are going to be open to holes about him. Tell me a little bit about Hunter and how it is for blocking for him and also for Jace, who you guys blocked for last year.
Man, they're just playmakers, really. They find a hole. We're always there we're making holes, we're doing our job, and they find them. They're really good about it.
Hunter, every team has a ceiling. Every team's ceiling is different, but everybody has a ceiling. For Davis County to reach their ceiling this year, no matter what that may be, give me two things that has to change that has to be better from last year to this year. Give me two things that you guys have to do better to reach that ultimate ceiling for this football team.
I think the first thing is just like working together as a team, like all being on the same page, all going out to practice, working hard, giving effort every day. I feel like that itself is the most important thing. And just trusting each other in the game, trusting each other that you're going to be there for each other, have each other's backs. And I think that's really just the key to it.
Go down here to the quarterback. Same question, Garrison. To reach the ceiling, give me two things that you would like that this team has to do better than it did last year.
Better just be all in, you know what I'm saying? Pull that rope, pull that weight. We all have a job to do. So that's one thing. Another thing is just mindset, keep thinking that you're the best and that we're on top.
Jace, this was a team last year, 1-11. He played his best game all year in the playoffs against North Hardin. I mean, he played really well. Is this a team that can get to 3, 4, 5, 6 wins? I mean, is this a team that can make some big steps from last year to this year?
It is for sure. We definitely going to turn a lot of heads. We just got some dogs. I'm ready to show it.
I like it. Coach, as a coach, there's always, when you're laying there in the middle of the night and you're trying to get to sleep, there's always things that pop in your head and say, hey, this is what we got to get better at. So if this team was going to reach its ceiling, give me a couple position groups that they need to make big jumps from last year to this year so you can reach that ceiling. When you're laying there at night, which one are you thinking that, man, I got to get this better? This has got to be better.
So that's a funny question for me because I didn't coach him last year. And I'm not big on dwelling on the past. So to be completely honest with you, I didn't go back and watch a lot of film from last year. Everything that I needed to see, I wanted to see now. It's not what you've done for me in the past. It's what can you do for me now? And so for us, I'll just say things we need to get better at is just consistency. Like everybody so aggressive and they're so hungry to make a play. But for me, I don't need the big play. I just need consistent play. I don't take plays off. Focus on the little things and just be all in.
Coach, I think a lot of people would consider you guys in terms of the four schools in the city as the underdog. You guys are more of the hunter now than the hunted. Do you like that role? Are you guys relishing the role to being the underdog, or is that something you guys are looking forward to?
Hey, just to be clear, no matter if people thought we were the favorite or the underdog, we're going to hunt no matter what. That's something you can believe. We're going to hunt no matter who it is or what it is. We're going to hunt. That's one of my favorite passions. And it's not just out on the farm either. It's in everything that I do. I'm a hunter. And these guys are that same mentality.
Well, Coach, guys, good luck this upcoming season. Players, best of health to you is all we can say, especially you, Hunter. We want to see you out there on the field, and you too, Jace. And but good luck this season coming up. And thank you so much for coming to Media Day. It's been a pleasure to have you guys. Thanks so much, Coach.
Hey, thank you, man.
And then when we come back, we'll get John Edge and the Apollo Eagles as it's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, 102.7 The Game, and live stream.
At American Legion Post 9 in Owensboro, it's more than a building, it's a mission. We're here to serve those who served and to strengthen our community every step of the way. From supporting local veterans and their families to mentoring youth through programs like Boys State and Girls State, Post 9 stands for honor, leadership, and service. We partner with local charities, host fundraisers, and build bridges between generations. American Legion Post 9, where service continues and community comes first. Follow us on Facebook to get involved and stay connected.
This season, stand out on and off the field with Web Design Company. From custom team gear to spirit wear that pops, they've got your school pride covered. Find Web Design Company on Facebook and rep your team in style.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Oh, Hickory Barbecue for 6 generations cooking for you.
Serving Owensboro for 100 years. Whether you're craving a plate of slow smoked barbecue or need a feast for the family, we've got you covered. Old Hickory Barbecue delivers flavor in every plate. Stop by today. Old Hickory Barbecue, 270-926-9000.
So eat to get.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Safety is key when replacing an outlet, so leave it to the pros at Mr. Sparky. We'll get it done right and get it done safely. Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game, live streamed all day long on the YouTube page for 1027. Want to give, first of all, big thanks to all the coaches and players who have come for Media Day. Also want to wish our prayers, our heartfelt prayers for the Muhlenberg County. They couldn't make it today because of the funeral for Braden Loven. So big prayers up for the Loven family. And Jalen, before we get to Apollo High School, why don't you tell me about some people that made all this possible?
Yeah, absolutely, Vic. Calhoun Pharmacy, Bluegrass Dental, and Roof Girl.
Oh, the Roof Girl, she came on board. I love it that they come on board for Media Day. Also want to give a big thanks to Webb Design Company over in Tell City. They made the hats that you're seeing on the table for all the coaches, and we're now being joined by Coach John Edge at Owensboro Apollo. 5-6 last year, lost to South Warren in the playoffs. But, Coach, I will say, I'm not sure that there's ever been as much hype around an Apollo upcoming season as maybe this year. It matches back to some of the older days, when Zane Bean and those guys were running. And the one thing I'm going to ask you is, how have your guys handled that so far this offseason in the preparation for getting ready to go for the season?
They probably didn't even know they were getting hyped up. So
that's always a good thing.
That's good, yeah. We take things one game at a time, one day at a time anyway. So we're focused on the now, kind of we're a process-oriented team. So those guys have done a good job not worrying about that kind of stuff yet.
Well, we'll say you coached a lot of talented quarterbacks in your time. When you're at Calicut, they seem to, put up unbelievable numbers. You got a rising junior star here. Tell me about where, I'm not going to ask you to rank the quarterbacks you coach, but talk about what he brings to the table that as a coach that just makes you just smile and say, I'm glad he's playing for me.
Well, absolutely. And we talk all the time, and I tell him, you could be the best one. I mean, and as far as being the best one, he can, he's got 2 more solid years left in him. And I thought last year he definitely took a huge step up, and but a 6'3", 6'4" kid, 205 pounds, very flexible, can run. Those are really good football, and I've had a lot of college coaches just just amazed at what he can do and what he can do on his feet. And I think a lot of times, it's something you can coach, but you don't spend a lot of time on. And the stuff that he can do, making plays is phenomenal.
Coach, no question what guys like Max Johnson, JT Edge, and Majay Badger can do. But the last couple of years, your bugaboo has been on the offensive and defensive line. Is that something that you feel like in the offseason you guys have improved upon?
I think better up front than we've been since we had Cade Kroom and Parker Bates and Logan Weedman. I mean, that's where we are right now. I think we got those guys, those really good looking kids, and we feel like we can run the football this year more than we probably have in the last 3 or 4 years.
One thing, you returned pretty much all your wide receiver room that put up big numbers last year. Looking from last year to this year, you did graduate Niles Board, who was a big, anytime he touched the football, could take it to the house, whether it be in special teams, defensively, offensively. Who are some other playmakers that you're looking for, especially in the running game, that's kind of help take pressure off of Max?
Obviously, you've got coming back is Milburn, Ross Milburn, and then you got Braden Mattingly, and then you got Majay Badger can also do a lot of things at receiver, and Landon Bratcher. Just those guys are they can make plays, and they can take it to the house anywhere too. I mean, you could put a lot of people back there. Caden Tutt at running back as well, and he does a really good job of catching the ball out of the backfield and doing things. When he was a sophomore, we used to run a lot of wide zone, and that was a thing that he had to do a lot of. Caden, Eli Williams at wide receiver. I mean, all these guys have big play potential.
And defensively, you do return a lot. You do lose a couple big-time leaders in Jamison Brown had been running the middle for a couple of years there, and also Walker. Who are guys defensively? Is it JT maybe sliding down from the safety to kind of give you some linebacking play? Is that kind of the plan, or who are the guys that are going to lead that defense?
We're process oriented, and that's we've got guys like Braden Mattingly, and we've got Brandon's brother. He's with us now, Brody, and then and then of course Rod Dillard. Rod can come off the edge and make plays as well. So I think the biggest thing, that's one of the biggest things we talked about in the offseason. I mean, you got to replace Jamison and Tavius, and those are two big. Those are a lot of tacklers. Your top 2 tacklers.
Yeah.
we're going to keep JT at free. It's just one of those things that if you got a good leader and a guy smarter, he's smarter than me. That's what he's going to tell you.
That ain't saying a whole lot, Coach.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So he can get us in the right checks and stuff.
Let me go over here to Max, and you coming off a great sophomore season. He's got one right there, Coach. And coming off a great sophomore season, everybody's looking to get better. Had a great off season. Talk about what some of the goals were this off season to get better, and you feel like that you've reached them to this point.
Yeah, definitely improving, responding with the guys, improving that chemistry, throwing out more, so we can get on the same page when the season comes around.
And you've got a great set of receivers coming back. You got JT, you got Bratcher there, E. Badger can come there. Talk about the rapport that you've built. You talk about throwing to them in the offseason. The chemistry that you're building with your receivers. Do you feel like that's where you want it to be at this point in time?
Yeah, we're definitely in a great spot right now. We definitely try to throw 3-4 times a week outside of having practice just to create that bond with one another.
And I will say I was hard on the Apollo offensive line 2 years ago. I thought it made great strides last year. Tell me, they're the guys blocking for you. Where do you feel like your offensive line is at right now, and are you confident in it?
Yeah, we're in a great spot. We've worked tremendously over this summer. The teams have worked tremendously hard. Big jump in the run game this year.
And before I go to JT, last question for you, because I know there's people that listen, there's other players that listen, there's kids that listen, little kids that listen. You're going through that recruiting process right now, and it can be tough on a lot. People worry about it, and I think, how hard has it been to kind of set that aside and say, okay, I'm going to control what I control, let that happen. Talk about that whole process a little bit.
Yeah, it's a stressful thing, and it's awesome that colleges have showed interest in me. At the end of the day, scholarships don't wins on the column. And you want to stick that to the side and just focus on you and your team. And one guy doesn't win a game, 22 do. And so focus on that more.
Coach Ed said that you could be the best he's coached, but I also know Coach Ed can be tough on quarterbacks. Let's just be honest about it. Talk about your relationship with him, and can he get tough on you sometimes too?
Definitely. We pick her back and forth quite a bit. We talk every day. Coach.
Let's go down here to JT. Like I said, I wish it was something that he was really bragging about, but he says he's smarter than coach than he is. That's not saying a whole lot, but going in there and kind of being the quarterback of that defense. I know you played quarterback kind of coming up, taking that mentality to the defense. Is that what you try to do there, JT?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like playing quarterback in my past has definitely helped me in the process of switching to the defensive side of the ball and made me a lot smarter in that aspect.
I always love to ask, especially the players on this, because they seem to always say that one people you can't fool are the players. Looking at it, give me a couple names, either offense, defense, a couple names that maybe we don't know yet in the media or the average football fan doesn't know that plays for Apollo, that game 3 or game 4, they're going to be like, man, where'd this kid come from? Who's really taking a big step and kind of showing out in practice right now?
Now, I say on the defensive side of the ball, Brody Griffin's been making a lot of plays for us, for sure. And on the offensive side of the ball, one of our left guard, Ali, he's been making a lot of plays too.
I've got to ask, because I was joking with Max that, Coach Edge can be tough on quarterbacks. I can't imagine what it's like at home. Tell me about does he do a good job of separating, dad and, JT, dad's son, and then coach and my free safety who was in the wrong spot of the wrong play on a Friday night? Do you tell me about y'all's relationship a little bit and how that works?
Do a good job of leaving it at the stadium and, being dad at the house and then being coach at the stadium. He doesn't allow me to call him coach. Stadium. So I have to call him coach at the stadium and all that. But sometimes it leaks over, of course. But
I bet you've called him
because of me.
Hold on, I bet you've called him a few 4-letter words too at the stadium too, haven't you?
Yeah, maybe a couple times.
Yeah, we've sent him home too.
So I'm surprised when you're going home, you hadn't been like, hey, step out, you run beside the car, let him drive home. But one thing, before we go down here to the other end of E-Badge, I got to ask you, you got the big game with Catholic, they're running backs and edge too. Talk about that whole idea. Do you guys trash talk as the year going on because you're going to have to come up and make tackles, or how does that go with you and their running back?
Me and Miles are really close. We love to watch UFC all the time together. So I'm always at his house watching UFC. So we always, a little trash talk's going on all the time. So always.
I was going to say, I mean, it's about like, the Edge family football game is probably like the most intense football game in the tri-state area. I will say that.
My favorite game for sure.
Let's jump down here to E. Badger. Played a little cornerback last year. I think you and Tut last year is, and also had board and the safety is as good as secondary is in the area last year. Talk about some things that you wanted to get better from this year, from last year to this year, and then maybe even taking a bigger role, maybe offensively a little bit. Talk about that a little bit.
Defensive side of the ball, I think I want to improve helping out in the run game more. Stop the run since our linebackers are kind of young. Offensive side of the ball. I want to get involved more, some more playmakers.
Okay. And then, how good can this team be? There's a lot of people, there's a lot of hype, outside. I know, Coach S says maybe y'all haven't heard it, but there's a lot of people who think this could be one of the better football teams from Apollo in a long time. How have you handled that? Have you heard that? And then, tell me how good this football team can be.
Heard anything? Nobody's been talking about anything. In the locker room, we all just
pull that mic up to you just a little bit.
Right here?
Hey, there you go.
All right. Well, yeah, we haven't heard anything. We just come together as a team and just play.
And go ahead to Brandon, the offensive line. I know 2 years ago I gave the offensive line at Apollo all kinds of heck. It struggled. I thought it made great strides last year. Talk about what you and your offensive teammates and how this off season's gone and how you guys have bonded to kind of work as one cohesive group.
Yeah, I think we really come together a lot, especially since last year, how far we came. I think this year we've came even farther to come together, really work hard, really make sure everything we do is 100%.
Coach, I can't believe I'm saying that the addition of a kicker would mean so much to a high school football team. But you guys, with the addition of Uzi Mungia from Hancock County, the kid done nothing but kick field goals and extra points last year. How much, as a coach, does that give you a sigh of relief to know that you've got somebody like that to be able to rely upon?
Well, we're not sure about him anyway, so we've got to wait until we get a ruling. I mean, he should be, but I'm not.
You never know.
You never know. So, but no, that'd be great. But we've got a couple of guys that can kick, and whoever can be. That's who we're gonna have.
See, that's the good thing about media days is being able to learn things like that.
I get it.
And Brandon, I've got to ask you, you and your guys, you got Mike's down here, but how often in practice does he make a throw that just makes you go, how did he do that?
Like sometimes he just throws it up and it's just perfect. I'm like, what happened?
Tell me, how is he in the huddle? I always worry, you always want the leadership out of your quarterback and how they act in the huddle. Tell me about like his leadership in the huddle and how he presents himself in the huddle to you guys. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, Max is a great leader. He really makes himself known whenever he's out there. Whatever he's doing, he makes sure he's the loudest one out there.
And how good can this offensive line be? You tell me. You get, I know you want to, give me where. Let's put it this way. Give me a grade right now where you think this offensive line is. I know it's going to be different than it was 5 games from now, but where do you think you're at and how good can this offensive line be?
Right now we're a really, really solid offensive line. Like I know.
So like a B plus somewhere. Is that where you're at right now?
Yeah, right now I think we're A-. Especially since we have to fill in our left side from last year. I think the sky's the limit for us. I mean, yeah.
All right.
We put some guys that were defensive linemen on the left side, and I think that's Anthony Hester. I think he's going to be a really good addition for us. And JT mentioned Ali, and of course you got Brandon, you got Gabe Burton, and of course Michael Lawrence has been starting since he's a freshman. Yeah. He was one of those guys that you used to get on about. But now that he's grown, he's developed. He's had 2 really solid years in the weight room, and he's done a lot of really good stuff. We're really excited about this offensive line. I think again, sky's the limit, and like he just said, Chase Coombs also plays a little bit, but the most important thing is depth on the line. It doesn't matter if you don't have depth and you lose 3 or 4 kids, you're in trouble, especially in 5A.
Talk about your schedule a little bit, not to jump the gun, obviously, with Murray in week 1, but a game a lot of people in the area have circled on their calendar. I know Vic will be there. at the Jungle week 2 as you guys go on across the river to take on Heritage Eagles. Talk about maybe that matchup a little bit, the thought process that maybe went in with Coach Wilkerson to schedule that game, and what it's going to be like for your guys to be able to take on a defending state champion, as well as 2 guys in Jet Goldsberry and Tyler Roxer who are going to be going to play SEC football.
We'll get into how the game got in. We moved our schedule around a little bit, and then with Heritage Hills, their AD was looking for really they're going to do a 1-year contract. I said, no, I want a 2-year deal. And he was like, dang, after this year, we're not going to be worth a darn. I go, well, it doesn't matter. I said, we're going to have a 2-year contract. I'm not doing 1-year contracts. So, but they're 2 really good players. I watched a lot of film on them in the offseason. You know, Jet, he's a phenomenal athlete. Ruxer is too, but we have some really good guys as well. I really like our defense. I think this year you'll see a huge stride and better defense than you've seen in a while, Paulo. But I think going up to the Jungle is it's a playoff atmosphere. And when I coached at South Spencer, we went there, and it's even in November when it's raining and there's thousands of people there. I mean, it's a good. If you haven't been there, Vic,
I'm looking forward to it.
You ought to, because it's a good venue. It's a great place that people have their lawn chairs around the field, probably on the field. But they'll be out there, and they'll be fired up. I mean, they take their football serious, and that's why they're state champions. They've had a lot of NFL players from there as well.
Yeah, and Coach, before we get you guys out of here, every team has a ceiling. Before I'm going to ask you, I want to ask you something different here. You have the new rules that came out. And I've asked a few coaches about this, and I know it's new for everybody, and everybody has, the new communication rules where you can't text guys or you can't. How's that been overall? And do you see this maybe changing? Sometimes they make a rule in Frankfurt, and there's a lot of unintended consequences, and it takes a little bit of time for them to change them. But tell me about how's been the adjustment to the new communication rules with players.
Got the message from our school district. I mean, it's tough. I mean, because you got a good relationship with a lot of these. I mean, they've been all over my house. So it's fine. I mean, we use a thing called talking points, and it's the dot I's and cross T's, and that's what we're going to do. But I think it'll change. I mean, there's some things that are going to have to change, and it'll change.
Some schools are giving waivers, like you can sign these big. Is Apollo and Davis County doing that, or are you guys just all strictly by the app?
We do, and like for instance, if Max's parents want to let me do that, then they have to sign a waiver for the year or whatever event that we may have. I think sometimes there's some things that there's a lot of gray area, and I think there's some things that stuff like that has to happen. I mean, if I'm at a camp and we take Max and Maje and JT and everything, and then we're I'm not around, I can't be with them. Okay, where are you guys? I mean, how am I gonna it just some things like that you're going to have to.
And then before we get you out here, every team has a ceiling. For your team to reach whatever ceiling this Apollo football team ceiling is, give me one thing that has to be a lot better from last year to this year.
Well, mentally, I think our mental. We had a mental block, and we've got to get over that. There's some games where you go down the Graves, and at one time we're beating them, and then Max goes out, and then it just kind of everybody's went. We just got to believe. We just got to finish the game, and that's it. I mean, if something goes bad, that we can't get on our down on ourselves just because the game's getting out of hand. But the main thing is that again, we're worried about tomorrow and today. We got to finish practice today too. So that's our goal. We're in the now.
Well, guys, thank you so much for coming. Good luck. Everybody stay healthy. Have a big season. JT, don't be too hard on him. That's all I ask.
Oh my goodness.
Up next, it'll be Owensboro High School. It's Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Calling all sports fans, collectors, and future legends. Are you ready to score? At Sports Country, every pack of sports trading cars is a shot at glory. They've got thousands of packs waiting for you. NFL, baseball, basketball, hockey, soccer, even cards with memorabilia. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shanny's Car Wash. We're hosting up on Sports Fans Soap.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we are here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1353. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Audubon Federal Credit Union is here for you. From home renovations, saving for college, or buying a new car, managing money is not what it used to be. Audubon Federal Credit Union offers solutions that fit your budget and needs. Stop in at 1429 Breckenridge Street and see what we can do for you.
Looking for a financial partner you can use? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro, and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lend.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
This is Jalen Daugherty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with RE/MAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
At Ohio Valley Insurance, we believe in supporting our communities. We know that our student athletes work hard and are a vital part of our communities and the future of our towns. Ohio Valley Insurance, experts in the field, supporting all student athletes and all your insurance needs.
From weekly curbside pickup to roll-off and industrial dumpsters, Elite Waste Services handles it all with efficiency and care. Proudly serving Davis and McLean counties, service is always on time and always reliable. For more info, please search Elite Waste Services on Facebook.
Step back in time at Walls Drive-In, serving up hot off-the-grill burgers, golden fries, tenderloins, and hand-dipped ice cream just like you remember. Cruise on down to 402 Washington Street in Cannleton. Walls Drive-In, where every bite is a blast from the past. Struggling with pain? Advanced Rehabilitation is your expert in physical therapy, injury management, and sports rehab. Relief for back, knee, neck pain, arthritis, and more. In Jasper, Hill City, and Santa Claus, Advanced Rehabilitation. Move better, live better.
Come celebrate with us at the Calhoun Farmers on September 1st at 9 a.m. for our ribbon cutting. The first 25 guests get a free gift. We'll have snacks, a photo booth, and giveaways all day. Come find us at 117 KY 15 in Calhoun. Open 9 to 6. Can't wait to see you there.
Looking for a career with great pay and benefits? We're hiring. Whether you're a skilled welder, experienced production worker, Class A CDL driver, or have clerical and administrative experience, we want you to join our team. Apply today at Express Employment Professionals and become part of a team that supports you every step of the way. Call Express now at 270-240-5511. Don't wait. Your future starts now at Express by calling 270-240-5511.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day here on 102.7 The Game. Also live stream on the YouTube page. Vic Evans, David Clark here. And before we get to the Red Devils and new coach DeMarcus Ganaway, Dave, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Yeah, Vic, we'll go right back to the top of the list. Southwire, Owensboro Health, Sports Country, and Kentron Manufacturing. Big shout out to also media partners, Owensboro Times here, Jared Darwish from ABC25, TriStateHomepage.com, and Aaron Hancock from 14 News.
Hey, we always love all the media to come up here to Media Day. And let's jump right into the brand new football coach at Owensboro High School, DeMarcus Ganaway. Coach, welcome to Media Day, and how things have gone so far.
Oh, man, thank you for having us, for one. And it's been going great so far. Can't complain at all.
You know, and then taking over a program, I mean, you know, you played at Wesleyan, you coached down at Ohio County, coached at Ball State, was down in Florida. I'm not sure. It was going to take a program kind of like in Owensboro, I think, to get you and your wife out of Florida, wasn't it? What was it about the Owensboro program that made you want that job?
Just the rich tradition is something that's familiar with me. Being from Indianapolis and playing at a tradition-rich program like Ben Davis, I've always said when I left that it was only going to be schools like Owensboro or Ben Davis that I would actually ever consider entertain to come back north.
Well, I mean, I won't hold you being a Hoosier against you. I hope you bleed blue. You like BBN now. Are you still a Hoosier? Which one is it?
Oh, man, 100% a Hoosier, man.
Oh, man.
Well, no ties to college programs or nothing like that. I'm all professional. No ties to any college.
Oh, okay.
But it all comes full circle. Owensboro High alum, Fox 59 alum, Wes Woodward. Woodward covered D-Mark back in high school, coached D-Mark. And then your brother, who was a standout quarterback at Ben Davis as well. So it's kind of neat to where, you know, we got this big world, but it's also a small world at the same time.
Yeah, man, it all comes full circle. When I met him and got to talk to him, he was speaking names that I hadn't heard in years, of course, not being back in that. So it was great. And him being an Owensboro alum and still wanting to see what's going on and being involved in the program and having interest, it just shows you, like you said, it's a small world, man.
It is. You know, you look at graduated, you know, Trevor DeLacy, you know, been the starter, I think, for 3 years now. You know, I think I know the answer, but I always like to ask, is QB1, is that job sold here? Is there still an open competition for it?
Right now it's sold, man. I think coming in and the things that we did in camp, you know, what we put out there in practice and seeing who was going to be able to just keep up the pace of learning and doing the things that was going to be necessary to be ready game one. You know, he came out and took the job and has done well so far. And I think the boys have kind of rallied around that.
Do you want to name it, or can I? Is it?
Oh, yeah. No, it's all good. DeMarcus Ganaway Jr.
There you go. Now let me ask you. You know, you coached him, you know, down in Florida. You know, when you take over a quarterback's job and that becomes kind of the face of the offense out there on the field, the coach on the field, how hard has it been to separate? And maybe even when you coached him, you know, all his life, how have you put in a plan together, or how hard is it to separate coach and my quarterback, and then dad and my son at home? I mean, is there some lines that you guys put in the process?
I don't even try to blend or bleed the lines, whatever you want to call it, man. I've been a coach long before, you know, getting into space with my dad's side and my son being out there. So when he's out there, he's just another player, you know. And when we get home, you know, honestly, if you know our family, Mama's probably the coach.
She's the final answer anyway,
she's
right?
The final answer. And then I got to come on the backside and try to be dad. But when we're out there, we're down in Florida, he did his thing, and I tried not to mess with him because I want him to have his own path. So it's all the same for me.
And Coach, before we get to the players here on the podium today, you know, you're a Ben Davis alum, played football at Kentucky Wesleyan, had the God-blessed ability to be able to spend 2 seasons with the New York Jets organization. You know, you got into head coaching, went to a great program like Mandarin, and, you know, it's on YouTube. People can go watch it, the schedule that Mandarin played, the program you guys built down there. When you came here, what are some of the things that you picked up along your journey from a player all the way to the NFL, then a coaching even at the lower levels, all the way up to where you are now? What are some of the things you picked up that you're bringing to Owensboro High School that would complement DeMarcus Ganaway Sr.'s vision?
Really, just the way the game is going these days. Being down in Florida at Mandarin, you know what's going on in football if you're in Florida, Texas, or Georgia. So you got a really, really good pulse on the game. And having the athletes we had probably in the 2 seasons I was at Mandarin, we had probably 10 plus 3 and 5-star dudes and everything in between. And every college is showing up. So just getting to be around that mix and that environment with the top coaches in the country coming and speaking and having, honestly, the best part was having the access to go to Georgia and sit in Kirby Smart's office, or coaches calling you to say they're willing to talk ball anytime. And you got to utilize those things to be able to keep up in this game. And then at Mandarin, the coaching staff that we had there, our head coach was big on the boys. And, you know, you want to treat them right, or else they're going to leave these days.
That's right.
So you want to make the program fun. You want to be out in front. You want to be the place that kids want to play at. And, you know, that's one of the biggest things today in the game. So, you know, the X's and O's is still what it has always been. But for us right now, we just want to put a little bit of enjoyment and excitement back around the program so the kids want to be.
And having a team videographer like Cody Mills has already helped elevate the program. Social media ambassadors at the high school, those things really help take the program to the next level.
Oh, 100%. Like I said, that's the stuff that the kids watch and they see. And I've seen that was already going on in the area before anyway. Cody was doing it for Catholic last year. And, you know, Cody's one of my boys, man. Been with me at DSP and a Wesleyan guy and things like that. So the moment I had an opportunity to snatch him up, man, and try to get as much opportunity to put us in front and a face on OHS, I had to do it. So, you know, just giving it all back to them.
I got to go down here. Let's go start here with DeMarcus Ganaway Jr., the new quarterback at Owensboro. And I got to ask D. Mark Jr., you know, when Dad shows up in Florida and says, hey, we're moving to Owensboro, Kentucky, what was the first thing that went through your mind? I mean, was it like, wow, we got it in paradise down here?
Yeah, it was definitely a shocking moment for me. But, it's always been my dream to play hometown team. That was always been.
Who took it harder, you or mom? You know, because you got
my mom.
He had
to stop bringing it up.
Oh no,
you have to do a little. Do you have to hey, okay, you get this, and you get to do the little wheeling and dealing to get mom to get to Florida, out of Florida.
It took my mom a while. It took my mom to get her to open up to.
Well, wait till January comes. We'll all pray for Miss Mary.
Yeah,
she's already hating that the thought of the cold.
You know, and talk about this all season. You know, I know you played a lot of receiver, I think, down in Florida. And now, you know, did you play some quarterback too?
No, he's only played quarterback. He had a little bit of, he had just a couple games of receiver whenever trying to get some early varsity experience.
All right. But, you know, some things you wanted to work on as you take over the reins here, you know, kind of, I mean, you're not new to Owensboro. I think you were born here. And so, but coming back here, you know, wanting to go out and gain the trust and the, you know, of the guys to be the quarterback. Talk about how that process has gone on so far at practice.
I mean, it's been great so far. Being able to play with some new type of players and, the new team I'm at, it's been great so far.
I can't tell you too much about football, but I know when you're in trouble, just find a way to get to 22 and good things happen. Even you know that now already, right?
I know it now. Give the ball to Evan Hampton.
That's right. And DeMarcus Jr., you know, I've had a lot of people ask me, you know, what's the new quarterback going to look like? You know, how does this game look like? And, you know, when I try to explain people your game, I'll let you kind of tell people what to expect from you. But you played behind a quarterback that went to Florida State, Tramel Jones Jr. You know, what did you learn from the quarterback down there that you could bring to your game up here?
I learned from him. Always, well, one, reading defenses and everything, it's a major part. It's the key part in playing quarterback role. Doing your job, staying humble and everything.
Let's go down here. We'll go down here to Evan Hampton. And first, congratulations the second time as you changed over, now going to Vanderbilt. I want to ask you, I'm not asking you to compare because, you know, Coach Fallon did great things, but, you know, Coach Ganaway comes in. It's a different energy. It's a new energy. Sometimes, you know, when a staff's been there a long time, fresh eyes. Talk about just the energy in the program that he brings to the Owensboro High School program.
Yeah, Coach Ganaway brings a wonderful.
Evan, we'll have you lean into the mic.
Just a little bit. You got to kind of lean down there too.
Is this good?
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Ganaway brings a great energy day in and day out. You know, everybody looks forward to coming to practice and coming to work out. You know, Coach Fallon, he was very modest and a wonderful coach, but Coach Ganaway really brings the fire, and I think that's what uplifts everybody to come in and want to work as hard as they possibly can. You know, I'm really looking forward to what this season holds, especially in the new faces in the building. You know, we've added Coach James, Coach DJ James, Kentucky Wesleyan alum, obviously Coach Ganaway, of course. It's new energy for sure, and it's definitely exciting. I think that change is good, and I think that's kind of what's going to get us over the hump.
You talk about you made the decommitment to Louisville, now committed to Vanderbilt. Was it always the goal to make sure this was done out of the way before the senior season started, so you can just focus on Red Devil football and not have to worry about the college part of it?
Personally, I always kind of wanted to have a date or have a time frame wherever I thought that I was going to have my mind made up. But you just can't do that. You've got to go about your process the way you go about it. You can't really predict timing and whatnot because it may not be the right time. I was fortunate. I committed to the University of Louisville in March, I want to say, or early April, and then I went on my official visits over the course of the summer and had a time of reflection and realized that I need to be somewhere else. So there definitely wasn't really a time frame on it per se. I think that at a time I felt pressured, but definitely didn't feel that after I took every visit I could possibly take and realized I was making the best possible decision for myself.
One thing, I'm a huge Notre Dame guy. I love Clark Leah when he was the defensive coordinator at Notre Dame. I always thought this guy, like, just the way he handles himself and sees himself, I'd be like, that guy's got to be cool. Is he as cool in real life and as down to earth as he seems whenever you watch him, coaching football?
100%. Coach Lee and Coach Langford, the running back coach, are the two biggest reasons that I decided to flip my commitment. Whenever I get around those guys, I'm sure whenever I arrive in January, it's going to be all business and football. But my recruiting visits with them and whenever they came to see me at my house, at school, we didn't talk football. They're humans. You know what I mean? They're great dudes and they're awesome to be around. Coach Lee's a salt of the earth guy, and so is the running back coach that I'm going to go play for. He's incredible, and I know that he was awesome at Notre Dame as well.
You got Coach Trevor DeLacy did a great job at quarterback the last few years. Tell me about the new quarterback at Owensboro and what he brings to the table that makes you very excited to get the offense going. Come on Friday nights.
Yeah, Marcus. He does a wonderful job. He knows the offense like the back of his hand, which I think is a huge key into winning ball games. You've got to be able to understand defenses and know your own offense and how you fit in that mold. And I think that's, a testament to his preparation alone, which I think is really going to carry into the season.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the offense here, guys, real quick. You think about the explosive playmakers at every position. Somebody was asking me again what to expect this year. I said, well, I think everybody that could touch the ball could take it to the house. When you look at your receiving core led by senior Chaden Morris, who was injured last year, he's back in the mix now, gives you that big threat. Nice snag against Memorial in the Evansville, right, 7-on-7. Talk about what Chaden Morris, Kingston Dillard, Braden Burke, obviously Ty Ashley, J.B. Bryant on the other side. Landon at tight end. Talk about that group as a whole, because pick your poison, right?
Yeah, 100%. And that's one of the things that was interesting to me when I was looking at the job. I knew there were some great pieces. Like you said, last year Chaden had some issues dealing with health and a hamstring, but has nursed his way back mentally and physically. And I think he's in some of the best shape he's been in. And he looks great. Then you got somebody as electric as Kingston Dillard. I call him basically our Percy Harvin. Yes. Going back in time where you got a guy who can play both sides of the ball. Every time he touches the ball, people want to stand up because they want to see what he's going to do. And you never really know what you're going to get from him. So he's an electric playmaker. Then a guy like JB, like you said, JB is kind of like that unsung hero who needs his time to get comfortable and get as confident as he can on the field. In-game experience. I think once that happens, like JB is going to be a threat for us this year and then next for sure. And when you add Ty and Landon in the mix, you got some big body guys who are physical, athletic, and then you put the ball in Ty's hand. I don't think anybody in the city want to touch him. He's a man when it comes to doing what he's supposed to on both sides of the ball.
And your tight end rotation is going to keep those safeties honest. That's going to be a big deal to open up Evan and the other guys in the offense.
Exactly.
And I know one guy that was a kind of a breakthrough athlete last year was Xavier. Was on the ESPN, I think it was the second team, maybe the first time. I know he was on the ESPN Owensboro All-Area team, coming off the edge, I think 5 or 6 sacks last year. Talk about some things, Xavier, that you wanted to improve on from last year to this year, and how do you think where you are in that process right now?
Something I want to improve on, just my versatility. Last year I was at linebacker, but I got moved to stand up end, in our 3 defensive linemen. So I just had to work on my hands. I went through a surgery this offseason, but I've been just trying to build muscle and, gain weight. And I'm not sure what position I'm going to play at, but I feel like I can do it all, linebacker and joke or whatever.
You know, when you made that move and you're playing a linebacker, then going down to an end, it's more of a pass rushing thing. Is it one you want to tailor your game that you can play the run just as well as you can go get the quarterback?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel like I could do both. Reason also like outside linebacker, you drop in the coverage sometimes too. You go catch an interception or something. But yeah, and I loved it. Just getting to the quarterback and making a sack. That's a big play.
The one great thing about the defense last year and coming into this year, right there in the middle, you've got Ty Ashley, you got, Eli Hampton, that both of them over 100 tackles last year. Ty, I know a great year last year. You were on our first team last year at linebacker. The recruiting kind of blossomed this offseason. Talk about some things that you wanted to take to the game this year and get better at.
Yeah, for sure. I've really been focusing on my rush. I was really focused on the run aspect of the game last year. I caught myself struggling in situations, trying to get pressure.
On those one-on-ones, you get the offense, first team offense, first team defense. Who wins, you or Evan down there? Who wins that battle most of the time?
We go at it a lot in practice. He's a great player. He's explosive. When he gets in that open field, it's he's tough to tame.
No, when he gets in the open field, you don't catch him. Let's just be honest.
Yeah. So he's great. We go at it in practice, and we left.
Go ahead, Dan.
All right,
Got the voice of the Red Devils here. Dan Bartlett join us.
Enough with the X's and O's. I need some material up in the booth. You guys got any nicknames that we can go by? You guys any nicknames for other players? One for you. Now, listen, I got to be able to say them on the radio. Right? All right, that's your whole.
Not at all, man.
I expect nicknames by week one.
You guys got to do a better job of that.
No, we got
You can call Carter Vanover our center roast.
Roast.
Oh yeah.
I need about 11 more. Come on now.
Listen, I'll get you some
There
before
we
we
go.
get to that first game.
Thanks,
'Cause our senior crew, man, is fantastic, and I think that they've enjoyed, what we've done so far together over the course of this summer. And I know they're looking forward to the season, and whatever we can get out of them, I want to, and to put as much shine on them for sure. So let's start with the roast.
I got a question each of you guys can answer, each of the players can answer. Every team has a ceiling. Whatever this Red Devil ceiling is going to be, to get the best version of the Red Devils, give me one thing that has to be better this year than it was last year. I'll start with you, Ty.
Yeah, for sure. I remember this the first day we walked in. Coach Ganaway, he said, the best teams he's ever coached, player led. Last year I feel like we were lacking in that. Obviously, I think it was time for a change. And, every day I walk into the locker room, I feel the chemistry together.
What about you, Xavier? Give me something that has to be a lot better this year to get that ultimate ceiling this Red Devil team can reach.
To reach our ultimate ceiling, it's really got to be effort, specifically on the defense side of the ball, fly around to the ball. We ain't go through co-captains for no reason. Just doing a lot of running, just got to be ready to take teams through the second half.
Go ahead, Jalen.
Obviously, guys, I know the end goal is to make it to Kroger Field. Wins and losses, they matter, but 3 losses in a row at Owensboro Catholic. That's got to it's got to be something that's on your mind. It's got to be a goal, Coach. That's got to be a goal is to get that win against the Aces. Is that something you guys talk about? I know they're behind me. They're not listening, though. So, I mean.
We're focused on St. X right now. So.
You got it. Listen. For me, man, like the day I got the job, I think people started talking to me about Catholic and the history of it. Bowling Green was the name before, now it's Catholic, and that's just a measuring stick. And I know it's going to be a great atmosphere that game, so everybody needs to come out. Catholic's a great program, and it's just going to be probably one of the best games. I hope it's one of the best games of the year, man. And no matter what, both of us can end up in Kroger Field after this to represent Owensboro.
There you go.
So that for me is a big deal.
Yeah, I think Ty said it best. It's all about St. X. It's about getting ready for the Mayfield scrimmage, getting ready for South Warren, and knowing where you stand going to the St. X game. We got to turn the page to the Hog Mollies, and I think that's another big question for this Red Devil team. You talk about ceilings, floors and ceilings for a team. I think for OHS to reach their ceiling this year, have to have good offensive and defensive line play. Coach, dive into the Hog Mollies. Obviously, the addition of J.W. Mustard to the program, in addition with a couple really good senior linemen, Drew Johnson, Carter Vanover. Talk about some of the guys up front on both sides.
No, that's a key piece of the team this year with JW coming over. add some much needed, attitude.
Nastiness.
Yes, a little bit of nastiness up front. And so JW, Carter Vanover, Drew Johnson, those three right there, having the experience that they've had in playing games on Friday nights, being leaders, Drew and Carter being Owensboro lifers is huge because they truly care about the program. No matter who's leading it, they're going to buy in, and they're going to make sure they hold guys accountable to living up to the standard that has been at Owensboro before. And then you got Keaton Land, whose family's in Owensboro, true all the way through. And then that fifth one, we actually got Eli Hampton, man, himself, who I call the captain because he's just a guy who's selfless, who offered to play the offensive line spot and actually dominated in times at it too. And this year, playing that the whole year is going to make a world of difference for us.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for coming. Good luck this season, guys. Everybody, we wish you good health. We look forward to covering you and have a great, 2025 season. And for you older guys, enjoy your last year here. That's how it goes. But thank you so much for joining us here on Media Day.
Oh, yeah, anytime, man. You know it. So we appreciate you guys and what you're doing for everybody else. And like I said on Friday night, enjoy. And we're looking forward to having a great season. So go Devils.
We'll take a short break right here, and then we'll go down Parrish Avenue and get the Aces from Owensboro Calicut. It's Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, 102.7 Game.
Discover the timeless charm of Wellburn's Florist on East 4th Street in Owensboro, a third-generation family business delighting our community since 1958. Whether you're celebrating life's milestones or moments in between, our expert florists can help you craft arrangements for every occasion. From birthdays and anniversaries to weddings and proms, to express sympathy or just because, we're your destination for flowers that speak from the heart. Let us help you make your special occasions unforgettable. At Wellburn's, we're more than just a florist.
This is Jalen Daugherty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Need roofing help? Roof Girl has you covered. Free inspections and estimates, plus gutters, fascia, and vinyl siding too. Call 270-392-4768 and find reviews by searching Roof Girl Paula on Facebook.
Smile with the best. Bluegrass Dental has been voted Best Dental Office 4 years in a row. Experience award-winning care, friendly service, and a reason to smile. Call today and see why we're number one.
Pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Sherry Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local Pizza Hut.
That car.
Are you car shopping? Need one for your kid? Having trouble getting approved? Stop hearing "come back in 6 months." Or how about the boring
"sorry, we can't help you"?
Or
"do you even have a cosigner?"
At Advance Car, we have the answer 99.9% of the time to your car problems. With 300 vehicles to choose from and only $2,000, our team will get you approved and on the road the same day. Choose Vance Car, where you become family.
Forever!
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to billions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
The Tale City Football Booster Club is proud to represent the players and coaches from Tale City Junior and Senior High School. We want to wish all local teams the best of luck in their season this upcoming fall.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing in Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking past few rains? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 1027 The Game.
It's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, David Clark here. And Dave, before we get to our last school of the day, the Owensboro Caligases, you're going to tell me about some people who made all this possible.
Yeah, big thanks to our friends at the Green River Area Federal Credit Union, Chris Estes and Above All Roofing, Bailey Electric, and Elite Auto Glass.
We're being joined now. It's the Owensboro Caligases head coach Jason Morris, back-to-back state runner-ups the last 2 seasons. And, Coach, you lost some big-time players last year, some new guys moving in. How's the offseason gone so far for you this year? And are you where you wanted to be at this time of the year?
Yeah, I say we're probably ahead of where I thought we would be at this time. And a lot of that has to do with the experience we have coming back. Even though we have lost, several starters over the last 2 state championship appearances, this group of seniors who were at one time sophomores when we played that first state title, most people don't realize we started 12 sophomores 2 years ago. And, we got 19 seniors returning with 2 state championship appearances. And so that makes your offseason a little bit easier.
You graduate Brady Atwell, and then also, Warren Ebelhair was a big time playmaker, Darian Crow. Can you, I know, last year Miles had a monster season for you too in the backfield. Can you see, where maybe he gets more touches early in the season just as everybody starts to get their feet wet? I know a lot of them have played, or is it just going to be this is what we do and let's go to it?
Yeah, so there's so many good players, and Miles obviously, heads that list along with Cam here on the offensive side of the ball. Anytime you have that many playmakers, you're going to try to do all you can to spread the football out. We're a spread offense, and any given Friday night, it could be Cam gets 8 touches, or Miles gets 15, or Xavier Maddox gets 10, whatever it's going to be. We're going to do whatever it takes to win the football game. And in those early season games especially, you got to have as many bodies ready as possible. But, yeah, look for us to do more of the same with a quarterback who's very special, and I'm sure we're going to get to him quite a bit. But really excited about what I'm seeing from Jermel Carruthers right now as far as spreading the football around.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right. I know last year, 7-on-7 this time 1 year ago, there was the videos all over Facebook. So I watched twice. I watched every single game twice, and I was so impressed with Dre Mel in 7-on-7 ball. Obviously playing behind Brady, spots are going to be limited for varsity action. Unfortunately, no Catholic parents went live for 7-on-7 this year, so I didn't get to break down that film. But Dre Mel, talk a little bit about how the 7-on-7 season's gone for you, and reading the defense, getting that chemistry with your receiving core, and how all that's gone.
Yeah, the 7-on-7 season's been great so far, or it went great. Your main focus was just me coming in, getting used to the rival receivers, and just getting the chemistry down. From my perspective, I think we did good. We still got a lot of things to work on, but
and Coach, you talk about, the numbers that Brady, they speak for themselves, and a first-team All-State, and you talked about how special this kid is. Tell me a little bit what makes Dre Mel so special and what these college coaches are also seeing, because his recruiting's taken off too. Talk about him just a little bit.
Yeah, the main thing about Jermel that makes him so special is just how natural everything comes to him. Grew up playing shortstop and a pitcher in baseball. And, me and you've talked several times about how that sport relates, especially those middle infielders. And within our offense and our RPO run game and our quick screens and just things that we're trying to get the football out on time. And he's just smooth as all get out without those kind of things. And but he's also super talented and can stretch you vertically as well as laterally, and is sneaky athletic with his legs. And so, the sky's the limit for how good he's going to be. And we're just getting to that point right now. And I'd say over the next 2 seasons, you're going to be satisfied with what you see.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, every time I get to watch film of Jermel, just the mechanics really stand out to me. And then when you flick the wrist, God gives certain kids abilities and certain kids not. Dremel's one of the lucky kids that when he flicks his wrist, the ball just comes off with the velocity and just kind of glides in the air. But we know about Dremel and what he's going to bring to the table. Coach, talk a little bit about there's some turnover with the receiving core. You lose Darion Crow and Warren Ebelhair, who were 2 kids that could get open and score a touchdown on any given play. Talk about some of the new faces that are going to be in that potent Aces offensive attack.
Yeah, so this will be 2 years in a row to where our number 3 and 4 receivers from the previous year had 40-plus catches. I think Deuce Sims was our number 4 receiver 2 years ago and had almost 60 catches. And so, obviously, last year with us running Brady more in his senior year, we didn't have quite as many pass attempts. We had a bunch, but not quite as many. And so our number 3 and 4 guys weren't getting quite 60, but we were in that 40 and 50 mark. And so returning a senior like Cam Woodward with 600-700 yards receiving and a couple hundred yards rushing and several touchdowns. Also, all that experience he had from starting on defense since his sophomore year. He'll be our main go-to in the receiving core, along with Xavier Maddox, who started for us last year as a first-year junior for us. Just that year of experience in our offense and learning how we do things is going to help him greatly. But then our overall depth, we have senior Andrew Garvin and senior Hudson Ebelhair, brother of Warren, who has had to wait their turns kind of because we've been so loaded at wide receiver. And, hats off to them for being willing to be good teammates and put their time in and do that. And then we also have, Cam's brother, Josh James, in that junior class, who's getting a little bit better every day, kind of a scat back kind of guy out there wide for us, really good on screens and short passes. And the sophomore class is loaded. There's no way around it. The class that won the state title 2 years ago as 8th graders will now be sophomores, and they're going to have to do like Cam had to do as sophomores when it comes to you talking about receiver and the offensive side of the ball. There's some patience involved here. And, but the list goes on and on. You got Noah Grant, you got Luke Whitledge, you got Braylon Coots, you got Drew Miles, who's probably the fastest kid of all of them that nobody ever talks about. And, so that's probably 12 kids I just named you, and all of them I trust to put on the football field and spread the football around. And that didn't even get into our running backs with led by Miles Edge, who's a very capable receiver out of the backfield. Sophomore Jude Evans is really special football, baseball player kind of kid. Sophomore Carter James, another one of Cam's brothers, really good sophomore player for us. And then we have junior Shaden Mitchell. So I think that gets the list up to about 16 kids. And I very trust every single one of them.
One thing on the defensive side of the ball, you lost 3 big players, Vince Carrico that had roamed the middle forever, Chris Burns, who may be one of the most underrated linebackers. All he does is just make tackles. And, of course, Darion Crow. Who are some guys that we don't know about that you looked at, you got a lot of your defensive line back, led by Caden. But who are some guys that we don't know yet that are going to step in and fill in those linebacker spots?
Okay, so we're going to move Nick Sims down here, a senior, who's really worked on his body over the last 3 seasons.
So he's a lot bigger.
Yeah. Trying, he's about 200 pounds now, and he runs well. Obviously, back-to-back, he's been in back-to-back state finals as our free safety. So he's been in the middle of our defense. He's just coming down one more level to not really replace Vince Carrico, but just add to our linebacking crew. And so Miles Edge, returning leading tackler, Nick Sims, and then sophomore Jude Evans will also be mainly our 3 stack linebackers. And real excited about what I see out of sophomore Carter James at stack linebacker as well. And then our outside linebackers were trying to replace, Darion Crow and Jaden Ambergy and Brady Atwell. They all rotated those outside linebacker spots last year. And so 2 juniors who have played a lot of JV. Riley Harville, one of them, he started when Vince got hurt last year, so he got a lot of experience during that playoff run. And then the running back, Shaden Mitchell, that I just mentioned, he'll also play an outside linebacker spot. And then there's a couple of those sophomores that I mentioned a while ago who will get in the mix there at linebacker as well. So excited about the depth I have there as well. Obviously losing a leader like Vince Carrico, who's a kid who took every snap from his freshman year all the way through, is going to be something that we still have to see what we're going to be like without him. But we've seen that through 3 playoff games last year, and it's kind of like what we hang our hat on with Owensboro Catholic. Next man up. We're doing this together. Just the culture of our football program right now is special, and I look forward to seeing these guys play. Well, you talked about guys up front, which I want to hit on. You talked about Caden Conkrite. They make it where those guys, Caden and Barrett Evans, 2 guys who've started since their sophomore years, are 2 of the main guys who lets those linebackers run free.
Well, we're going to let the next question be asked. In case you hadn't heard the news, the Aces are moving now to K-News 1013 right here at Cromwell Media. And the new voice of the Aces, Stephen A. Turner, go ahead, go ahead and ask your question.
Well, I was going to ask about the sophomore class because it was tremendous, but we've mentioned several sophomores already. So the hype is real behind those guys. Can't wait to see them play. But I'll direct the question to Caden. With Barrett going down, you become the leader of that defensive line. Talk about some of the things you're doing in practice to kind of seize that leadership role up front.
Losing Barrett Evans is huge. Last few years, he's been a pivotal player on our team. The interceptions he's had the past few years and the sacks and all that. We're all just going to have to step up, all the younger players. And, we'll see what happens this year.
You lead by example type of guy or a little more like a rah-rah guy?
I try to lead by example for sure.
Well, I think you set a pretty good example, man. One of my favorites to call up front. Keep up great work.
I'm going to show my age here. They won't know this reference here, but the reference Roadhouse. Every time Dalton comes in, the guy says, man, I thought you would be bigger. Like the games I call for Caden Conkrite, all these tackles he makes, he walks in, I'm like, for a defensive tackle, I thought you'd be bigger.
Yeah.
But I tell you,
dominates the line of scrimmage.
The secret, I'm a film guy, right? Film, you can all have an opinion, but film, the eye in the sky never lies, as former Catholic quarterback, the late, great Steve All once said, right? I think when I turn on your film, I'm fascinated by the Catholic defensive line because you're talking about a bunch of kids who probably are not who you would typically put on a defensive line, but they're all solid, muscular, but super athletic. And I love watching Caden Conkrite get off the ball. When you're lined up over the center, if that center can't move and he can't set and get his gait and punch right, like you're in the backfield breaking down the pocket from the center from the start. Talk about that brotherhood on that defensive line that you guys have.
We just all come together as a team, and then just like try to use our athleticism and everything to get to the ball, use our grit, all that.
Because if you can use 3 to break down 5, you're ahead of the game, Coach.
Let's ask Nick, moving up from the secondary now to the line, talk about that transition and how you're taking on that role.
I love it. Always like being closer to the ball and be able to fill in on plays. Had a bunch of guys move trams going through safety. And I think athletically at linebacker, we're really good this year. And I think we're going to be able to cover the field on run and pass game.
Let's go. I got a question here for I think maybe one of the most underrated players in the ESPN Owensboro area, Miles Edge. And I'm going to give you a question outside of football here, because when you have those edge tackle football games at the family edge game, who's the number one? Like if you got the first pick of the draft, who are you taking in that edge family first pick of the draft?
I think I'm going to take my cousin JT. We've always been close. We're 10 days apart, so we've basically been like twins all of our life, doing everything together.
I'm gonna overrule them all. I'm taking Robert.
I'm taking Mike.
He's too old.
No, I'm taking Mike. I'm still taking Mike.
JT was talking about you guys watch UFC together. If you guys hooked up in the octagon, are you winning or is it JT got the advantage?
I would have to give it to my brother. He did actual boxing for a while. He knows how to fight. So.
Let's go down here to Cam, a guy that played both ways last year, cornerback. Now, also a receiver, maybe taking a bigger role in receiver this year. What were some things in the offseason you worked on looking at maybe a new role, or not the same role, but maybe have to take a step up in your production?
Losing some of the players last year, I kind of had to step up and this receiver core has been working hard. Sleep building connection with Jamil. So we've just been hitting the weight room real heavy and going out there running routes whenever nobody else would. We'd go out there and run routes trying to build a connection with them. And, yeah, we're gonna look good this year.
I'm going to ask you, I don't want you to not compare quarterbacks, who's better, who's worse, but the quarterbacks throw the ball differently. Tell me the biggest difference of, last year having to catch from Brady Atwell, a pass from Brady Atwell, and now catching a pass from Jermel. Is there a difference of how they get the ball to you? Guys, receivers, you think about Brett Favre, that he was always, throwing it so hard and had to adjust to that. Is there an adjustment of how those two balls, a catchable ball?
I feel like they're both really good quarterbacks. So I don't. Jermel can get the ball to me really good, just as Brady could. So I don't feel like there's too much of a difference there, but we'll see. I think Jermel will definitely be able to fill the role.
We'll go down here to Jermel and some of the things that we talked about, big expectations, but, you've been out, the first thing I remember is I think it was 4th and 37 in the state tournament game and state championship game. And you literally come off the bench, boom, touchdown pass, looking at it now, the starter, what are some things that, what are your expectations of your play this year?
I look to just improve my game. Also, how Brady has all the records set. My goal is to break those records and should be. I just look forward to develop my game. And I know everyone thinks some superstar. Myself enough to think I'm that. Should be this season.
That's a great answer. And Dremel, just kind of talk about, you're QB1 now. You're taking over the reins from, quarterback high school. You think about the great quarterbacks over the last 20 years that Owensboro Catholic has had. How do you see yourself in that leadership role as QB1, from the locker room to off the field, and obviously when it matters most with the pads on Friday night?
Yeah, I feel like overall as a team we have a great environment in the locker room and on the field. The role this summer with the team has just been trying to be a leader on and off the field, just be a vocal leader, keep everyone as they can, the example for the team, whatever the team does. And, that's just been the motto for the whole summer so far.
I talk about Miles being very underrated. You're back there handing the ball off either in the shotgun either, in the last few years, as the backup quarterback now. How often does he make a move on a guy and you just think, man, I wish I could make that move?
Yeah, a lot. We just got him pads, so him just people seen a lot from him so far.
And Miles, I think you're a guy that, if the offense was different, a guy that could run, probably 1,500 to 2,000 yards and no problem. But do you like this offense where you also catch the ball in the backfield and being as versatile you are, it kind of fits what you like to do?
Yes, I really like it a lot. And I really don't care. I'm not a big numbers guy with the stats. I could care less about the stats. And as long as I'm somewhat contributing and we're winning every game, that's all that matters. And but like you said, I do like receiving the ball. It's really fun to catch. So yeah.
Is it making the big move on offense or laying the big hit on defense? Which one gets Miles Edge's juices flowing the most?
I think laying the big hit on defense definitely gets the juices flowing more. So
he also lays the big hit on offense.
He does do that.
Lowers the shoulder in
either or.
I want to ask Nick because I think last year's was it last year or 2 years ago where you broke the wrist? Was that last year?
That was last year. I dislocated my elbow.
Right, that's what it was. I was calling that game and you dislocated the elbow. When you were out and you had to miss it, what did you learn maybe by watching the football? And I know you always want to get out there and play, but what did you learn by watching that you could add to your game and make it even better?
Man, whenever I'm out there, it's a different perspective. You can see the offense. Whenever you're out there on the sidelines, you kind of focus on everything else and not, just what you are doing in that one play. When you're at safety, you're always trying to focus on where the ball is or what receivers are doing. But when you're on the sideline, you can look at a much different perspective on how the game's moving.
Well, Caden, I've got to ask you because you were talking about how you on the defensive line, the offensive line. It's always no matter what kind of skill guys you have, the big hog mollies up front have to do their job. Have you been working against them? Tell me a little bit about this offensive line that I know you return a lot, but you also got some guys in some new places. Tell me about how the offensive lines looked.
We got some returning stars. Soup Hamilton. We got Tristan French in the middle in there. He's a dog. Going against him every day in practice, just getting us both better every day. It's just going to be better for us when the season starts. for sure.
Coach, is that the position group that you think defines what the ceiling for this Calicut team could be? Is how that offensive line comes together and plays?
Yeah, I mean, I think you say that every year. Any coach that knows what they're doing, they're going to tell you you're going to be as good as you are up front. In the end, I'm going to be as good as we are up front, and how good my coaching staff is. I feel like athletes are athletes, and they're athletes everywhere. Obviously, having that quarterback is number one, and then you got to be able to keep that quarterback upright. And returning left tackle Zach Masterson really put the work in there, and so really excited about what I see there. And then right now it looks like our left guard's probably going to be a sophomore, Easton Hall, in a rotation with a couple other guys like Walker Crabtree and Nick Bell. Center, like you talked about, led by Tristan French, returning center.
Who I thought played really well last year.
In my opinion, he's the best in Western Kentucky, but minus the Strickland kid at Paducah Tillman, maybe just because he's got the God-given size. But he's a true, and I think he called him a dog. He's a true dog. And then Soup Hamilton is probably the best athlete. He's a sneaky athlete of any kid I've ever coached in my life. I had no idea, he wears these glasses, and he walks up to you like, Coach, I'm ready to play football. Never played football in my life. Last year, and he's starting for us before the summer's over with. And then you go watch him in intramural basketball, and he's doing 360 layups and crossing between his legs and shooting threes and step backs and talking trash. And it's just amazing to watch Soup Hamilton. He's been a real fun to coach. And then obviously we got the sophomore giant and JP Carrico, who's going to blow up, or already is blowing up in the recruiting trail. And it's going to be exciting to see where he goes, because the work ethic is like none other. And then Caden's always ready to go if we need to. He's our Michael from last year. Never had to use him, but we hope we don't have to. But he's ready to go as well.
It's amazing. Only at Calicut do they show up with like tuba players that show up and become offensive linemen and guys that
I will say that this will be my 8th season, and so that was my very first go at our coaches meeting. We were looking at personnel and depth charts, and all those guys have been coaching forever at Owensboro Catholic, and I had been there for 2 seasons as well. And the first thing we did was start moving guys down. We moved safeties to linebackers to D-line to the offensive line. And we got more athletic. In my opinion, we got more athletic at every position when we did that. And we've just continued to take that philosophy. So we are going to look a little smaller, but we're going to be more athletic. And that, I just feel like, especially in high school football, that's where it's at.
Well, I don't know. Jimmy Johnson did that at the U whenever he was in college, and also with the Cowboys, and it worked pretty well there too. So there you go. Cam, I'll ask you before we let you guys go. I know Jalen's got one more before we let you get out of here. You got the state finals on Saturday, and you got to pass a test on Friday. Who's the teammate that you're going to ask you to help you study for it? Who's the smart guy on the team?
I think I'm gonna have to go with Miles Edge on this one. Miles Edge he's really smart.
No, that doesn't surprise me. He gets that from his mom, not his dad. I can promise you that right now. 100%. He got one before we get out of here, Jalen?
Yeah, Coach, obviously you guys are staying in 2A, but the district changes a little bit. Adding Fort Knox, but then you're adding Hancock and McLean back. Is that something you're excited about with the change of district, adding what I would call your rivalry schools in Hancock and McLean, trying to get back to how it used to be?
Yes, sir. There's no doubt. There's no reason to classify schools and to have districts if you're not going to play within them. And so really glad to see McLean and Hancock having to play within our district. And I can't wait to get that rivalry back. It's good for Western Kentucky football in general. I ain't going to lie about it. The last 2 years when we got the district play, our kids got bored, and they weren't very excited about playing Edmonson County, and they weren't very excited about playing Fort Campbell because they've never had to, and that was never – not that they didn't take it serious, and we got the job done. But, now they can at least get up for a game, and they know that they're going to prepare, and you got 2 tradition-rich programs here that, can beat you if you're not ready. And so we're excited about getting Hancock and McLean back on the schedule.
2 great environments, too, to go play in.
Yeah, that's a big deal. We're going to have fans in the stands to watch it instead of, just parents.
Well, no question. Just a comment. I'm very excited to be on the announced team this year. I know Chris is as well. We'll have Nick in the booth with us. Keep that fresh. We'll be on K-News all year. Looking very forward. I'll just say, when we've got a chance to call you guys games, love the way you go about your business. It's the same workmanlike attitude, no matter the classes that change. So looking very forward to representing you guys coming up this fall.
Thank you, Steve. We really appreciate you all on 102.7 Game, Cromwell Radio. Y'all are doing tremendous things for not just football, but all athletics, high school athletics in this area. And, it's not gone unnoticed. I want you all to understand that. And Steve, we appreciate you all coming on board. Catholic fans, you'll be tuning over to listen to Steve and the guys this year on Cromwell Radio. And so look forward to that. And we hope put on a good show for you.
Well, we're very excited about it. We're very excited. We'll be down. It'll be on 102.7 when you go play Bowling Green down in the Rafferty's Bowl. And after that, every game on K News. And thank you so much. And Coach Morris for coming in. Guys, hey, good health all year long. Enjoy the season. Thanks for coming in to Football Media Day.
Thanks for having us.
I tell you what, Dave and I will take a short break. When we come back, we're going to be joined by Jacqueline Graves with Owensboro Health. Dave and I will wrap this up with her as it's Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. 102.7 The Game.
At American Legion Post 9 in Owensboro, it's more than a building, it's a mission. We're here to serve those who served and to strengthen our community every step of the way. From supporting local veterans and their families to mentoring youth. Through programs like Boys State and Girls State, Post 9 stands for honor, leadership, and service. We partner with local charities, host fundraisers, and build bridges between generations. American Legion Post 9, where service continues and community comes first. Follow us on Facebook to get involved and stay connected.
This season, stand out on and off the field with Web Design Company. From custom team gear to spirit wear that pops, they've got your school pride covered. Find Web Design Company on Facebook and rep your team in style.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Cornbread barbecue for 6 generations cooking for you.
Serving Owensboro for 100 years. Whether you're craving a plate of slow smoked barbecue or need a feast for the family, we've got you covered. Old Hickory Barbecue delivers flavor in every bite. Stop by today. Old Hickory Barbecue, 270-926-9000.
So eat, you can't.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Safety is key when replacing an outlet, so move it to the pros at Mr. Sparky. We'll get it done right and get it done safely. Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
Calling all sports fans, collectors, and future legends. Are you ready for this fall? At Sports Country, every pack of sports trading cards is a shot at glory. They've got thousands of packs waiting for you. NFL, basketball, softball, even Pokemon cards with memorabilia. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shamy's Car Wash, Owensboro's #1 sports fan store.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we are here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1353. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colbert or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Audubon Federal Credit Union is here for you. Home renovations, saving for college, or buying a new car, managing money is not what it used to be. Audubon Federal Credit Union offers solutions that fit your budget and needs. Stop in at 1449 Breckenridge Street and see what we can do for you. Looking for a financial partner? No further. Green River Area Rural Credit. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan,
we've got you covered with competitive rates, personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union in three locations in Peterson, Greenville, or Owensboro. Experience the difference today. More money, your future, your credit. MCUA Closing Lending.
Let's get back to the interviews of the coaches and players here at Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
And it's Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game. Vic Evans, David Clark. Now we're on camera. I got the face for radio,
We
Dave.
both do, Vic.
But the good thing is we get Owensboro Health, Jacqueline Gray's with us to talk about, one, our great partnership that we have here with you, and also why you guys choose to partner with stuff like this, like Media Day.
Sure. First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing us to be here. Cromwell Radio does such great things for our area, and you all invest so much in ensuring that what's going on in our community is not only known, but is supported. And that is much appreciated. You heard that kind of at the end of that from Coach Morris, but I hope that you all realize like the impact that you are making in our communities and how much it's appreciated. For us in Owensboro Health, we really love to be able to support the communities that we serve. That may sound a little cheesy, but it really is true. With over 5,000 team members at Owensboro Health, it's important for us to be part of the communities that we serve. And that's all aspects of the community. And this allows us to come in and support these athletes and these young people. And really allows us to support their families and their schools and everyone that supports them. And that's a huge piece of that for us. And we're just really honored to be here.
Well, I know one thing, and it wasn't planned, but you had like Brody Eubanks who comes in and talks about, first of all, Dr. Stoltz, some of the best interviews we do. He's passionate about sports, but to hear a student athlete that was hurt, and talk about how well Dr. Stoltz made the rehab and how well he soothed him and let him know that things are going to be okay. For somebody like that's here for Owensboro Health, out of the blue that gets popped up, had to make you guys feel good too.
It did. My ears perked up and it made my heart happy. And I thought, what a great reminder of why we do what we do. It's really about quality of care that is accessible to everyone in our area. And we want to be able to provide the highest quality of care, no matter what the members of our community are going through. And in this instance, you have a young man who is scared, who is hurt, who is really unsure about what his future in athletics is going to look like. And it's important.
Right. And no, I was going to say, I know people think, well, you're not going to play sport. But when you're 14 to 18 years old, I know people say, worry about your – true. But athletics for guys that play sports, it is literally number one. I don't care what people say. And so when you can soothe a person like that, that has to be special.
Oh, it really is. And, I think a lot of people don't realize the effort and the time that goes into what these young athletes do. I have an athlete in my house. She's a volleyball player. You don't just show up and practice and go home. That's not how it works. David, you've got a son that plays. And football is a beast. It really is. And most of these athletes literally have worked for their whole lives almost to get those special moments on Friday night. And when you think those moments are going to be taken away from you, it's devastating. So to know that, Dr. Stoltz was able to walk alongside of him and not only have a good outcome physically, but you heard him talk about the mental aspects of being able to have that quality provider. And again, an honor for Owensboro Health to be able to walk alongside of him and his family in that time where they were really scared.
Yeah, and I know the CEO, Mr. Marsh, is a big, sports guy himself. And, seeing Owensboro Health with the third region basketball tournament, the involvement in local athletics and the kind of the misnomer is that, it's called Owensboro Health, but with health plexes in Henderson, Madisonville, Muhlenberg County, outpatient clinics all around the area. You guys are providing great service to the student athletes all around the area. But I found it great that you were here today, Jacqueline, because I don't know that Owensboro Health could have picked a better person to come. Because for football, high school football media
I
day,
learned something today. He was talking about how you were a big football person.
Well, I know it's because she is from Mayfield.
That's right.
Titletown of Western Kentucky. And, I know football season, talk about, just from your upbringing and what high school football means to you, especially coming from Mayfield, right?
Honestly, like today, watching these young men, it tears to my eyes. And that may sound so silly, but when I look, when our friend, my daughter goes to OHS, of course, and talking to the OHS guys when they left and talking to our buddy Evan, and I said, I hope this is the most fun you ever have playing football. And that's the piece of it, is that this is something that they're going to look back on for the rest of their lives. These literally are the glory days. Which, yes, does life get better? Yes, of course it does. You grow and it gets better. But
then you got to become an adult, and there's bills to pay.
Bills to pay.
And if you had to play in college, it's more of a job. And this is your buddies and all that.
And the coach from Heritage Hills was talking about it this morning, and again, it made me so nostalgic. And said, you were talking about like how do you have a successful program for decades? It's the community. And that was his first comment. It wasn't, oh, we teach them the same plays from the 5th grade. It wasn't they know each other. It was the community support. And when you look at high school athletics, especially football, if you went to Rash Stadium on a Friday night, and it's when Owensboro was hosting Catholic, and you said out of the thousands of people there, raise your hand if you have a son on the field, the majority of people would have their hands down. It's the community members that show up for these kids. And they show up for these coaches because you know how important and special football is. And coming from a place like Mayfield, which, let's be honest, not a lot going on there. Okay. People know Mayfield for 2 things, football and the tornado.
Yes.
Bless their hearts, but that's what it is. But when you go there, it's magic. And for Owensboro Health to be able to have a day like today that we get to come and be a tiny part of that magic, it really is what we mean when we say we're proud to support.
Well, I'd say a big part of that magic, because what we do not only today, but all season, all throughout the athletic season, is not possible without great sponsors like Owensboro Health and Southwire, Vic.
We could not do it without them. And Owensboro Health is a great partner with us, our presenting sponsor for all our media days, our title sponsor for all of our regional covers covering up, re-signed for a whole nother year. We're so happy. And even I knew how it was important because you came and met with Jordan and I and said, okay, we love what you're doing on media day. Yes. How can we take it another step another step? And today I think you guys did. And I can't say thank you enough.
Well, we appreciate the partnership again. We appreciate the opportunity to be here, and we look forward just to whatever's next. Look forward to supporting your media days from here on out. And I'm going to be honest. I told you, I'm kind of ready to run through a wall. If you're a football person, I'm a football junkie, and I'm ready to go. Is it time?
Yep.
Can we? I might just go watch the boys practice further.
There you go. And I'll tell you something. If you're out there listening, you're thinking about your business, and you and I were having this conversation off the air. Some people think, nobody listens to radio anymore. Radio works. We had a great event Saturday. It was the Rock and Rescue out at the animal shelter. The animal shelter. I think it takes a village. I think is what it's called now. A Saturday on 97X, and they got 20 dogs and cats adopted and 11 more that were being fostered, ready for adoption. And so if you're looking for something to help, us to brand yourself or be a part of high school sports, we'll take all partnerships. And I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to let you do the honors.
Okay.
Because we were lucky enough for Holiday World to give us 4 tickets to give to an athlete today.
This makes me very nervous.
We'll take those out there and we'll let you announce the winner of 4 tickets.
Drum roll here.
So nervous.
Hopefully they wrote their name where we can read it.
Oh, I can read it.
Uh-oh.
Number 11 from Ohio County, Trey Abney.
Trey Abney. So, hey, he was hurt last year. Probably got some help from Owensboro Health. So he's going to win, and we'll get hold of Trey. He's going to win 4 tickets to Holiday World to take hopefully he'll take his teammates here at Media Day.
For KHSA purposes, we're going to say his dad won. Because apparently we can't give away.
And the thing I love about Media Day and you guys on the partnership, and we were talking about, it's not so much, they'll have other things. But one thing I've always felt at Media Day, and I wanted to kind of, at some point in their life, they're going to walk into a job interview. They're not going to know the questions that are asked. We don't send questions out. We write all these questions. And just to see the personalities, and then when you go into that job interview, maybe you won't be quite as, nervous. Or, hey, this is easy. I'm not even on the radio. I'm just talking to this person. And this is kind of the life skills that you can learn in sports, and this is a part of it.
100%. I went and got my daughter and brought her here because as a high school athlete, I said, I want you to come watch this so you can prepare in case this is the year that you start to get media questions. And as an employer, you do look for those. Yeah. It's just like if you're an athlete and you're being recruited, if you have a college coach come to watch you, the last thing they're looking at is the way you play the game.
Right.
They're watching all of those intangibles that you bring to the table. And this is just another really great thing. Again, a part of a media day that you're allowing these student athletes to do is to gain another skill that's just making them a little bit better.
And there's always that one athlete, and I love this every year, and it happens at every media day we have, when they come in, you can kind of see how nervous they are, and they sit down here, and you may ask them one question, and they're a little quiet, but then you just kind of, it's like a flower, like a rose. You just kind of see them. The more you ask them, it just kind of blooms. And to me, that is always the shining moment of Media Day.
100%. And as an athlete on a team, you are taught it's not about you, it's about the team, as it should be. But on a media day, a lot of times you're asked to speak about yourself. And so that can be a little tricky. So it's just a really good way for them to kind of have the best of both worlds, to be humble while you're talking about yourself, but at the same time elevating your team.
Well, we thank you so much for everything that Owensboro Health does with our partnership. Thank you for coming today.
Sure.
We hope you've enjoyed Media Day. Before we go, Jalen, you're going to tell me about all our great partners one more time. You can run through them, and leading off with Southwire, who, since we started this, has been the title sponsor. And for the last 4, I think, Owensboro Health has been the presenting sponsor. And the great thing is they must like it because they both signed on for the next 3. And that's all that makes me more happy of anything, is when you get a partner and they enjoy what you're doing and they re-sign on. And so we're really looking forward to basketball, to baseball, softball, all the way through. But tell us about who else, Jalen, that helped us here through Media Day.
Absolutely, Vic. We've got Southwire, Owensboro Health, Sports Country, Kentron Manufacturing, Green River Area Federal Credit Union, Above All Roofing, Bailey Electric, Elite Auto Glass, Kyle Colbreth, Kentucky Farm Bureau, Tell City Football Boosters, Ottoman Federal Credit Union, McLean County Public Library, Welborn Florist, Davis County Cooperative Extension Services, Mr. Sparky of Northwest Kentucky, Papa John's Pizza, Express Employment Professionals, Justin Nugent with Remax Professional Realty, Ohio Valley Insurance, Geno's Pizza, Old Hickory Barbecue, Elite Waste Services, American Legion Post 9, Web Design Company, Vantacar, Storm Damage Pros, Walls Drive-In, Advanced Rehab Incorporated, Calhoun Pharmacy, Bluegrass Dental, and Roof Girl.
Yeah,
Goodness, that's a lot.
It is. It was absolutely. This has been our biggest one. So people must enjoy what we're doing. And also want to give a big shout out Rolling Pin, who brought the donuts here to feed the guys in the breakfast time. Papa John's, and the great thing is, I love it. Coaches bring it on. This is the most offensive linemen we've had, and that's what I love, because those guys are the smartest guys. They really are.
If you go through life with a lineman mentality, you're going to do well.
There you go.
We also need to take a time to thank our supporting staff here. Aaron Owen, part of the voice of Southern Indiana football, and CJ 107, obviously Jalen Doherty.
Dom,
voice, and Dom, what's Dom's last name?
Pearson.
Dom Pearson.
Yeah, I had to think about it.
And then Brian Basham, who started off the day with us, because, it takes a team, and obviously with the sponsor list, it takes a village. Just a programming note real quick, Vic, live at 5, still on
top at 5 o'clock. Steve and I will recap Media Day, and then right after live at 5, it's Beyond the Bench. And I will tell you, this may be the best episode of Beyond the Bench ever, because their list this week on Beyond the Bench, the 3 most annoying things sports fans do, and the 3 worst fan bases in sports. And it's tremendous.
Okay. So I've got to put the pressure on Jacqueline, because I put the pressure on some other people. She said she's an OHS fan. How far is the Devils going to go this year?
No.
It's a good feeling about
there
it.
You go.
And
I mean, I'm with Ty. We're going to take it one at a time. We'll start with St. X and go from there. Got a really good feeling. It's going to be a fun year.
Think still too. And also one more programming note for all the people that were tuning in today to, that listen to Tom Leach and Kentucky Sports Radio. That will be back on tomorrow. So UK fans, don't panic. We got you covered tomorrow morning.
And you can always go to the iHeart app and download the podcast. Hey, it's Media Day. So we take over for KSR one time for all the local athletes.
Permission from Ryan Lemon.
If you want to go back and rewatch Media Day, if you missed an interview, if you want to catch an interview again, 15 minutes, it'll be uploaded on YouTube on the live stream to go watch whenever.
Yeah, and hey, a big thanks to all the coaches. That some of them had to drive a long way, and also our prayers out to the Muhlenberg County, their entire fan base, that Mustang family. With the funeral today of Braden Loven, our prayers with his family and all the Mustang family. And we covered him. I interviewed him, and just a tremendous young man, and a tragedy. And the one thing I'll always remember is that smile. Is he just had this infectious smile. But once again, thank you for joining us for Media Day. Thanks to all the coaches, the players, Southwire, Jacqueline with Owensboro Health. Thank you so much, as you've been listening to Southwire Football Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
You have been listening to the Southwire Football Media Day presented by Owensboro Health here on 1027 The Game. This has been a broadcast service of Cromwell Media. Remember, your home for third region sports is 1027 The Game.
And his son, Steve